live forever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Anything can happen in Stage 2.
All we can control is the here and now.
Today, our top 4 becomes the top 3, and the final spot for Champions Paris will finally be claimed. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Stage 2 playoffs, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena, right here in the beautiful, sunny Los Angeles, California. You get 2 more of those. I'm, of course, Golden Boy. You got Mimi, you have Ender. We're going to be yapping about some video games today, and we're so glad you decided to join us and spend your Friday with us here. How you guys doing? You good? You excited?
I'm living the dream, Golden Boy.
Oh, look at you.
Because I'm in Los Angeles, California.
Mimi did the thing! She said the thing!
I'm here every day. I'm not impressed by your pronunciation.
Damn.
No?
Yeah,
That's
the
cold.
Golden Boy does it far better than you. He puts a little gusto
You gotta
into
put some
it.
oomph.
I don't have gusto,
You gotta put some
famously.
pepper. You gotta put some pepper on it. In any case, you want me to do it again? No, we'll
No,
do it.
I don't. I want you to
Come on. We'll save it for
segue
tomorrow.
to
We'll
the
save it
next
for
thing.
tomorrow. We'll save it for tomorrow. But, all right, let's go ahead and take a look at our current playoff bracket, because one of these 4 teams are going to be lifting a trophy when it's all said and done. Mimi, 4 great squads still remaining.
It's ended up from what could have been very weird with G2 having a sub to be a very normal, expected bracket with Sen G2 up top playing their 80th match of this year. But down below is pretty interesting. Cloud9 did not choke this time. They're on a run and now a game away from their first champions since 2021.
Yeah, but it's also an NRG on the other side that had a resurgence here in the second half of the year. And obviously, as you can see behind us, we got a lot of people with trophies.
Okay, hold on a second. The
What are you
picture of
laughing about?
Oxy because he doesn't have a trophy.
Bro, this is so
It's
sad.
so mean.
This is so sad. We gotta
He's
turn
so
that
sad.
frown upside down.
Well,
Come
if he
on.
makes it champions, he could do that.
Yeah, I guess so. But look at this. The trophies just seem to very much be all in the G2 and Sentinel side.
The wild
Anything.
thing is, there's one team left with no previous trophy winners. No
Yeah.
one on Cloud9 has picked up a trophy
That's why he said.
in VALORANT internationally nor domestically. So he has a great
Yeah,
chance to make
neither of
himself
you.
happy.
So, like, why are you even bringing it up?
Yeah, loser.
I mean, yeah,
Unbelievable.
you haven't either.
Yeah, but I'm not talking trash about how C9 have never won a
Dude,
trophy.
you-
Look, Oxy's gonna cry. You're gonna make Oxy cry. He's hearing you.
He can be happy if he wins.
Well,
There's
hey,
no 2 more harmful words in the English language than good job.
Then you know what? Let us look at the schedule that we have laid out here today, because we're going to be
good job.
starting things off. What's that?
Nothing.
I'm going to punch you in the neck. We're going to start things off with the upper bracket final. You got G2 going up against Sentinels, and then later on, you got NRG and Cloud9. Do or die. This matchup will determine who is the 4th team that we're sending to champions. And by the way, that's just the start of our finals weekend
What?
here, because we're taking the show outside. Oh, yeah. We have our biggest block party yet, and we've got a show match tomorrow, as well as the Champions Draw show on Sunday after the grand final. So you want to make sure you tune in for that. Want to see how many Ric Flair struts I can get in there as players talk trash.
And
to
that's
one another.
so exciting because for the entirety of the season, they keep us in this room, only seeing the LED wall and
This is
the
true.
lights on the ceiling.
And Golden Boy's lying about how sunny it is outside. He doesn't have a clue.
Yeah, I've never seen the sun.
But
But we'll
tomorrow,
know.
Tomorrow we
your
will.
eyes can look straight into that fiery orb in the sky.
Yeah.
And it can be the last thing you ever
Fiery
see.
orb in the sky. All right, now, of course, NRG and Cloud9 are going to be taking the stage later on, and they have had some incredible moments on our stage in 2025. So let's take a look back at their top 5, the top 5 plays, of Stage 2.
5 of them out towards this A. Seeing it now, stuns, ricocheting off to the side here. The Paranoia was used in response of it. Zekken lines it up now, but Oxy's got that showstopper! Whoa! My goodness! But again, Hev on a swivel. The rest of his team trying to have his back straight through that smoke. It was watchful, but Brock still overwhelmed, perseveres to glide forwards. Is it sight, Brock? Can't be doing it to a man.
Oh my god, the patience. Lev's expecting more pushes. Amato was expecting it first, and he takes down Tex.
What a heads-up play. Get a third.
Of course you can. He's got one more in the chamber. Is it going to be enough? He zoomed out. Oh, you give it to him. You can't stay there. He'll hit it every time.
Brock has money to work with, but not the rest of the team.
Oh my god!
Vic is left alone to do it all. 1v4. Players are skipping around, trying to hop and ISO these fights. Vic can't be doing this to them. It's Easy's best chance in a long bloody while, but the shots are missing, and the players are whiffing. Vic is running rings around the man.
Left alone. G2 came into this stage without their star, without Leaf. Psalm up in the middle of it, dodges that one kill.
Nice try.
With so much left to be done. Waiting, he's brought it down. He's got a chance, but there's no time. So little, Psalm's done it. He has done it.
All right, well, you know, there you can see some incredible plays done by some of the greatest players in the game. And guys, it takes a strong core of 5 talented players to win a trophy. But what if, and here's the reason why we got these lab coats on, everyone, you could genetically engineer someone to have all the strengths and none of the weaknesses. That's right, we thought it all. It's time to build the perfect player.
We're not making it past the ethics board.
What do you mean?
Not if you laugh like that, dude. It's a bad sell ethically.
All right, now, we need to harvest parts
This is getting
from
worse.
our America's pros to create a final boss. First, we need a good base. We need a strong utility player.
I don't like the word harvest.
Let's harvest some body
Okay, who
parts.
are you harvesting?
Ender, who are you harvesting?
Am I supposed to be serious here, or?
I think you should just harvest body parts.
Seriously.
Let's I'm gonna try and I'll give you someone with good utility. I think that's what you're going for.
Harvest
It's
some good
different
utility.
pieces. I want to go with EU.
Okay.
I think that while he's not going to be playing today or this weekend, his fade was pretty sick. Those
Excellent,
tethers
some
were
would
nice.
say. Yeah, he was so good, especially on binds. He was so impressive in this game. Every time he's using the tether, he has some great intent with it. He's also a good base player because he's just consistent. He's not often the number one superstar.
Don't put him on
fragger.
guitar, but
yeah, but he's. Put his face in.
Put it in.
And now I warn you in advance. This is horrifying.
Yes.
Look away.
Put it on
Oh,
there.
It's so disconcerting.
Why is it just skin?
Okay, well we need to fix this, right?
We do. We need to fix it, and you know I got just a remedy. We need some eyes.
Okay.
And we need the eyes of a killer.
I've got
Who do
some
you
eyes for you. I got Zekken to pull out. You talk about a killer. This guy's been outstanding all season long. He's been one of the best statistical players in Americas on the Duelist for basically for as long as he's been playing, and he's so consistently at the highest level possible. He's winning clutch rounds like this. His aim is on point. There's no one with a faster reaction time, with better eyes.
Put the
on our
eyes.
face.
Yes.
Line those up beautifully. Yeah.
Don't you think those
Look
are a
at
little
this.
low?
Well,
Like,
no,
what-
the glasses have to rest on the little
It has to
ear
be at the
nose.
brim of the ear,
Yes.
the base of the ears.
Actually, I think that's kind of accurate. Maybe a little low, like a
No,
centimeter.
that's good.
No,
Like
look
when you
where the
draw
ears
like
are.
that's you're supposed to do like whatever. All right, now, okay, game sense. All
got you.
right, we need someone who can sniff out the flank. We need someone's nose. Who do we have?
Okay, well, I'm not necessarily going with flanking, but game sense, I can give you Trent.
Steal the nose.
I actually think
Trent?
like yeah.
What about his hair? Okay, well, what's
You're
up with the nose?
obsessed.
You're
You're
asking
actually
for
obsessed.
gameplay stuff.
I'm
not
sorry,
for
I'm sorry,
physical
I'm sorry.
attributes. No, I think that Trent, especially you think about all the ascent clips, just knowing where people are through
Yep.
walls, tracking them, getting the spam down. Trent gets my vote.
He smells out the opponents.
Yeah,
it's
he's
that simple.
smart.
Sniffs him
Put
out.
him in.
Put
Add
him
the
in.
nose.
Put the nose. Yes. Oh, this is hideous.
I want to just slot this.
Oh, why are you doing it so slowly?
Don't slow roll it. Just put it.
Oh, that is
Okay.
just weird. Oh, that is
Beautiful.
weird.
It's a little to the left.
Beautiful.
It's fine.
little-
Again, I'm
Whoa.
going off of the glasses.
Don't judge. Don't
It all lines
judge.
up.
Don't judge. All right, next up, we need the mouth of a caller.
Okay.
Who shall it
On
be?
IGL, easy answer. VALORANT, back-to-back America's champion, has been doing well at internationals, leading his boys to success, whether it's Leaf or Baby Bay. To me, Christy, this is an easy shoe-in for Mouth.
Easy sell. He also has started talking trash
Yes.
as well.
That's right.
So I think, yeah, let's go with Mouth. And I do want to just, again,
God.
let's just get this in before.
We really
I'm
need
really
to sell
concerned
this.
by this.
Oh, God. What happened? Come back. Hold on.
You moved the nose.
Place it
Fix
on.
him. Fix him.
Place it on. Oh, no, it's too low. Oh,
Where's the nose?
where'd
Come
the nose
back.
go?
Come back,
The
nose.
nose.
We need to fix
The
this.
nose.
We
Oh, this
need
is
something
nightmare
else.
fuel.
Wait, I don't know. What do we need to fix him, Josh?
I know.
He looks like Josh. Oh,
It
God.
does look like it looks
Oh,
like a
God.
younger sideshow. Okay, now let's round it out. We need aura, and it's something that I lack profusely. Hair. What do we have?
You think he needs hair? Isn't that a
I
bit like
think you need hair.
anti-bold?
I think you need hair. Whose hair are we stealing? Whose hair are we stealing?
Baby Bay.
Yes,
Put,
perfect.
put his hair in the bag. This
He
guy's
is
got
30 though,
aura
so might
for
be losing.
sure. He comes up, he's 30. He hasn't played a game in years.
Why'd you just have to drop
and
the 30 ball?
He's yelling at people. I'm rolling past you. He is taking over the server. He's bringing the vibes. He's got the aura.
Place
Finish
the
this
hair.
player.
Yes. This is horrifying.
No.
No, that's
not there.
sideshow. That's sideshow. Wow.
Wow.
Perfect.
That is a forehead of a knower right there.
What's scary
Look
is-
at the size of the forehead. We've done everything we possibly could to give them the most chance
To me,
to
it just looks
succeed.
like Baby Bay with glasses. And like, don't.
I don't think
don't
this
really
looks
like
like
it.
Baby Bay
How
at
many times
all.
have you
look
hung
like
out with Baby Bay?
A lot.
This is
Like every day of work.
That's problematic. Now, while of course we question the ethics of what we've done,
Don't
check
add
out this
much.
new series, Plant the Spice. And in this episode, we got a dev to answer all of your spicy questions about ranked. Let's check it out. Dear Lord, what is that? Oh no.
What's up? My name's Derek. I'm on the competitive team. And welcome to the first show of Plant the Spice Rank Up, where we answer your most burning questions about ranked.
My name is Yujin, and my question is, why is my MMR different from my ranked?
Ooh, pretty vanilla question. I'll give this one for free, no spice. So your MMR can actually be quite volatile from match to match, especially if you're closer to the median of skill. Think gold. And so each match you might actually be swinging from gold 1 to gold 2. And we don't want players to actually think that their skill level is actually changing that drastically off the outcome of one match. And so we decouple the two, rank and MMR, just so that we're giving you a bit more reliable feedback. We don't want players thinking they're actually changing full ranks off the outcome of just one match.
Hi, my name is Jimmy, and my question is, what are we doing about remake abuse in high MMR?
Ooh, not too spicy. Let me take the first hot sauce here. Not too spicy. Pretty sweet like this question. So we know this is a big problem in high MMR, and we've actually done some work recently to better detect repeat offenders. And in the upcoming patch 11.05, we'll be rolling out increased penalties for these same repeat offenders. We'll continue to closely monitor the situation to hopefully see the right improvement, and if we aren't, we'll take another closer look.
Hi, my name is Al, and my question is, does loser's queue exist in my ranked games?
Ooh, a little spicier. Ooh, it's getting spicier. The answer is simply no, so we can end all the Reddit tin hat theories. We don't have any intentional part of the matchmaker trying to create loss streaks for you as a player as a form of punishment, nor are there skill ranges, MMR or rank, in which matchmaking is treated any differently.
Hi, my name is Will. The question I have for you is there a ranked reset to make us grind more?
Ooh, it is getting hotter. Let's try this one. Oh yeah, it's getting spicy. The answer to this is no. We've actually did not make rank resets as a system to force players to grind, but I do want to recognize it may still feel that way. And so very recently in the last rank reset, we've actually been dropping players hopefully a little bit less than you've been dropping in the past. We primarily use resets as a way to calibrate a consistent definition of skill from time to time, just as the way in school your teachers might be calibrating the same curve of grades from time to time. We think it's a fair ask players reprove they continue to belong at their MMR, especially because the average of skill has been constantly changing from time to time, as well as gameplay has always been evolving from patch to patch.
Hi, my name's Ada, and my question is, when are we doing something about smurfing?
Oh, the spiciest of questions. Oh yeah, it's on the back. So I just want to say smurfing is a pretty complicated behavior. Some nights it might just be someone who's extremely dialed in and performing extremely great for the true skill level. Other times it might actually be a player who is intentionally trying to deceive the matchmaker so that they can boost others or actually just stomp in their matches. And that really sucks. So here's what's coming. First, we're going to start letting players report others for smurfing as a form of data collection so we can get a better sense of what smurfing looks like to you all. A lot of the bad behavior of smurfing come from the sharing of accounts. So we're actually going to be increasing the barrier of entry to sharing. How are we doing this? We're actually going to be acquiring these same accounts to activate MFA on them. All of these are coming shortly this year, so stay tuned. And I do want to acknowledge that this isn't going to solve the whole smurfing problem, but we do think this is a good first step in the journey, not the end. Thanks for tuning in to your first episode of Plant the Spice. And if you all have any other spicy questions, please send them my way.
All right, well, let's go ahead and jump into our upper bracket final between Sentinels and G2, shall we? Because this one did feel quite inevitable. We were looking at the bracket, we were like, I think this is probably going to end up playing this way. And that's literally what we got. But what's even more fascinating, the 6th time that these two teams are going up against each other this year.
Yeah, the last time they played in groups. Before that, it was the finals back in Stage 2. That was because G2 lost early, had to go on that lower bracket run. Here, both of our best teams have gone on a clean run, get the same match again. They're both already called to champions, but from hearing them talk, it's clear that both of these teams are fully focused on getting the Americas title.
Yeah, that is 100% the focus for these two teams. I will call out that Sentinels have bested G2 in the last few times they've played best of 3 series.
The last time was the debut of Baby Bay, and he kind of got bullied, especially on Lotus, I will say.
So what you're telling me is Sentinels were able to bully the statistically highest rated player in playoffs. In my heart, you didn't let me finish.
Okay.
And the second highest statistically to the rest of the league.
Yes.
So Sentinels were able to make easy work of him, and you're concerned about their ability to perform today. Why exactly?
No, I'm just saying that I think Leaf is a man who is different in some ways than Baby Bay.
I mean, Leaf hasn't gotten a kill yet in Stage 2, so I agree. He's very
he hasn't had an opportunity.
Digging the hole.
Because Baby Bay replaced him.
If you look at the history, he's gotten a lot more kills than
Keep digging.
Baby Bay.
Keep digging the hole. Keep digging the hole.
But he never.
Which of us? Which of us is digging the hole?
I think both of you are digging the hole at this point.
Okay.
Now, let us, though, talk about, well, one of the things you guys were mentioning, as a matter of fact. Leaf is back. He's back with the team, which of course we're very happy to see Leaf be back on the squad. Also glad to see him, feeling good and being up to it here, which is the most important thing. So that's awesome. But yeah, there is a difference, right, Ender? Between what they had experienced G2 when they were bringing Baby Bay into the team that first time that Baby Bay went onto the stage, versus Leaf, who has the expectations and also the ability to be able to bring it in just by showing up on the server.
There's a reason why this team with Leaf in it has one kickoff and one Stage 1 in the last 3 America's finals in a row. It's because of what he can do and what he brings on the server to the team, both as an individually
He's still there?
hyper-skilled player. Oh yeah, Baby Bay's going to be sitting in the booth behind Josh today.
That's beautiful.
It's amazing. I mean, hey, good to see him back. Of course, Leaf going to be coming back into this one, though, really being thrown into the fire here in the similar way that Baby Bay was at the beginning of the stage.
It's the hardest opponent that G2 have here in Americas. It's the only team that has truly tested them this year, in my opinion, and for having not played since Masters 2 whatsoever at a Tier 1 level.
Whoa. Yes, on the stage, but this is a very different situation to Baby. Baby Bay was like trialing days before getting up on the stage for that match versus Sen. Leaf has been still scrimming. Like Baby Bay's even talked about it publicly, just like watching Leaf play scrims and how much he's learned from him there.
Yeah, they've put intent into transitioning him back into the roster. It's not willy-nilly.
Yeah, no, but there's definitely, though, that same pressure, right? You're going up against a very difficult opponent in Sentinels early on.
But I doubt that he feels pressure. I imagine Leaf is just ecstatic to play again, if I had to guess. Like, he's clearly a guy who just loves competing. He's always having fun when you see him on the stage with G2. I imagine even with like the pressure you could have from this match, he's just gonna go up there and be like, hell yeah, I'm playing again. Yeah, no, it's good to, of course, to see Leaf back with the team again, but let's hear from the captains because Rivington had an opportunity to catch up with Valen and John Cutie earlier today.
I am here with the two IGLs of our upper bracket finals match here, and Valen from G2 Esports and John Cutie from Sentinels. Valen, I'm going to start with you. You guys face off against each other again in a high-stakes match. What are you focusing on in particular when you're going up against John?
You know, funnily enough, I feel like we're facing another version of ourselves. I don't remember the last time G2 or Sen lost a game unless it was to each other. So, you know, it's just prep of like, you know, hitting your shots, making sure your game plan's on point, and, you know, just kind of coin flippy in a sense because we're both that good, so it just comes down to who's going to win on the day. All
right, what's your take on it? What are you thinking about when you go up against Valen?
It's always a fun match and, like, a tough one, obviously. We're the best two teams in the Americas by far, and it's always fun to play against them. As he said, it's going to come down to the details. Obviously, 5 great players with, like, a great coaching staff, so it's just going to come up to, like, who has the edge on like the crucial moments. So yeah, we'll see.
All right, and I got one question for both of you, John. I'll start with you. Looking at the performance of the team this stage, undefeated with 3 maps dropped here as you go into the upper bracket finals, an incredible run. What do you think has kind of kicked into gear for the team to allow for this current success?
I think everyone has kind of like reached their potential. I thought like the other splits, we had some small problems, some small individual issues, but now I feel like the train is kind of rolling, and everyone is feeling good. Everyone is feeling very confident, and obviously the goal is to win stage 2, so we go to champs very confident, and we're trying to do that right now. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck today. And Valen, looking at the matchup, you guys kind of get here joking that you're not as strong without Leaf, but you're still now in the upper bracket finals again, looking for a three-peat, looking to get that title. Are you hungrier this time around? Do you really want it that much more for the three-peat and everything surrounding the situation?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was joking about not being at full strength, but Baby Bay was a legend, so it was like maybe we're even better. Not actually, but Leaf is back, and we're feeling excited.
Right.
A resurgence back in the vibes of the team, having our full 5. So, you know, just another chance to win another trophy with the boys.
Awesome. Good luck to both of you today.
All right, good luck.
Good luck.
Well, and of course, thinking about who are those people who are stepping up in those moments to bring the success for both of those teams, one individual that I want to start things off with is Narrate, because this is a guy who came into the team and it was obviously he joined Sentinels, tons of pressure, but he was feeling it. We were seeing it, and what a turnaround this guy has had throughout the year.
Yeah, he's been really stellar. I think in his first year with Carmine Corrode as well, when he started with Sen, the biggest critique was that he would be too aggressive sometimes, would be conceding first kills, would also sometimes have issues with his mental and not staying in the game when things go wrong. But I think he's disproved both those things in this stage, being much more stalwart with his mental for the team, while also finding so much success with that same level of aggression, winning an incredible amount of opening fights as an initiator player, while not giving away advantages and making those silly mistakes that he may have in the past.
Yeah, his style hasn't really changed, but his performance has continued to level up over the course of the year. And I think for me, it was sort of Toronto where he proved that he could hang with some of the best on a global stage, and now in stage 2, proving that he's one of the top performers in Americas. It has been this second half resurgence that he's been carrying all the way through now into the playoffs.
Yeah, he has a lot to be proud of this year. The turnaround was immaculate, and of course, still plenty more for him and for Sentinels to accomplish here. But as we dive a little bit closer into these two teams and what they both bring to the table here, let's take a gander at these map pools, because I'm curious what your guys' read is on this one. You know, who is looking good going into the map pool discussion as we get ready for this one?
I mean, it's a little bit harder to say for G2, obviously, with Baby Bay, or Baby Bay out in coming in for Leaf. Also, Sentinels have just won virtually every single map they have played. I'm particularly interested in how Corrode goes if that is left open, because this is a map while G2 have lost 1-3 on it. They've had many close games going for themselves, and if this is a world where Leaf is going to be picking up the OG Baby Bay chamber, that could be a very different story.
I think what's also interesting to me is both teams have a map that they're unlikely to first round ban that they haven't shown yet. For Sentinels, that's Bind, which they have not played. And on the other side, it's Icebox for G2, which they haven't had to show. Both these teams have managed to hold their map pool rather close to their chest. For G2 in particular, they only played 4 maps in the pool in the group stage before making it here to playoffs.
Yeah, which then you're all of a sudden concerned because this team very likely going to be playing that, or guaranteed to play a best of 5, right?
Yeah.
Your pool ends up being fully tested, but they were able to prove their Bind and their Sunset are 2 maps that look strong for them now.
Yeah, I do like that though, right? These 2 teams still giving themselves room to work with, especially with the BO5s right around the corner here. Now, G2 versus Sentinels always delivers. It's always a fun match. And this time we had an opportunity to catch up again with Valen, talk about what makes this matchup so special.
Yeah, Sentinels game is always the most energetic one. I mean, between the players and between the crowd, like the room is electric. And I love those games. The rival games, I mean, I used to play sports in high school, and like those high school rivalry games, like it gives me flashbacks to that, you know? It's a special one in my heart, you know? I love those players, and we talk back and forth all the time to try to create up like a big rivalry. And it all comes down to this moment. They got their actually, what am I saying? We got the first 2. I was going to say they got the first 2. No, they didn't. We got the first 2. They want the third, but I think the Baby Bay Smeeg aura is just like inevitable. Like they're going to crumble under the pressure of Baby Bay. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that one.
All right, so this Sunday, the Stage 2 trophy is on the line, right? And we want to know who's going to win it all, okay? So our analysts, or genius analysts, have put together some presentations to make their case. It's time for predictions. Now, Mimi and Ender are going to make their pitches for who they think will lift the trophy. And interestingly enough, Corporate decided to add some extra slides to keep you guys on your toes and to add a little bit more corporate synergy.
I love synergy.
We love synergy. So, Ender, you're up first.
Welcome to my Pred Talk. Now, have you ever wondered to yourself, who's the best team in Americas?
No.
I guess, yeah. You know, on my off
Have
days.
you ever wondered to yourself, what's the point?
Yes.
All the time.
All right, I'm here to tell you what is the point, and the point is G2, our winner of Stage 2. Now, I've already gone forward in time, and I know exactly who's gonna win.
Does it work? There it is.
Panic ensues. Now, the Google Docs, to exit full screen, you have to go and hit that escape button, but we're not gonna hit the escape button. That's a very important part here. So G2 is winning. This is their logo,
okay.
as you can see.
I've seen before.
And they're gonna win because of reasons. Number 1 being history. G2 are the reigning champions of both kickoff and Stage 1.
Cool.
Can Sentinels say that? No. Can C9 say that? No. Can NRG say that?
Yes,
no.
but they'd be lying.
They'd be lying. Can MIBR say that? No. All right, so history has been going very nicely for them. Now, here's the other thing. Leaf and Baby Bay. It doesn't matter which one of them actually play. Now, I made this presentation before knowing who was actually going to be playing today. But here's the thing. Even if Leaf comes out and loses, Baby Bay can still sub in. He's right there. Yay! He has the chance to step back in if the team needs him.
Wow.
And that's very important.
That's beautiful.
So
and
convinced.
finally, Samurai versus Qbert. Now, this is a clear differential. As you can see, Qbert has his eyes closed because he has been killed by the Samurai. Now, you see this cute little chibi guy walking up at you. Qbert, who is already down and out, right? He's been getting punched in the face by the whole Sentinels. I've seen this guy get bullied nonstop. It's not even a 1v1, it's a 1v9 for Samurai.
Wow.
That's cool.
That's crazy.
Great presentation, Christy.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
I think that's it.
Oh, it's Mimi.
It's your turn. I look so happy.
What a picture.
I look so happy because, wait, why am I a clown on? I'm not a clown. I'm going to be very smart this presentation. They've said that about me. Let's take a look at my points.
Out.
Sentinels. Boo. They're winning the finals. That's their logo. You already know that.
These guys stink.
Shut up. Zekin and Narrate, that's my first point. Let's talk about Narrate. We talked about him already. He's finding a great balance of aggression. He's getting opening kills. He's winning clutches for this team. And you back that up with Zachary Capone, the greatest player that's definitely his last name also, to come out of New Jersey. Very similar to Al Capone in many ways.
Right, okay, sure.
In his power and control over the server. He's good. And he plays a wide range of agents. And it's good at all that. Here's my next point. G2's best map, that's gone. Get it out of here. 5-0, we don't want that cry. Sen's getting banned, and Sen is going to get to play maps that they're comfortable on, that they're chilling on, that they're happy on. They've shown a deep pool. They haven't lost a game thus far this series. This stage, rather. They're perfect. They're so beautiful.
Wow.
What an excellent run for them. Let's go to my third point, which is mine and mine alone. Let's go to my third point that is mine and mine alone.
There it is.
It's in the script. Sen will win today, making the head-to-head 3-3 for the year. They will then meet again on Sunday for the greatest regional grand finals VCT has ever seen. And then Sen run it back and beat G2 to crush the three-peat once and for all before they meet again at Champions. It's a beautiful story.
I don't know.
This ties the record.
I don't
Sunday
know who to
breaks
believe.
it.
I don't know which one.
Life.
I don't know who to go for. Chat,
don't believe either of us. It's Cloud9, Golden Boy. Cloud9 is winning Stage 2 Americas. Trust me, they're not going to choke this time, Golden Boy.
Dear.
You got to trust me. You got to trust me. I was paid off to say that.
Were you paid? Really?
But I'm going to be real. I'm going to say the truth now to you, Golden Boy. It's Cloud9. I swear. I swear.
Guys, today one team's moving straight to the Sunday Grand Final. The other one's heading to Paris. Enders ran away. Oh, it's pandemonium. But folks, the good news is VCT America starts right now.
This year, we really put G2 on the map, getting back-to-back trophies and kickoff and split one. So I know that people don't want to give us the third one, but I accept that challenge.
VALORANT is still here. 2 kills for him. Oh, no!
Sit down, boy. Who are you? Who are you? I don't know you, boy.
My adrenaline's pumping right now. We are very close to the finals, but we need to keep our heads on straight and make sure we're just going match by match. I don't really see anyone in Americas beating us.
Against all these teams, we've shown that we can take a match. Like, we can beat you. So we just gotta prove it. And that day, gotta come firing.
Let's go, Francis. Go.
Yes, sir.
Every single team is created throughout the whole year. There is no team that'll just randomly make it to grand finals. NRG has been through a lot of ups and downs, even the lowest of lows. Obviously, it was like 2 years ago since I made the last one. If anything, I'm proving it to myself.
Some left alone.
That the past 3 years of me playing VALORANT every single day, 8-10 hours a day, isn't a waste.
He's brought it down. Some's done it.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. We're not losing.
As a group, we've all finally come together as a team. Finally found our footing, we found our hold, and how we all need to work off each other to play in these big pressure moments.
On the net's hands. Nets catches one.
Lifting the trophy for a third time would be something like, I don't even know the feeling. It always hits you like in the moment when you look at the crowd, just looking to your left and your right and seeing your boys like happy and smiling and like the work paid off. You know, that feeling is insane.
Seeing G2 lift the regionals is definitely a little hard. We do have a really good rivalry against them, so it hits harder to home when they win it, especially the first one we were so close. Looking forward to this one. Obviously, I would like to 3-0 them to get back and show that we're dominant.
Sentinel's game is always the most energetic one, and I love those games. The rival games, we got the first 2. They want the third, but I think the Baby Bay Smeeg aura is just like, they're gonna crumble under the pressure of Baby Bay.
Down 1-on-1. Podcaster.
I do think it would be history. Sadly, they have to run into Sentinels. We're gonna stop the 3-peat because no one can 3-peat before Sentinels, man.
I feel like right now, the energy I feel inside, everything is just writing it down to make some history in Americas. The 3-peat, it's inevitable.
Riot Games Arena. Let's get this upper final started. Coming to the stage first, it's your kickoff and stage 1 winners. Give it up for G2 Esports!
And And you got a G2 that is now walking in at full strength because of that guy right there. Leaf is with the team. Good to see him back on the lineup. And now we're going to get to see G2 here. Just like when we saw them in Toronto, the run that they went on over there, we're going to get to see what this team is capable of doing against Sentinels today.
What a time for him to arrive. A chance to go for a perfect run to the finals, to win the three-peat and create what would be America's first domestic dynasty of back-to-back-to-back champions in every opportunity given to G2.
That's right, G2 Esports with a great opportunity here. And let's not forget, this is technically an Ascension team. So, you know, technically.
So
but what a run.
Yeah, Sentinels just can't lose to an Ascension team.
And now, let's bring out their opponents. Undefeated throughout Stage 2. Make some noise for your Sentinels!
And then, of course, there are the Sentinels. These guys have been a thorn in the side of G2, and G2 has been the thorn in the side of Sentinels. It's very apropos that they're meeting here in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, when these teams faced off back in week 1, it went Sentinels' way. When these teams faced off in Stage 1 in this same matchup, it also went Sen's way. But it's always the finals that G2 are stealing, and it's this match Sentinels need to get that advantage heading in.
If they win today, they tie the record at 3-3, would have a chance to go a step above G2 in the finals if they could win there again and head into Champions with a victory. But those are two big ifs. This is a team that is so familiar with G2, has had to play them so many times this year, but has gone undefeated in this stage thus far, and G2 trying to issue them that first loss.
You can see how ready they are too. Narrate was ready to jump into the seat, ready to go, but he was like, wait, we got to huddle up here. We got to talk strategy, and here is what they're going to be talking. These are the maps that we're playing. We got Bind, Sunset, and if necessary, Haven. You can see Corrode and Ascent getting booted in those first bans.
Yeah, so I think the big things here, first of all, G2 banning Corrode, not wanting to go on that up against Sen, and then seeing them on Bind and Sunset, the two new maps they started playing in playoffs. And for Bind in particular, they only played it the once this stage versus NRG. That was with Baby Bay over on the Deadlock. And a very real possibility we see Leaf on the Deadlock here today.
Yeah, I think Baby Bay was playing 1-for-1 Leaf's roles to make it an easy transition back in, but we will see still. Last time Sen played this map was in February to Team Liquid. They got 13-1. That was all the way back at Bangkok. The map has left and rejoined the pool since then, so this is an opportunity for them to come out with something brand new in the face of G2.
Yeah, curious to see what that will be when the agent select comes up in a moment here. And also kind of what we were talking about before, the fact that it could potentially be that Baby Bay was just slotting into all the things that Leaf was providing for G2 here. So Mimi, there is a question of what is Leaf bringing to the table? And we know he can bring a whole heck of a lot.
Absolutely, he can. There's so many questions at the start of this one, even on Sunset for Sen. They have not played a ton of this map. They've only played against two of the Brazilian squads, lost to 2G in what was a very weird game, and now coming back into it against the league's best team.
The Ascension teams are Sentinel's kryptonite, apparently.
How dare I mention that?
They have to be quaking going up against G2 here, but now it's the moment, and it will be Leaf Stage 2 debut on the Deadlock of all things.
All right, well, there you go. Locked in, jog on the Yoru there. Of course, Tejo's back in play. G2 still sticking with Tejo
I
there.
mean, that comp looked so good in the game against NRG. Here's the other side, and it's pretty vanilla, at least for the second half of 2025. We've seen other teams go for this Raze Yoru double duelist.
I will say that double duelist like the Raze Yoru slots pretty effectively into something like the Deadlock, being able to dodge away a lot of the typical sensors, but we'll see what Leaf can do up against these guys.
All right, folks, this is a heavyweight fight, and our casters are going to be ringside and ready to go. Let's send it over to Uber and Wyatt.
Far too much to get excited about in a game like this, folks. Thank you very much to our desk. Of course, it's a renewal of the rivalry between G2 and Sen, but it means so much more. Not just the return of Leaf, but also the opportunity to walk into our grand finals here in Stage 2 and ban, first pick. That advantage we've seen being massive over previous stage finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And even further than that, this is the rivalry of Americas, which right now, this year, G2 are leading 3-2 in overall series. So an opportunity for Sen to get some more revenge and go 3-3.
All right, it's time, folks, for Samsung Match Start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. And this is a map pool for Sem that doesn't feature Lotus or Corrode, two of their best maps so far this stage.
Kaplan has spoken recently about the map pool for Sen being the crux of future success at a global event like Champions, where they're headed in a few weeks. And this pool, I think, is really going to test the depth that this roster has right now against America's finest in G2.
Sen starting on the attack side here. It's an early net thrown out, and Leave going to take first contact. It's Jork, though. Able to fail narrate very early on, and the response, of course, is to get a barrier down. This can be circumvented. John heads over the top, and it's really just him who's gotten past this.
He is fully committed. That is crazy. The G2 flank is so quick behind them, but
too fast.
It might not even matter, honestly.
Sky Smoke's going to be in the way, but Trent will be able to see above it. Bang, no takes contact, finishes him off. That wall's still in the way. It's awkward. And Bang can now fall back. In the post plan, it's VALORANT and Jonah, two of the hot shots for G2 last week. It's NRG, absolutely stellar. And getting into this match.
How could they possibly do anything against this crossfire? It's just going to be way too effective. Sen clean that up with ease. I love that decision to just purely ego the wall that was thrown down by Leaf. John just hops over top, gets out really far right, and then Zekin somehow able to get an engagement against Jaw. I want to definitely look at that on the replay.
Just playing up on top of those boxes there, and again, there's no one-way put down at all.
I mean, there it is. Zekin is just able to creep up against the wall, crouches, and Jaw swings. He gets deleted.
It's possible that VALORANT on that sort of long wrap is not in position to put their util down for the defenders. We're going to jump straight into round two, though. And again, it's that Stinger force-up. We've seen Sen do this on Corrode as well. It makes the econ really weird in the openers, but pretty huge. It's just a tough bonus to win out.
Dang it, that long range taking a fight towards Showers. He's going to have to deal with a player in the teleport as well.
It's on Jonah P. And there are 4 Stingers in the hot, sweaty hands of Sentinels right now. Not a whole lot to be done. I mean, we observe this kind of economic opener from Sen against C9. Now, it made their bonus kind of weird because they're playing with, 4 or 5 Stingers in some cases against what could be a full buy in the coming round. But if they win that, if they find a way to find success in that round 3, they can buy for so much of the first half.
Surely, if there's a team out there that knows how to deal with the 5-man Stinger
I pick it up what you're putting down. Yep.
Surely it's G2. Surely.
Well, Jonah's been able to get one of those weapons to hand himself, but it's really just perishing into the spike that's on the agenda for him here. Sen, hot and heavy on towards his A side of the map. Playing with a real burst of speed here, and Zelsis honestly recently said he'd like his team to inject a bit more of that unpredictability into their games. Feels like maybe them and also G2 play a little standard sometimes.
Yeah, had said that in the post-match interview when these two teams faced last, that he felt like sometimes they were playing too standard and honestly wanted to take some inspiration from teams in Pacific who inject that insane unpredictability, like Paper Rex, for example. Sen have come out first time playing double duelist on a non-Haven map, I believe, that we've seen this year. Narrate has been putting up some pretty unbelievable numbers. The 5th highest rated in ACS for Stage 2, and that is everyone above him being a duelist. He's the highest non-duelist, so now he gets a chance to flex his muscles here. Stinger rush coming through.
Find itself a bit awkward, but you can see Narrate's able to get ahead of it. Trent, though, with a better weapon, steps up, steps out. It's going to be a Prowler here to clear Lambs, and Zekin knows he has to push. This is an awkward angle with the Stingers across the side. Jorgamo is felled. Trent here needs to watch over towards Showers, and a Paint Shells would look to dig Leaf out of that corner. The spray comes straight through Triple and picks up the deadlock.
I'm kind of mad how much damage Sen are doing long range right now with the Stingers. These are not the ideal fights you want to take, and yet somehow they've taken down 2 players. They've got Trent low on HP, but this is another miserable angle. Honestly, Jonah is in this long range, should be able to pick them apart.
That's on Zekin. He was low health of the 2, and he's going to be seized in place, at least having to spike down. Oh my goodness! Decayed to 1. Zekin still fancies a bit of a fight. Swing on this corner, he's 26 health, and it doesn't seem to care. VALORANT's coming for him, though, and almost a frenzy. Claimed another. Jeez, they get close, don't they?
I mean, that pretty absurd how much damage is done there. Zekin's movement is looking so smooth.
they've already carried 2 rifles out of this anti-Stinger round.
I mean, like you were saying, these Stingers, no investment, low investment. They get 3 kills and the plant. Sen are going to take that all day. Look at the situation that it's got G2 in now. They're fully bought down. If they lose this round, it'll be worth 2 for Sen. And Narrate wants to exploit the economy by buying the Outlaw, but there are going to be 3 G2 players with heavy armor, so only a couple susceptible to a potential one-shot.
Narrate can also imply more players on his A side of the map than is sort of the reality by making use of that clone and also gate crashing away to be if and when he's needed. Okay.
Bit of danger there for Trent. He was one of the light armored players, by the way, so that would have been a one-shot. Sen have this control of B long. As is the standard, you do want to funnel those orbs towards your Rays to get as many showstoppers on attack as you can. Massive win condition for the attacking team here on Bind.
Narrate is tucked in cubby, but that is going to be watched pretty diligently here by Leaf. He's waiting for someone to blink first, and Leaf, one of the less armored players, out of the picture now. That's a deadlock, unavailable. No wall to slow things up further. Trent awkwardly set out in the open and bang, deals him a death blow instantly. Narrate looks like he's lost a fight with the lawnmower recently, but I tell you what, he's hitting the shots when they count. Be able to make his way forward up on this A side here. G2 trying to converge, and there's a late wrap, but Giacomo's about to run into resist. Are you okay? You good?
Yeah, no, I'm good. No, nothing. Oh my God. John has the read on the flank, and G2 have no option but to save. I'm sure Jaw would have loved to have kept that rifle as well.
If I've broken you already, you're in for a tough series, brother.
You can't be doing them like that, man. You can't be doing them like that. That was a great round from Sentinels, though. In the mid-round, I love how they were working the map over towards that B side. Zekin remained posted up long. He broke one of the Prowlers that was thrown by Jonah, and at the same time, or, basically same time, a few seconds later, then a Prowler was used from John over towards Hookah. So it looks like they're working long and they're working Hookah at the same time, but in reality, they've taken A short control. Zekin just TPs, they pivot back to A, and when Leaf goes down, that site is basically free for the taking.
And the use of the Brimstone defensively here, we're not seeing that standard one-way being put down at A short, right? We're actually seeing Valen playing over towards the B side of the map instead, maybe hoping to stall things out over there, throw those smokes down, maybe get some B long control, but there's a gate crash opportunity there for Narrow. We can get into Cubby. He can cross that part of short without being spotted by someone like Leaf and then hit him from an unexpected spot. Assistant coach Baby Bay. My goats. I mean, yeah, we're the second highest rated player in playoffs up until this point. And it looks like Leaf is sort of stepping, it's funny, Leaf is sort of stepping into his roles here. I am looking forward to Sunset when we get there because there's a chance for that Leaf Chamber to come back out if he is just going to sort of pick up where Dre left off.
Yeah, it definitely seems to indicate that, because we had heard from Josh that both Leaf and Dre have been practicing throughout these last few weeks.
Leaf has been streaming a lot.
Yeah, I have to imagine that they're basically just playing the same role on every single map, and they're just bouncing back and forth between the two of them. But
Dre though is available to be substituted in between maps in this series, should it be required.
Just in case, get the Dre Chamber back on Sunset. Yep. I mean, like you said, he is up there in the stats, one of the highest ranked players in the playoffs. Leaf has big shoes to fill, which is a situation we did not expect to see ourselves in, but is genuinely the truth. Like, where other players on G2 in the playoffs have maybe been lacking in terms of the fragging, kind of looking at Trent at the moment, honestly. But Baby Bay has been the guy to step up for them and really perform in the server.
Bangs at 6-1, by the way. This is a less played map for Sen, but on 100 Thieves, this was his bread and butter, dominant. Over on the B side of the map, especially on defense.
His anchoring is really phenomenal. Jonah wants to get aggressive there, take a timing against an R8, but ultimately shower control is going to be lost for the defenders.
Knows he gets a free orb there and is able to pull out.
I mentioned it on the prior round in the case of Zekin, but when you're running this double duelist comp, you just want to be min-maxing orbs as much as possible and just cycling showstopper after dimensional drift for powerful executes converted into round wins.
Valen is now on the A side of the map playing that more standard lamps position and is throwing that one way towards short. The attention seems to be more so over towards the B side now for Sentinels. Orb still there for the taking, so they can have both this round.
G2, they have stacked up here. Sen could try to teleport away, but that's not going to be the case. They are going right in there. Narrate with the first.
Remember, the guns are awkward here. There's 2 rifles for G2. They're really going to squeeze some value out of them, but it's going to be Trent with the classic. And then Jonah chimes in. Sen mill around for quite some time and eventually serve up a steaming thrifty for G2.
G2 just have the read on the situation that after that shower control was taken by Narrate, expecting that he probably would teleport back towards Fountain. You know, kind of a standard opening for the Yoru. They go stack 4 players over on the B site. Perfect read on the situation. Look at Sen, they're running into a 3-prong crossfire, trying to get out of that smoke into the site.
I mean, Jonah's involved in every elimination that round. That was a massive horn that set some easy classic kills up for Trent inside the smoke.
Sen will still have more than enough cash for a buy there, but Jaw has now got the operator. Not going to be a value here. Second over the top.
Okay, is eventually fell by Jonah P there. Orbital strike over towards Triple. Narrate's going to take that position up, and Jonah was going to be in trouble either way. But Leaf has found himself 2 out of fence. Now going for the annihilation. Narrate's able to catch on the jaw, but Leaf can lock it down. And Zelsa's eventually will descend into Shelove's lair. I'm glad he's not just stepping into Dre's shoes in-game, apparently.
That was some sick anchoring and a combination of ultimates as well coming out from G2. That Armageddon to flush everything out of showers straight into the waiting hands of Leaf. It was looking good for Sen as well. They've been doing a good job finding these opening kills. Okay. Yeah, all right.
That is absurd.
Is it a little easy?
I haven't played the game in 2 weeks! You got
Really? He really is taking after Dre, hasn't he?
Who's next?
I'm sorry, that broke me. So direct of him, isn't it? All right, Narrate's got that drift that he's been farming for the last couple rounds, getting orbs, getting a lot of info. Gets the control of lamps as well, so Sen should be able to get in here. And it looks like they want to take some control, perhaps back site. The smoke's placed for Heaven, but they're not able to do it.
Steltron gets in very deep onto the site here, and
G2 have so much space to get back in, and they want to do it.
Trent's already inching his way out of fence now. Here's the guided salvo. Jonah's able to find Zelsa stood on the side itself, but there was still a stick. Narrate sitting tight inside lamp. Shorty out inside the pit.
Yeah, it's all about finding success in this Viper's pit. Finding kills. Second is going to get the first. There's a showstopper as well.
Doesn't connect. Valen's able to bring him down in midair, but Narrate goes to work inside halls anyway. Rifle now out, ready to go. Trent steps forward. There's a poison orb in the way. That was just a tap of the spike. Narrate, though, has got a timing. Surely Bang should be able to hold his ground here, and he does. The Viper's been instrumental, and now Narrate steps up. A little bit wayward. Jonah knocked low, but Narrate now might need to rely on Bang, and he delivers at least 1. Trent, no time to work with him, knows it. Has to sheepishly back away from the spike and won't get out alive. It's Sen. Edge back out in front.
And this is the exact kind of performance that you want to see from Bang. You mentioned it, but on this map, he is an absolute force. That was always the case with 100 Thieves in the past. This round was 100% reliant on him in that pit to come up huge. Sen had those smokes placed for way back towards Heaven, but G2 just regained all the space. That pit was the only option, the only win con that they had left, and they make it work.
Yeah, gives them that foothold there in that post plant on A, and G2 cannot get in for the life of them. Joel's got himself an op. Trent here with a shoulder peek now, won't see a whole lot of action. No presence at all over on the A side of the map for Sentinel so far. They're going to work B with a split.
Jaw has that shower control opposite side with the op. Sentinel's going to be able to get another one of these orbs. They want to prio it to John. He's got the Nightfall available now. They can leave Narrate inserted over towards B long. You know, perhaps if a Prowler comes, he'll be able to show presence and break it, but then he has that gate crash going all the way back towards short so he can meet up with the rest of the team.
It's going to be annoying. Narrate able to clear that stealth drone, so G2 still have to stay here.
This is exactly what Sen want to do, right? They want to keep that presence being shown here and then suddenly burst into that A site when Narrate teleports away.
Oh man, he's so annoying. He's able to gate crash out as well, but it's going to play when Hookah's still wired.
Here comes that Nightfall going to get the tag on the Valen, who's going to be fully routed out of the site.
Bang's getting some serious penetration over towards the B side, though. He might catch Trent on the rotate. It's an open here, a TP play at the disposal of Sentinels, but they're staying at A. They stick it there as well.
Yeah, they go for a relatively safe plant, and Leaf is able to get that first. Bit of a spray through smoke, instant trade.
Okay, Nare caught in the grab net though, and Jonah's able to find him. Zelsis doesn't need to overextend from this spot, but Jaw is inside shower.
And one of the problems is Bang is still miles away. He has to get here in time to help Zekin.
He's been sprinting. Paint shells here. Valen just teases that out. There's also a snake bite on the spike. Zekin's got to be wary. Bang in trouble. Jaw's able to trade him out. Now Zekin will fall. It's tit for tat stuff here on Bind. G2 lock it down on the retake.
This is 2 rounds in a row where G2 have done a great job on that A site of maintaining control of that entire back half. Sen are not able to get that forward control, so G2 can apply a lot of pressure right back onto the site.
Leaf is in a great spot to catch a rotate off that side through the TP anyway, but Valen, even though being hit by Nightfall, didn't fall off the side entirely.
And Sen, you know, yeah, exactly. It's like those little things, right, that are adding up. He's not giving up all of that space, isn't forced to give up all that space. Jaw retains control of Shower. Great retake positions, despite Sen's seeming success on the past couple rounds, getting the spike down. They are dead broke.
Be a fight here. Jaw catches Narrate straight away. And he's able to fall back, of course, with a gate crash. Zekin wants himself the orb for his trouble, and he'll have it. The weapons are not good here for Sentinels.
And the money isn't good for G2, so crucial for them, the tail end of this half, that they get a very clean anti-eco and retain these rifles, the operator for Jaw, which is starting to pay dividends now.
So how do they piece this out? Because now they don't really have the ability to work the other extremity of the map. They've lost that Yoru piece. They've got an orb, of course. Jaw going to be lined up pretty nicely for this. G2 adamant about anchoring the back part of this A side, no matter what round it's been. Valen just crushes Zelsis, who's had a quiet opening to the series so far, and he's surely going to work. Bang gets in there, Frenzy fires off. Valen's forced to back away here, and there's Bang picked up the op, goes to work with it. A little bit dangerous.
Might at least have an opportunity here for a plant, get some more cash for Sen on the future rounds.
Backside, yeah, that's where G2 are filtering into now. One in the chamber for Bang, but it doesn't connect. Again, it's a pretty minimal investment there for Sentinels. A recovered operator tears 2 away from G2.
Get away with 3 guns on that. Definitely want to look at the ult situation, because G2 have some significant ones to play with against Sen, who are lacking for any at all. G2 with a dimensional drift, orbital strike heading into this next round. And those can be a nice little combo as well. Pinging players out with a dimensional drift, getting an orbital strike in. Jonah getting a seize in there as well, calling out a player position from that Yoru ult.
This is reminiscent actually of some of the adjustments that C9 made against Sentinels across a couple of maps in that series, is trying to catch Sen as they're hitting that site fast. Sentinels are playing with that level of disrespect, and that's why here we're seeing Leaf play ahead of the Heaven Smoke. That's why we're seeing Valen being really reluctant to fall off the site entirely. G2 don't want to put themselves into a retake scenario against this Sen team, and I'd say the inverse will be true on the other side. Sen are going to be playing against the deadlock. When they move to defense, they can't afford to do that either. They can't afford to give the site, to let the deadlock set up, put a wall in your way, and force you to retake from one singular angle.
I want to see if, over on that A side, Sen are going to adjust their play in regard to how those backside fights, or lack of, are really happening. If they can maybe try to find a timing where you could have Narrate pop a flash out from one of those site smokes, swing out with Zekin, try and catch that timing where G2 are getting back in through backside, through Heaven. So it's been that transitional moment where G2 are just overwhelming them on the A takes.
This could be a really chaotic start to the round. Noses pressed to the barrier here. Looks like it's a really early Prowler off rip.
Time to jump.
Narrate might want to imply some short control.
I mean, it's looking like we just want to go for a fast hit. Zekin is caught up right now in the seas, but no one will be there to spam away.
There is a sonic sensor ahead of them, though. They've got to be a little bit careful they don't walk into that. There's a grab there aspect of it coming out. Special delivery fed straight back to Trent. It's a trade.
Bang able to get that shot up just before the ability actually concussed him, and now Zekin, aggression.
Valen's not sure about how to work this. He wanted to push out of vents there for a moment, but he actually backs off. He'll have to support Leap, but they still have backside control here, Wyatt, and Bang almost get tickled by that orbital strike, but Sen have had to retreat here to the extremities of A short.
Jaws pushed up so far, scoped in with the op in the corner, a little ridiculous. What's going to happen here, though? Sen have fully cut noise, but Jaw, he's getting that passive information towards B. So these G2 players, they're not going to move. Leaf and Valen, they are steadfast in the positions right now. Jaw's even creeping more further forward, and now they have the audio cue on Bang.
There's no one to really cover Bang from that position. John is trying to watch, I think, in towards that Lance position. Can't see Valen.
I can't believe Bang is alive, down to 7 HP, and
there's the contact take. Valen wins it out. It's going to be Zekken eventually starting to open things up a bit more. Valen's going to be forced off this line. John's still teasing a plant, but not quite sticking it. Zelsus is set up in shower, though.
Get the info on Leaf and a fast trade from Zelsus. That was crucial.
Good reposition there from Zelsus. Valen now again, still controlling that backside. The anchoring has been important for G2, but they cannot hold on. A huge noise cut there from Sen. And they actually lose out early on that player towards Lampside, still recover.
Yeah, they take that really fast execute in towards A. They do actually fight through Lamps. They do get a kill backside, and then they retreat. They play things slowly. Second was well aware that a flank could have been coming from Jaw through Market. Catches him for free.
I think
great trading, really. I mean, that moment as well where Leaf gets the kill, it was instant from Zelsus to get that one back onto him.
Yeah, they had the time to set up those really nice crossfires.
And this game has been so back and forth. G2, they're already on an eco now. Just one round lost, and they are relegated to Sheriffs.
My ult is ready.
It's an even game here heading into the 11th.
No one's economy has been safe, and that's why Narrate has picked up the Outlaw here. He has been purchasing that a couple times on attack.
Self-drone here is just going to try and clear up short.
John does get the spot on Zekken, and Zekken, he gets the spot on him. Going to be forced back by that haunt.
It's a pretty aggressive position inside Hookah there for Valen. Really pushed up on that edge.
John's just ready to throw out a flash for his teammates again. Narrate is working towards short, just hoping that someone is going to show themselves on that A side. Okay, yep, G2 moment.
He was looking for it.
That's a G2 moment.
Leaf got to be spotted out here, actually affected by that boombot. Now back over towards the site. 38 seconds left of the round. We have the dimensional drift now from Jaw. There's definitely plenty of information to be gained on this part of the map.
And Leaf is trying to entrench himself here over towards Lamps. He's going to have support from Trent back sight. Can he catch a timing?
Oh, ugly. Okay, Leaf's able to get away with it though. He's stacked up with Trent inside Lamps here. And Zekken's ready for a backstab attempt. It's going to be Trent winning it out. Over on that Lamp side now, the options are getting limited for Sentinels. They've got to make a play here, but Jonah is a problem. Another Sheriff pick. Down to Zelsus and Narrate, and they're just caught milling about the sites. A full capitulation for Sentinels there.
Second time they've been ecoed in this half by G2, and more than anything, it's come down to good positional play from G2. Neither of their ecos were just a guy randomly gets a couple Sheriff kills, crazy headshots. No, they actually outplay Sen in the macro game. On the prior one, they stacked the right site, and on this one, off of Jaw's ultimate, committing a dimensional drift on a pure eco, gets all of the information for the team to fully encircle Sen on this A site. Helps as well when Valen just gets the run and gun stinger kill, but
he was waiting inside Hookah, holding a very close angle. Then he goes looking and goes up against a player who's better equipped than he is, still wins that out. And all of a sudden, it just starts to come down like a house of cards.
You could just feel from the point of views of the Sentinels player, the walls closing in on them, the pressure that they were under. You could feel it getting dangerous.
Might be a pop here out of Hookah straight off the rip. Better weapons for G2. Sen already down to an awkward buy in this last round of the half, where the buck is pretty well appointed in that position.
Just didn't have an opportunity to actually click the mouse one more time. Probably would have gotten that kill on Jonah. Zekken had a showstopper that's not even going to be able to be used in this half.
Already down 2 players, and like you said, yeah, no chance in this half of that.
That being said, every remaining Sentinels player will have an opportunity to use an ultimate here, and it's maybe going to start with Narrate.
I'll handle this.
That was the B-side gate crash faked. It does pull G2 out to have a look and confirm.
And wants to get in back sight. Oh no, he's being spotted!
That is so rude. Narrate though, caught inside the vestiges of the dimensional drifts. It takes some team damage, and they're from the molly as well. Awkward stuff, but he's in and on the site. That's the most important part. Eventually, G2 getting cleared out. Valen determined to give a cat of himself here and not give this space up for free. Now has to walk into the fight. Taz bangs head off.
Oh my god, and he just gets out of there. waiting for his teammate. Valen is playing this so intelligently.
And there's no plant still. Zelsis doesn't have the space. Nice shot here on the Leafs direction, and Valen! Oh yeah, that's a captain's round for you.
That's just Valen looking like he did last week against NRG as well. Look, I mean, it's literally the same. Jonah and Valen are the two players with the most kills on G2. There's something about this map where that duo just activates. But he played this so intelligently, man. Every single kill, he didn't get greedy. He didn't go for more. He just throws out a stim, runs away with the extra speed, comes back in when his teammate was rapping from hookah. It's so smart.
Zelsis studiously ignoring Valen to the best. He knows he's standing up. He's full aware of that. 7 and 5 at the half. G2 get a couple crucial rounds to put them in the lead halfway through Vibes.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
G2 running it back from last week with Valen and Jonah P leading the charge. Some fantastic clutch situations. The most recent there, that round 12 where Valen plays to perfection over on that B side, completely undoing Sentinels and particularly Zelsis.
Over percent, it has been all about Bang. He is in top form today. We didn't see that in his last match against Cloud9, which was a rare underperformance from the man who has been positive in every single series he's had in Stage 2 until that match, and he has bounced back immediately.
What can he do on this defense side? He's notorious for being a dominant player from that position.
His anchoring on B is mental, but right now G2, they've inserted themselves into lamps, trying to get some forward positions, play around this wall from Leaf and get a safe plant if they can.
The wall really breaks up back sight a little bit there. You can sort of see it can be skirted around by Narrate, and he does so. Zek so far playing inside the smoke, and he's caught Jonah already with a paint shell, but the spike was stuck.
Yeah, he's just able to lob that over. Leaf is tucked into the corner. This is a cheeky little position.
Everyone's in smoke! No one can see anything! Narrate with his back there, the Leaf gets caught out. John here on the swing, and the timings have been very good here for G2.
John he can't do anything at half range. He's just stuck in lamps now.
Whatever he can get. Now eyes over towards that lamps direction. Trent a little ostracized here inside shower. Valen knew that Zek will be taking the fight to him and just found another timing. He just, just moves out of lamps at his own opportunity. And there's no reprisal, there's no trade. It is so hard for Sen to get a defuse here. And he's going to keep popping out, taking a shot. Pops back down. That is whack-a-mole on hard mode.
That is unbelievable. Sen trying their hardest to just avoid him. If we don't look at him, if we don't acknowledge him, Jaw isn't real. He can't hurt us from lamps. But he just finds the perfect moments to get back out of there and flank them.
I mean, that is such a chaotic round. You can see that so much play through these smokes. That's the C's nade combo, of course, that accounts for Jonah. Like, how is Jaw not spotted? The crossfires here for G2, just sublime.
They were so good. And there was that moment as well where Narrate just isolates himself trying to take showers, gets dealt with, but anyhow, fast into the next. It's G2 with, I mean, would hate to be second in this situation.
Yeah, he takes that early play over towards the TP side and now is sheepishly backing up. Caught inside the grab net. Nice little answer to him. He'll be stuck there for most of the round. There's a sonic sensor as well outside the door waiting for him.
Leaf didn't get the memo. He went for the Spectre. He was supposed to buy a Stinger in this situation, but it's all right.
He hasn't played in 2 weeks.
Yeah, he hasn't played for a while. It's his first game back. It's kind of the Stinger. That's kind of your team's thing. But
Sen looking for a more of a longer range engagement here, and well, better weapon wins.
One enemy remaining.
At least that's been the case for G2. Zelsis will, yeah, I'll wait the 4 horsemen now, just tucked in this corner, eventually to be dug out by Valen, who can just run and gun. And all of a sudden, G2, you blink, and they add 4 rounds to their total, already putting Sen, I mean, underwater.
Sen, who are going to have to deal with the exact same situation they put G2 in, which was bonus round, whole lot of Stingers going to run it down on them.
It is terrifying how frequently this pays off in Americas, especially.
Oh, and especially so for G2. They invented this. This is their bread and butter. All right, let's see if Sen can stop the bleeding and get back into this game.
They're taking some long lines on the A side.
Oh my god, that's a crazy lineup.
That's the second round in a row. The Zekken's been caught by an early grab net off the rip.
He has to try to get back into laps, retain some positioning, swing off that Prowler.
Jaws already had so much damage to Zekken. He just styled on him, bro. He just did the Dougie on that boy.
not the shorty and lamps again, man.
Somebody get a stretcher. Bro is vibing. Last 4 rounds, Jorgamo has been massive. Now, it's 2 rifles handed over to G2.
I mean, this one's just done. Time to save.
Okay, bye.
Time to save.
The last time, I love to call out from Mimi earlier, the last time we saw Sentinels on this map, they got 1 round against Liquid. So not exactly their best outing. And that was kind of maybe fed into the conversation that Kaplan started, saying like, our map pool is kind of shallow. And when we get dragged into these best of 5s, or if we want to be getting into these best of 5s as a team of globals, or here in, you know, potential grand final, we need a deeper pool.
Yeah, that depth is absolutely required. And it kind of feels like at the moment for G2, I mean, what are they missing? Corrode? That's really it, right? They're trying to figure themselves out on that map. But outside of that, they're looking solid on everything. Like, we didn't know what their bind was like until they debuted it against NRG last week. And evidently, this is just the home ground of Valen and Jonah.
And we might have seen this last week because they actually floated this map against NRG. Just never ended up getting it.
Jaw is a menace in lamps.
Bro, his ankles, man. Come on. Yep, that Stinger combo.
He's been on a heater too, Jaw. Some of the best play he's had all year has been this playoff run. I think he's the 2nd highest rated ACS at the moment.
Not just Yoru all the time.
Yeah, he's finally getting to play some other ages too. Not really the case here. Leaf.
That's an offense side outlaw.
Yep. Shades of Narrate on that first half. Just pushing down short, waiting for a defender to peek. Instant kill onto Zekken. This is a Sentinels who are fully forced up. It's resulted in Zelsis just having the Stinger to play with.
But again, the likelihood of G2 giving them anything for free here is pretty low. G2 looking to work the map. They got extensive showers control. That was a gate crash out of A by Narrate. Bolstering that B-side presence. That leaves Zelsis alone at A, though, and that is where G2 might be looking to end.
You know, situations like this, you know, when we've seen other teams running this double duelist, you would love to have Zelsis really fight doggedly for this space and lamps, not give it up so the rest of the team can flood back in. This comp, it's about speed, it's about flooding, fighting together, putting pressure when the spike is going down. But you know, G2, they've been able to circumvent those situations so far. They do it yet again here. Full retake needs to be activated for Sentinels, and it needs to be a success. Their economy is really, really bad right now.
And these crossfires have already been set up, Wyatt. G2 have fallen back into those strong positions, and Sen now have to take this side. They do have the flash to work with. Oh dear. That's a molly that wasn't blocked. Yep. That's going to give them the hot foot and force Sen to disperse away from the spike for the time being. Battle's got a little angle, maybe even a timing over the top here. John able to find one. Narrates. Rifle chimes in. Jonah's been marked and can just sort of try and take a swing on this step. Maybe just force John off the side, and yep. It's another save here for Sentinels, and they are very quickly losing their grip on this game. No encounter over at the TP. G2 will stay. Hatch is battened.
Nothing that Sen could do. G2 are so patient there. They really over-indexed in waiting for that molly to come down and body blocking it. Couldn't do that. Didn't get on the spike earlier to really get it to half. Time just dwindled way too far. And G2 are just patiently waiting behind these smokes. Didn't need to do a thing.
Move, Alex, you big body. If I die, I swear to gosh.
Thanks for keeping it real rated G for us on that.
I don't think I've ever heard someone say, I swear to gosh. I'm really impressed at his composure in that moment. Obviously a very necessary timeout here called by Sentinels. An awkward couple of rounds. Finally a chance to buy in, and there's a showstopper here for Zekken, but outside of that, I mean, they have done nothing in this second half.
I'm going to imagine it's just going to be a hard force, invest everything they can. They get away with a couple rifles. That showstopper is going to need to be everything for them to stay in this game. G2 are on a 6-round run at the moment. Started at the end of that first defensive half.
And Jorga's shot straight back up to the top of the scoreboard here in this second half. This player's been great for him. Number 2 in ACS and KPR. In the entirety of Americas, of course. And again, not just in that Yoru jail, really flexing around a whole ton. Back to his roots in a way.
Oh, there you go. It's Leaf's first deadlock game in his career. He's not doing too bad. He's playing pretty well. This comp from G2 so far, nothing but success. A sound win against NRG, and it looks like they're going to repeat the same against Sentinels unless they can come back in this crucial round. Everything invested. Zekken is caught yet again.
Delta's able to avoid the annihilation. Crucially, Narrate has to hold his ground. It's coming too fast here for Sentinels to clearly deal with. But here's Zekken's showstopper. That strikes at the heart and takes the Brimstone out of the game. Jonas up on the cubby though, catches bang as he walks on out. Does he know there's a player backside? 2 of them are there. Sentinels gamble correctly. End up in the right place.
G2 just come out with the fastest of fast hits. Sen stacked up and ready. Good little double face at the end there out of the smoke to clean things up. It looked like Jonah may have had a chance to wrangle that round back. Showstopper gets great value. Second getting back in after being caught in the net for the 3rd time instantly. I mean, these net lineups from Leaf have been getting a lot of early value.
Moments like that, it seems like where Sentinels are a bit more comfortable. Many such rounds against C9 where they simply took these aggressive fights. So look how far forward on this B side they're playing wide. They want another close fight.
They want to fight over this orb because Josh surely is going to go for trying to get that dimensional drift. Punish. Well, he'll have it for the next round. Narrate deals with him effectively. VALORANT going to get the orbital strike though. Still so many ultimates going to be available in the near future for G2.
Smoke's down.
And Leaf is on point today.
Still deep anchor positions for the remainder of Sen here on B.
Really feels like he never left, honestly. Hasn't skipped a beat.
I don't think he was telling the truth about the 2 weeks not playing thing, honestly. Just makes it sound worse, but...
I don't know, it's possible. He plays a lot of RuneScape. I don't know how much he was really playing VALORANT.
So far, he's definitely been farming level 99 in this game.
Narrate's on that rotate towards elbow to set up a good crossfire here with Zelsis. Try and play off this wall that they've got. Smoke's going to be dropped. Zelsis is now, I believe, fully covered up, so we'll have an opportunity to pop out that right side just in case, but he wants to go forward.
Leaf is watching this. Obviously, we can hear the sonic sense, and Narrate's able to win out against Jonah. Flashed himself out of that smoke, if I'm not mistaken, and Zelsis is slowing things down from Hookah.
Both Sen players are just isolated little mini games right now. Zelsis, that timing.
Oh, it's a rat. VALORANT shot in the back as well. Won't be given a chance to escape, and that spike is out in the open. Trent with nothing to do. I pack it in for the next round and send scrape 2 together.
Narrate really finds his footing in this round. Big impact. Like that Sen, super aware that G2 are going to really try to get towards those orbs with multiple players just being 1 away. So they fight over that B control, especially you can just have your Yoru here in front of the smoke. He can teleport away, wins that duel against Jaw. And then from there, look at that timing again out of the smoke.
Zelsus is smoking like that position over and over.
Literally, Narrate and Zelsus, the two of them just kind of working together with Util, or at least Zelsus giving him smokes and stuff, and you know, Bang putting the wall up and down, but they are just playing their own little 1v1 games, and they won both of them.
Who's next?
Here's that dimensional drift that Jaw got on the prior round. Zekin wants to avoid being caught in the grab net this time, and he does it.
That's a very nerdy grab net. Set up, there's Narrate. That takes Trent out of the equation here. No Teho on deck. Okay, flash out of the smoke again for Jaw. Oh, man. Oh, that's a problem. That might be a slight wrinkle in the plan here for Sentinels, Wyatt.
That is just outrageous from Jaw. Narrate, unfortunately, stumbling his way into those bullets at the end. And this should be it for Sentinels. I mean, Bang could try to make something happen. He's got a lot of cash right now. Maybe get that first kill towards Lamps. Trying to do something. I mean, Leaf's precision with these has been unbelievable.
Yeah, you had to be really preemptive with this deadlock utility normally, right? Can't just throw it out willy-nilly. It doesn't get you that value, but Leaf has really got his finger on the pulse of what Sen are trying to do and the pace they're trying to play at.
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of deadlock this year, so we haven't really witnessed the changes to her be exploited in that you're getting the net as your signature ability. But Leaf is making the most of it. He's definitely making the most of it. I've not seen so many of those connect in one game, I don't think ever.
And many of them are set plays as well, off the start of the round. Let's have a look at this multi-kill.
Mental from Jaw. I mean, I can't blame Zekin for trying to be able to get the kill when he's getting out of the dimensional drift. But it's such a chaotic moment that Zelsus, he doesn't even realize he's exposing himself to that potential angle, because why would that be a potential angle to die from? The moment is just far, far too chaotic to realize that Jaw could get a free kill there.
Because a chance for multiple Sentinels ultimates to be developed off orbs at the start of this round. They had no control of the A side orb. So that will go to Leaf. More tentative here, yeah. Over on the B side, I think they would love a Nightfall for John. The threat of that operator is going to stave them off for now. Okay, Narrate just takes the fight, man. Every now and then he just mixes something like that in. Works out just as often as not. What an important round for him to get an edge of just a raw swing.
He is really starting to light up G2 on defense. John wants to even the odds, playing with this operator. Narrate can take that first contact, teleport away, and then you have Zekin controlling over towards Lamps. And that's another free one.
Narrate's done his job.
Staying for more.
Yeah, done more than enough, I would like to think. Zekin losing out, though. That's a value losses. Well, now there's going to be Lamps control set up for G2. Yeah, they'll be slowed up here a little bit. That's to be expected. And in the meantime, Bang is wending his way towards him on his late wrap.
Yeah, that'll allow Bang to maybe get a better, more optimal timing on this flank.
Face your fear!
Zen had a little bit of utility to get back in with on John. He's got that Haunt, Prowler, etc.
Spike planted.
Jonah is watching for this. They spot out Bang. He just needs to live. He just needs to be a nuisance.
Yep, keep him contained here on short. The best thing he can be doing right now. And there's the orbital strike. It's Armageddon. And Zelsus lances them out of existence.
That is some excellent utility in the moment, and just the realization, you know, the calls from Bang coming there, that him being alive, he's got them, contained towards Lamps. He sees, wait, they're all getting stacked up there. We can absolutely destroy them with some util. Frankly, I was really worried there for a moment for Sen. Narrate did so much, but then overstays his welcome, doesn't teleport away, gets caught. Second loses the duel.
Let's go. Let's bring this shit back. Let's go. Good composure.
But that trio win it out with some really fantastic team play, some good decision-making in the moment, syncing up that utility.
Armageddon up here for Trent. For the first time this game, I think we've seen it.
Go ahead.
Dimensional drift, though, is going to be ready. Here's that Armageddon cutting through. Just clears that backside position, denies triple, followed up by a stealth drone. All the info, all the positioning here for G2.
They get that wall placed very deep as well, so Zekin going to have to spend some time breaking that. However, the plant is temporarily denied by Defender utility coming through. I don't even know if Zekin is aware that that wall is right in front of them, to be honest, because there's a dimensional drift running in now, and that'll give the info. Narrate.
He's able to get through it.
Able to circumvent all of that. Able to get into showers, even Nightfall.
A lot of control. Yeah, 2 players now. They know there's some heavy presence over towards the Lamb's direction, but Narrate loses out there as he comes out of D-Drift. And Jaw, feet planted inside Lambs, impossible to clear until John finally carves him out with the operator. But that's Sen now down to 2 players. 4 up for G2, and Celsius has to go looking for something, an edge to find. It's the Tehu off the map. Spots Leaf as the smoke clears, but it's not enough. And it's like he's not missed a day of regulation play. Leaf ends the game with a fancy little 2K to make it a convincing bind outing for G2.
That was some of the best deadlock play I've ever seen. Honestly, all of the utility pieces were getting massive value. Ends that game with the highest ACS player. Yeah, nice little return for Leaf, and honestly would expect nothing less. I mean, this was the man who was the best player for G2 throughout that first half of the year before he had to take a break. And he is back in top form just as he left. I just love the way that G2 played this map with the comp, the layers of utility that they have to stall out Sen. You're playing against a double duelist comp that thrives on flooding back into these sites, but look at this. There's no situation where Sen are actually able to get back in to fight over the spike, over the plant. They're just stuck in spawn because there's too much. There's the walls, there can be missiles from Trent. What are they supposed to do? The comp is not able to operate as intended with the way that G2 are playing.
And G2 are not giving up that back A side, right? They're anchoring these sites really, really effectively, slowing things up. Some concerns about the map pool surely going forward here for Sentinels. They're trying to expand it, but it's a bit of a sloppy showing on Bind. Hopefully Sunset is more promising for them.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me school. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip society. Underdog overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
That would be a good enough trade for Valen, though. Now Jonah P down long, getting wrapped around behind. Surely he can't get a kill for me. What is happening? Jonah P is remarkable.
John knows that he's got time again to play with. Once more, Paranoia is forced out. Vic with a TP up towards the box, towards the top, but John is lights out and sharp as anything.
I'm here with Josh RT and Baby Bay ahead of map 2. And Josh, looking at that, it looked like getting back on the bike, no training wheels required. Coming into today, though, were there any reservations? Were you worried at all about the team finding their groove? And second, how are you going to take down Sentinels on their Sunset?
Of course, like with a strong opponent like Sen, there's always going to be some like doubts about like, damn, can Nate like perform at this level right away? We only had 4 days of practice with them, and obviously there's a lot of question marks, especially with like how well we were playing before. But we were confident with this move. And for the next map, we've been preparing this for a while, and I always think like we'll take on any challenge. But obviously they're a really good team, so who knows?
And Dre, what do you think Josh really meant by that?
Sorry for taking the mic, bro. All right, so basically what he was trying to say is now we were not nervous at all. We knew Leaf, we knew Nate was going to come here to drop bombs. We knew he was going to be ready, and we're ready for Sunset, bro. Sen are definitely nervous right now. That's what he was trying to say. All right, bet.
All right, sounds great. Guys, take it away. Good luck, good luck.
Okay, wait, let me find out that Baby Bay is Josh RT's anger translation manager, like the translator. Remember that from the Chappelle show or even like Key and Peele? It's too good. This is too good. Even Baby Bay being there, giving the intangibles, being the guy.
He looks as excited backstage as he was on stage when he was making the plays.
Oh, man. Also, he committed the one crime of taking the microphone off of Rivington's head.
Sitting back there sipping his Red Bull.
Sip that Red Bull, bro. Look
and
at
that's a high-impact assistant coach. You don't have every other assistant coach in the league back there going, yeah, and sipping.
He's just cycling through his emotes in the back, waiting to find the right one.
Oh, too good, too good. But of course, though, reflecting on the match itself, G2 just continued to show why they are such a dominant team here. And even though that first half was, you know, a bit neck and neck, right? Trading rounds here and there, it then ultimately came down to Mimi, just G2 in that second half, running away with it.
The big thing for me, too, is Leaf is back. His first game since Masters Toronto. Topping the charts for G2. Wow. He played really well, locking in the deadlock, which we hadn't seen a ton of from him before. But this was a dominant showing, especially after the halftime.
Yeah, after halftime, G2 just started running these A-hits on repeat, which Leaf was a part of, dropping this wall into backside. And this round was crazy because he just hides in the left corner of the brim smoke on the pistol. It's a 4v5, no one clears the corner, and the retake comes in.
And look at that stat there, 67% pistol win rate. G2 has been dominant in these early rounds. In this game, they win out on the bonus as well that we're about to take a look at. And these are why they keep on snowballing early halves.
And this is the utility I was talking about from Leaf, right? Crouch is Zekin up on the high angle, so he's forced to fall off the site. So G2 kept getting very easy positions to play on site because there wasn't that forward contest. They're able to put down the deadlock wall and just filter in, playing heavy in garage and lamps.
It's a big difference from the first half, where I thought Sen did a good job of trying to fight forward and disrupt the defensive util dump. But on their own defense side, they were the ones getting pushed into, getting bowled over by G2, and they just ran away with the first map of the series.
It just goes to show you, right, when it comes to players like Leaf, like what he brings to the table. He takes a sentinel defensive character and manages to make all the utility very aggressive, very interface. It's just more of the things of what this guy brings to the table here. Now, of course, though, Sentinels far from out of this one. Let's see what's going on with Coach Kaplan, as Rivington got some words with him ahead of map 2.
I am here with Kaplan ahead of map 2. It is going to be Sentinels Sunset that you're going to. So I want to look ahead, but also look backwards as to what do you think G2 is kind of doing to get under your skin there on Bind, and what are you going to be looking for on Sunset?
Yeah, I think that map and both our comps, it's about as snowbally as Valorant gets, and there was just a few rounds you can't afford to lose when you're in that much of a snowball fest. Sunset, I think it's a lot less like that. I think their comp has some problems they can't run from, and we're a lot comfier on our solutions. And yeah, it's a best of 3. We're just going to win 2 of the 3 maps.
All right, hope you can still get the ball rolling on the next map. Good luck.
You.
And they most definitely will need to if they want to try and force that map 3 on Haven. Of course, Sunset will be the battleground for map 2 here. We'll see what we get out of this. And Ender, I mean, you know, there's a litany of things that they can pull out. Both teams, really, they have so many, they have a lot of versatility. Surely we'll find something here.
Yeah, well, what I'm interested in is that last comment that Kaplan makes there, saying that the comp has a lot of holes that they can't run away from. G2 are playing a comp with a Chamber in there and a Sage in there, so double Sentinel, but also no Viper, so no second layer of smoke, so Lurk's a little bit harder to activate on, and information is a gap that maybe Sentinels want to exploit.
Yeah, you only have the Chamber trip and then the util from the Fade, so you get pretty reliant on heavy stacking one side with the Sentis and re-clearing on the other.
And the other thing was the way that Jonah P was playing the Sage was very aggressive, and I think if Sentinels can force him out of playing B main early in rounds, G2's defense will struggle.
It's all about wasting the wall, wasting the Sage util. Your game gets so much easier after that.
You heard our analysts. Let's see what Sentinels can do to force that map 3. For now, though, you got Uber and Wyatt are going to meet you guys on the other side after this short break.
Sunset on the horizon after we see Sentinels bind for the first time in quite some time, and probably left a little bit to be desired if you're part of Sen City. However, this is their map pick. Sunset coming in hot, and here are going to be your agents. Both these teams with very different takes on this map, and yeah, we've seen consistency. G2 are going to go with this Sage and Chamber looks. Leaf going to step straight into that role again. Been on that agent a bunch in the past that look really good with Sentinels. This is where John goes back to playing that Cypher, and of course they've got the Breach. Old school look here from Sen.
Old school, because this has just always been a home map for them, and this is the comp that's been a recipe for very continued success on it. And I think when you're looking at this Sentinels map pool overall, you're needing Sunset to be right up there at the top, as it was for them throughout their run last year in 2024, right? Where they were able to lean on this. This year it's been a lot about Lotus, it's been a lot about Corrode since that's entered the pool. But if they can have 3 maps at the top, I think then they're really starting to cook with something. They're gonna need to come out swinging here though. G2 were on a sick run to close out that last game. Absolutely dominant. Their comp really hard countering Sentinels.
Some notable stats, I think, coming out of this stage so far. We looked at the pistol round win rate for G2. That is quite impressive to have over 60% win rate on those pistols, but also on bind. G2 actually get less first kills across the map than Sentinels. In fact, they win over 50% of the rounds where they go down 4 versus 5 early, which is hard to do at this level against a team like that. And Sen are 1 from 7 in retakes.
And I think that really tells the story of that last map, is that even if Sen got a first kill, once it got into a post-plant situation, G2 were just able to win all of them out because of the density of the util in their comp in that game, you know? It was really that deadlock, all that stall util going up against a comp that needs to get back in fast is a recipe for disaster.
And let's not discount also what the Tejo util is still able to do, right? Yeah, it's a little bit harder to spam those guided salvos, but Trent is still able to provide a heck of a lot, you know, in that disruption, in that stall. And once on the attack side, G2 got the side, Sen could not get back in for the life of them. Stalled out, gunned down through smoke, getting pinged out, nothing they could really do there. Brutal stuff. Now, earlier we spoke with Zelsis about the importance of winning this ARPA final versus G2. There's a lot on the line, but let's hear it from the man himself.
Beating G2 in that upper final and getting that grand final slot and just getting more VODs on them, or, you know, they get tired, especially as a team with a sub, maybe they get a little drained, a little gassed. So it would be definitely a W for us to win that upper final. I do think it'll still be a bloodbath. I think it's never easy playing against G2 for us. Thankfully, they have a sub, so we can kind of take some wins off them. But yeah, either way, I enjoy playing G2, and I think getting that upper final win against them would be very beneficial for us.
Now he is glossing over the fact that in order to beat G2 last time, Zekken had to get 20 kills in the second half of Lotus to get them out of that situation. So, hey, you know, bloodbath is true, but Leaf is back in. I don't know about this talk about subs because Leaf looks like he never left the roster.
No, he is just in sick form straight away. And now we get to see him on the Chamber where Babybay was honestly going crazy. Yep. His Chamber games were
He was
sick.
playing it on Ascent and farming.
Here on Sunset as well, had so many great timings that he was taking for flanks even. Was finding massive impact. And was honestly, I think, the critical reason that this G2 comp here, this look on Sunset was working. So I'm excited to see if Leaf is going to be able to take over the game in the same fashion. We certainly know he has more than enough skill to do it.
2 in 3 pistol rounds won by G2. That is pretty wild. Yeah, we've got a bit of a tech pause moment here on the stage, just waiting to jump into our pistol.
Baited us with that one.
And,
the wall top baited us for real.
I was ready. And you know, something that Zelsis didn't mention in that brief interview is that getting the win in this game means you go into that grand final. It's a best of 5. Your opponent does not get to ban a map before you choose the first map if you're the top seed. So you go ban, pick first map. So if we get a rematch of this, you're just going to ban, what, Corrode and Lotus and then pick your best map straight away to start the series.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Feels like just a nail in the coffin.
It's been
for
a massive,
the grand finals.
It's been a massive edge for our top seeds in stage finals. Like, it really has shown out.
Except for last stage where Sen were in through the upper bracket and still ended up losing to G2.
Yeah, we do talk about that one.
I mean, that was the rare time that that's actually happened, which is just a testament to how good this G2 team is. I mean, the first team that we've seen in Americas that have an actual shot at going for a three-peat, winning every single trophy in our region this year.
It's like we had a moment of Jaw had to relog, so he's still getting everything sorted out, getting ready to run in. And this is 2 very, very different styles on this map. You know, we're going to see the Breach try and set up some of these trap plays on the defense side. We're going to be looking over towards the A side of the map here, the classic straight down the line towards A main fault line, and maybe see Zekken try and capitalize. Whereas G2 a slightly different approach, and we know that Chamber can be a real menace on this map.
Yeah, that Breach, it is predictable, but effective. I think that's really the trade-off that you're taking. Everyone is so used to playing against it, comfortable playing against it, but he's still very good on this map. You can still set up your Neon so effectively.
This is obviously a situation where Narrate comes off Duelist now. We don't see too many of the double Duelist maps from Sentinels. And honestly, the teams that have been playing double Duelist here in Stage 2, they're kind of gone. Like, what has happened to them? They've all sort of fallen away, right? Crew, Leviathan. Maybe that wasn't the ideal approach in the end. Now, G2 versus Sentinels, it's a match that always delivers, and we caught up with Valen. And we wanted to ask you, what exactly is it that makes this matchup so special to you?
Yeah, Sentinel's game is always the most energetic one. I mean, between the players and between the crowd, like the room is electric. And I love those games. The rival games, I mean, I used to play sports in high school, and like those high school rivalry games, like it gives me flashbacks to that, you know? It's a special one in my heart, you know? I love those players, and we talk back and forth all the time to try to create up like a big rivalry. And it all comes down to this moment. They got their actually, what am I saying? We got the first 2. I was going to say they got the first 2. No, they didn't. We got the first 2. They want the third, but I think the Babybay Smeeg aura is just like inevitable. Like, they're going to crumble under the pressure of Babybay. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that one.
Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control. I'm lost control.
Thanks for sticking with us, folks. Sometimes we have issues in round one of a game. We need to roll back, but because it's round one, we run into an issue where there is no prior round. So we have to remake the lobby entirely. Of course, we have plenty of time for some horseplay.
What are these guys chirping about? What is happening?
Not sure.
I'm trying to decode the messages, but I'm lost, man.
Yeah, I mean, Valen talks earlier about really loving to make something of this little rivalry. Obviously, these guys are mates out of game. Well, a little smack talk in the track, though. Leaf loves trying to get under the skin of his opponents, clearly, and we saw him get loud, get rowdy, stood up there, and I remember there's some of those intangibles that BabyBay's bringing to the team involves that, a little bit more joviality when it comes to the stage. We're going to jump in, folks, now to our second map of this best of three. It's Sentinels Sunset, where they'll start on defense. Moments away from the pistol.
And I'm just taking a look at those pistol round win rates again. There is a stark difference. One is not like the other. 50% honest from Sentinels. 1 for 1. They like to play a game of Valorant where there's no advantages for either side, right? G2, they're 24 for 12, which is a crazy record to have for pistol rounds. That is unreasonable, if I'm being honest.
And if they lose a pistol, they just buy stingers.
Send there ready for an early A fight. Kind of standard line here with your breach to take. Have that fault line to send out. Paranoia comes first. G2 are baiting out some valuable utility pieces, especially on a pistol round where you don't get a whole lot of them.
Celsius has been pretty conservative, though, on how he just offloads that util. Still that fault line, like you mentioned, held in reserve for the real thing. But eyes are going back towards top mid here as we do see Leaf starting to explore that part of the map a bit more. Headhunter with 6 in the chamber.
And in the meantime, towards A, yeah, G2, they are making their move. When that one-way faded and the next one had to be placed, Prowler instantly. Bang knows that it's time to give that space up, that he could get overwhelmed, so he's going to go all the way back towards spawn. Now Nere has taken that forward position, exchanging a Prowler of his own. This execute is bound to come in any second now. Yeah, here it goes. Paranoia. Site taken for free.
There's Lee, top mid, finds himself 2. He's off to the races already. And that dirty stage wall blocks off the spawn side of A, so G2 get into that site for free. Bang aware.
He is so aware. He instantly pings that out. But Jonah should have a teammate to assist. Surely right now, fully isolated.
And Jordan doesn't quite have the timing, but the swing is good. He finds 2 with the frenzy. And chalk up, get another pistol round here for G2. No one does it like they do.
As soon as the sage wall goes down for part of the site on the pistol and you have to get back in, it's wraps. It's wraps. You're not spending all that time breaking the wall. You don't have enough bullets to do it.
And it's so good on either side. You can use it to block market off on B, spawn off on A, and then Leaf unleash there through mid. It was only passively being watched there by Sentinels.
Jaw's like a little late to go in on the trade in like a technical sense, but honestly it's the perfect timing because then Sen weren't really expecting it and they get pushed by those G2 site players.
By being late on his own swing timing.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I tell my teammates in ranked when I don't try to trade for them effectively. No, you don't get it.
I'm trying to catch the timing off you, bro.
John's got the cam over here towards that B site to get the information that their gamble stack is incorrect.
Yep. That stage wall gets them through market for free. There's no way that Sentinels can really intervene here. And a stinger heavy buy for G2 is going to be well appointed now as they'll set these crossfires up on B. Sen likely just want to leap into the wood chipper here.
It still feels like a novelty when we get to see Jaw playing something other than Yoru. And maybe that feeling will begin to go away because we're seeing Sunset in their pool a lot more. We're getting to see some Jaw Neon. I'm just so used to only watching him on that agent. And I know he's talked about feeling restricted in terms of the fun levels. I mean, he's wanted to play other stuff
this was that
and
narrative.
Be let off the dog wants to be off the chain.
This was that narrative when we first started talking about him coming on to G2. The question was like, was it going to be him getting restrained or them sort of being unleashed alongside him?
Yeah, unfortunately, Yoru is just way too good, so he just has to keep playing it all the time.
It's like an extra initiator. It's astounding.
But he's let loose playing the Neon. I remember back when Neon got that massive buff last year, Jaw was the first player that really started exploiting it. And it was on Sunset. He was ankle breaking.
And this year, though, I feel like it was Asuna who really insisted on the agent on a lot of these maps, and we've seen Jaw pick it up again.
Team Ace.
All right, Sen, first opportunity at the full buy. No real damage to speak of on that prior round. G2 have a very good bonus right now.
I think it's about time that Sen showed us what they're made of here, Wyatt.
And G2 are going to take some space over towards B main early with a Prowler. Take their time working the map.
Really limited mid presence from Sen. They're really playing off of this part of the map. That's what allowed Leaf to get up there on the pistol and find 2 easy ones.
Jaw would look to get an engagement at that range with the Guardian. Just waiting out to see if anyone from Sen will expose themselves top mid. Maybe that can be the path to an entry kill for G2 as Util is just exchanged towards A main.
They got the fault line there.
The standard situation with those one-ways going up, and now it's a fast pivot from G2 getting back towards mid. And it looks like they want to go for that full B split 3-pronged attempt.
Yeah. A weird spot for Zekin to be this far into the round, I'm not going to lie. Jaw absolutely unprepared for that. Okay, here's Zekin though, mid caught by the Stinger, the classic. And now some degree of boba control obtained by G2.
A G2 that are patient right now, taking their time. Narrate going to get swung on, traded out by Jonah, but John is at the proper range to deal with that.
As Trent emerges, far too quick for John to do anything about.
These are 2 players now with rifles for G2. Leaf pushed forward, has the ability to escape as well.
Weird little off angle he's got here. Might have seen a barrel there from Bang and he's waiting for him. Yep.
Oh, gets the dink.
Chunks him down to 12. Fake TP there. Zelsis has got a lot to do himself. He might try and flash Bang into the side, but he's just too low. And that G2 slowly able to fall back over towards that main direction. God, he's low. All right. Shock here as Leaf will stay entrenched. Time to scratch his nose even, clearly. Not enough pressure being applied to him. There's the tickle, there's the shot. Bang's head ripped off, and it's up to Zelsis now. Tough situation to get yourself out of, down to 8. And Leaf can bide his time. Knows he doesn't need to do much more than that. And the Headhunter has its prize. Itchy nose be damned. G2 go up 3-0.
He is tearing them apart right now. I like that round from G2 in that, you know, they work B main early. They apply a lot of pressure A main, then they pivot into that split onto B, the 3-lane split, where when you have the Neon, you can use the fast lane to get up top. But Zekin read that situation. He was ready for it. You're kind of playing that off angle towards spawn. But what's lovely from the G2 side is that they really control the tempo of the game. They're able to slow things down.
What is that?
And in that moment is when the Sentinels players start to get a little bit rattled, a little bit anxious by the situation that they're finding themselves in, because it felt like G2 were just going to go in quickly, but they're stalling out. They're waiting, and then they get that trade onto Narrate, and then John all of a sudden realizes they're going to be coming at me from all angles. Like those players in market, they just slowed down, walking forward. I really like that adjustment from G2 in the middle of the round. They win out their bonus, in which, by the way, they basically just, I think they carried every single gun over.
Yep.
So their economy is rolling right now as well.
They're playing around the breach pretty effectively. Drawing that util out of, you know, Zelsis early in the round. It's tough for him to really be relevant. I think he tried to flash Bang into the side there in that post plant. But by that point, Senna lost far too much equity across the map, including that this trade they lost out on in Boba.
That works.
Now they're down to, again, just brass tacks. We've got a Marshall here. Man carrying it, also by the same name.
So this is the kind of round win that if Sen somehow get it, can just jettison them right back into the game. Mentally, in terms of the economy, it's not a situation we've never seen in the past. Like, this is a potential turning point. It's just unlikely, right? I mean, G2 are playing this in a very stable way. They're waiting out any aggression towards mid at the moment.
Some of the big mid stack, like a 1-3-1 to start the round, so hoping to trade into whatever aggression G2 might send top mid side, but we actually might see just a bona fide A hit from them now.
At least a take of A main, faking that they could be pushing up there. Sen want to respond by going into mid. They've been funneled into that trap.
Curiosity killed the cat, Wyatt.
Dealt with easily at long range.
And it's the fake of pressure at A that gets them curious at top mid.
Exactly. G2 have absolutely worked them on this round. Oh, what is happening, man? No! Just styles on him for no good reason at all. No good reason. Not one gun dropped for G2. The economy is, it's absolutely out of control, and we're only on round 5. There are 2 players at over 7K already.
And I mean, G2 know which button to press to try and draw out this Sentinel squad, like in different parts of the map.
That's not okay, dude.
Yeah, that is some stank, yo. Stow that.
I knew that was filthy.
You want to play? Let's
maybe a bit more insistent about this A side, but again, it's G2 trying to tease that early util out on this side of the map. Tour de Force active for Leaf.
Here.
He just uses that straight away. Got it last round. NRG going to be but one orb away from the Nightfall, so could be relevant later in this round, depending on how things play out. But at the moment, G2's hope is just that Leaf can patiently stay scoped up on some of these angles and find an entry via that Tour de Force. But Sen are very safe in their positioning at the moment. Outside of Bang, who, the way things are set up, really has to be jiggling inside the map. Wow, this is a crazy fake wall, but the trip is there, so Jonah is like stuck. What? I mean, I see the vision, but that trip is a little unfortunate.
It pulls two players back from Boba, though, still. They've got to watch that left side push up top mid.
And Bang just has to give this up. I mean, he'd be a fool to try to fight this alone. He knows he'd be overwhelmed if that's the case. Jonah swings out. This is madness in mid, man.
It does set up a straight-up post-plant situation, though, for G2. No chance really for Sen to intervene. Neural Theft, though, gets some value. Sentinels with a bit of information, but now they've got to execute on it.
And either Fade with one kill will have a Nightfall in this situation, by the way.
Massive in this situation. Zekin gets across the gap. Heard, and now it's a nice little fault line. Doesn't catch on the jaw, though. He's big chilling. Able to push up Link now. We're going to see a rendezvous off the spot there for Leaf. Awkward place for that shorter to go to work, but Trent now needs some backup. 4 bullets in the chamber. Not enough to fell narrate, but he and Zelsus are low as it gets. And Leaf capitalizes. Now they're all 1v1. John v Leaf. Leaf with the advantage now. Happy to tease this out.
Just wants to bait out a shot.
Oh, man, he's dirty. Topping the scoreboard, a second consecutive map on his return to competitive play.
This guy is just insane.
He's 10-1.
It's hard to believe that with still the success and the performances that G2 have put on, they've been lacking their best player. But he's back, and yeah, I remember why these guys were so damn good. Mental 1 versus 3.
Oh my goodness. And Sen have nothing to say. In and out of the server by the looks of things. Very muted cohort of players on their map pick, falling well behind the 8 ball.
Everything they've got invested into this round in terms of the credits. Sen have that Nightfall to play with. They just haven't honestly been getting enough kills to get close to some of these ults either, which has been a bit of an issue. Like on the rounds that they're losing, aside from the last one, there were a couple that were basically flawless, near flawless. So we're still not that close to getting a Rolling Thunder from Zelsus even. G2 now working their way towards B main while they apply pressure towards A, making it seem like they really want to take that space. And Jaw gets punished for it.
I'll say though, G2's 4v5 conversion's been very good this series. Last round was no exception either.
They're going to wall off markets, and they just have to deal with a potential flood coming from back site. Trying to push up very far. What a shot.
That's absolutely crucial, but John gets his Pound of Flesh over on the B site. Jonah's entrenched here. Relay ball comes in, he can't test it, and Zekin slides in for the fight.
He can't even help on the flank, he has to break Jonah's wall.
Oh, some spray though gives Leaf what he was looking for. This is 2 players up now for G2. Nightfall already expended.
Last player standing.
There just had to be a raw challenge there. This is falling apart for G2. This time Sen finally scratched something onto the board.
Now you can see the defenders do a good job there of forcing the G2 players into basically all 1v1s in that in multiple situations, not just the last one with Trent, but then Leaf and then Jonah isolated on the site here by Zekin as well, sliding in. And that Nightfall just came a little bit too late from Trent, and it feels like there was just some kind of miscommunication that happens in the mid-round because he's trying to get in from a Nightfall from Market, which is walled off. So definitely a misunderstanding of the situation, something not communicated properly, and Sen are able to take full advantage with a nice backside flood to finally get onto the board.
Last round, Jaws doing this, he gets caught by NRG. It's not able to get out onto the map elsewhere. This time it's 3 up tiles. No top mid control really outside of the trap wire, which is in the same spot as it was last round. Trent noted that. It's been cleared. Second seized in place inside market. The spike though currently rests, with the Fade player, so we'll need to get through Zekken still either way.
Yeah, Zekken trying to do his best. That's a great first kill. Wants to get out of dodge. G2, they do have him absolutely surrounded, and he does get punished. Trent in the same lurk spot again.
Yep, chilling in the slow orb. Happy enough to be there. Joel might have seen Zelsis around the corner now, looking to try and back away. No, he almost caught a timing. Trent barely alive, but still in fighting form.
Hazu's jaw brought down to 40 HP.
Spike planted.
Jaw, look at him aware. They know Bang could be coming. 2 players are ready to face.
One is good. Leaf's not able to find the swing timing. The rendezvous position is cleared.
Zelsis wants to give Bang something to play off of. Stun doesn't connect.
Can also flash him into the site. He's in a bit of an awkward spot.
Just give Zelsis a smoke to cross so he can actually assist on this retake.
Both enabling each other now. What a paranoia! Good connection. Surely at least good for one. Zelsis though loses out the fight towards Boybra and still hits Bang in a 1v2. And as low as he is, he can't afford to take the risk. Saving here.
Just has to be a save. G2 again finds some success on one of those big B splits where you go up through spawn. And I like that they added a different layer this time, which was Trent coming even later, delayed from the pack to pick up that rotating player on A, which was Narrate, who had a Nightfall, so that's just off the table. And what a tool that could have been for Sentinels that's been removed. And then the second as well, that John dies back site, Leaf immediately took the space. No more Cypher, bet. I'm getting into the site straight away from main. They get full control of everything. There are just little layers being added onto what G2 are doing that are continuing to get them advantages.
We are seeing some adaptations here from Sentinels. This round, they definitely prioritized that market control a little bit more highly. We saw Zekken go there with that overdrive active. Unfortunately, it doesn't sort of pan out for him as he walks into a double face and has to pull back away from it. Top mid, though, is still, I think, an issue. Like you mentioned, Trent able to lurk there as the same tripwire placed a couple rounds consecutively. And Senna being drawn out of position by any mid presence at all from G2.
And you can see John is also placing that trip further back because the close one, it's pretty easy to just spam and break it. Yeah. So it's in this really passive position that's
it only
not getting much accomplished.
Yeah, it only catches the mid to A.
Yeah. Which is not something that G2 have opted for yet. I mean, I guess they tried on one round with the Sage, but
this is already very different. Look at this top mid presence off barrier.
Yeah.
But the guns aren't there, really.
No, so they're just going to send it on an aggro round, and I'm not mad at that. But frankly, I expect a team like G2 to be well prepared for something like this to come out of a timeout on a lower buy.
This will probably still require them to give up mid to a degree. Yeah, Sen have been allowed in.
G2 are all posted up. How aggressively do they try to get themselves back into mid, though? Narrate is in a pretty unorthodox position.
Okay, relay bolt doesn't quite connect. Zekken, though, is hit with the paranoia. No follow-up. Narrate goes very low from presumably some spam. Okay, fast lane sets John up there. Zekken was just a bait in the end. And now back over towards market, top mid. G2 have managed to find their way into B as a result of this, though.
John needs to be really careful. Leaf is drawing so much attention. Look at the rotation defensively. All of Sen have gone to this side. Okay, John is picking them apart. Luckily for Sen.
He's having a great game, John. Another neural theft. He's second for the half here. Tells all about this move over towards A here for G2.
Bang just needs to live right now. Just delay if he can. Be a nuisance.
They are shot to play off. A great fault line set up there for Zelsis, and Bang's done well. He's played his life. Eventually he's got to give it up, but it's a player advantage here for Sentinels now as a Nightfall comes in for the defender side. And Zekken may have a timing here. Ooh, that hurts! Getting caught off as he goes around the corner. Valen too sharp from there, and John picks up where he left off. It's on Professor P. And 2 low health targets in between him and around Win. They're stacked up, but he's playing this to perfection! Couldn't ask for much more! 7-1 on this Sunset map. Nasty Red Bull clutch from the Prof.
Jonah has been really fantastic individually in this playoff run. I gotta say, it's been some of the best mechanical just raw gunplay we've seen from him in some time. Last couple games have been really, really sick. John did so much in that round to try to get Sentinels an unlikely Thrifty win. They were so close to doing it. But they tried a double face. They didn't play for the low clock.
But back to the default look here, though, for Sen on defense, White. Same mid-trip. Zek an inside market.
Same kind of setup towards A main. I mean, this is just very typical of how you operate with this comp on Sunset, right? Cycling these one-way dark covers. G2 have been happy to take their time towards mid on these rounds and let Leaf work that area of the map, which is what he's going to do now with Market. And he's sightline there being obscured. Wait, he actually goes into the smoke. I was going to say, you madman. Surely you don't go further than that. That would be absolutely crazy. Right paranoia. Wow, and into the slow. He's definitely a little scared there for a moment. Zekin going to have to deal with everybody from G2.
Nicely done. Relay Bolt, though, not catching on a jaw as he would have liked. Zelsa's too late to catch the cross. This will slow things up for G2, but they always cut noise in this position, Wyatt. They're happy to play a little slower from here. Smokes get him onto the side. John takes away the shot, though, through the smoke, and he's very, very low.
All of Sen are getting here, though. The breach is backside. Both initiators now. Narrate in tow.
The backstab for Bang could be huge here, coming in through lobby. Jaw's not ready for it, but he's given an opportunity. Bang has his knife out. Nothing he can do in that spot. What a freebie, man.
Okay. For a second, I went to his point of view, and I'll be honest, I didn't even know what I was looking at. I'm like, what part of the map is this? Oh, there's a stage on top of him. What the hell? That was bizarre. I mean, you called it, G2. They have been so good at controlling the pace of the game at all times, picking moments to accelerate with the Neon and then slow down, and then fight aggressively, swing back out together.
Oh, wow.
That is so...
That's heartbreaking brutal. They need that timing to work for them.
If Bang gets that kill, feels like Sen went out the round, honestly. Unless maybe there's an insta-trade, I don't know, but...
They can't believe it either. They can't believe it.
Sen relegated to a miserable bye here for round 10.
And they're 7 rounds behind. This one has definitely gotten out of hand.
Back to exploring up mid, back to just trying to break some tripwires. It's been the standard from him. See, John still actually just has one in his kit. Doesn't even want to throw one down just for it to only be broken.
That slow orb is very troll when you throw it at that corner. Denies sort of crossfire.
That cover didn't exactly reach the center.
Gonna let it go, honestly, but yeah. Now you mention it.
Let that go. John in the cam going to get broken. He's caught in the corner, but wow, that trip actually just works. Jonah just takes a little stroll into it, wasn't paying too much attention, and that's honestly given Sen an opening. Do they dare use the Rolling Thunder to try to convert this round?
Three stingers. It'll get him up close, Wyatt.
They're going to do it.
Here it comes. VALORANT has to tuck here as long as he possibly can. Fastlane gets second deep into the side. That's just where he wants to be. And he goes to work. VALORANT gets caught out by that aftershock, and Trent's trying to fight for the stingers. Are just hitting a little diff. Feels like eons have passed and Sen have won a round, and they needed that one desperately. G2 have already done more than enough for a half, I think.
That was a really beautiful retake. Definitely the best decision to just send it on the Rolling Thunder. John gets a great kill there, but then the ability to get back in and crunch the G2 players. There was a really...
Zach, I can't smoke these wires!
We were gonna let it go. Yeah, we were gonna let it go, my bad. But that paranoia from Bang was fantastic. It caught a bunch of G2 players who then tried to retreat to Link. They're surrounded. Great retake there from Sen. Kind of retake they just haven't been able to find success with over on B. If they could, maybe this game would be looking a little bit different.
Finally, we're able to see an op in the hands of Zekin here to control that long sideline down mid for the first time they've had the money to do so.
A lot of damage to Leaf, but luckily they have a Sage. Like playing in the VALORANT beta, and he gets healed out.
Still that top mid control. Goes over to G2.
And Zelsis not going to have any opportunity to shoot those players in the back, but Nerate is in the perfect position.
Yeah, he split them now. Look at G2 in mild disarray towards top mid. This is going to buy time now for the players to come out through spawn. Okay. I like a little res action. VALORANT back and... That normally happens after a Sage res, if I'm honest. Very quickly taken down once more. It's just Jaw. Talk about rounds that you need. As we get sent to 3. Jaw can only really forge out in a couple of different cardinal directions to find 1 versus 1s. There's plenty to hear right now. And I don't think they'll realize he slipped the net. 30 seconds in the round. Jaw has the chance of a lifetime here.
There is just no way he actually hit the lotto with that timing going through the site.
Yeah, he's like Paper Mario, man. Okay, that's 1. Now cat's out the bag and Zekken converts. Could have gotten ugly. And even the burlap sack looks pretty to Sen after this half.
That was honestly one of the first rounds, I think, for Sen, where you could see them really playing around this G2 comp and their strategy perfectly with the positions that they had towards spawn, the way that G2 have been exploiting mid, having Narrate back here to cut them off at that cross towards A, and then Zelsis running back around to him. They double-faced when the res comes in.
So I guess this is the response to play back in that spawn direction, assuming that mid control will be taken by G2. Good adaptation. It happens probably later in the half than Kaplan would have liked. But better late than never.
And maybe it can be enough, though, if they can get a 4th round on the board to come back. Jaw under a lot of pressure, stunned up, paranoid as well, and Bear takes full advantage.
I mean, that's a whole lot of saber rattling happening from Jaw.
Then Neural Theft is going to get all the information for Sentinels who are on their way over towards that B site. Second running through mid. It's going to be a massive retake through market.
There's still a cam here on the site as well for John to toggle. Tour de Force, though, is a bit of an issue.
Smoke's being cycled towards Phobos and need to take their time breaking that wall, and Leaf.
I told you.
Catches Bang exposed.
Might be another one here as well. If this is just a straight swing from Zelsis, he might... What? There it is! That's Leaf's second with that ultimate. It's on John. Valen healthy. Leaf, of course, with the ultimate and a judge to work with. Up comes the Mastermind. It's a 1v2 and Leaf puts him to bed. Say what you like about 9-3 halves. This one has not looked convincing for Sen City.
Leaf is just dominant. On his return now, 15 for 7 on Sunset after lighting up Sen, playing Deadlock on Bind.
Yeah, looking absolutely rejuvenated. He's also refreshed the bank of trash talk, which I really like to see.
Yeah, he had
got
many
some
wins.
ideas.
Yeah, under the tutelage of Baby Bay. Really expand his dictionary, the trash talk vocabulary. I respect it.
Let's head down and catch up with Riv, see what he's up to over at our co-streamer booth here at the Riot Games Arena.
3's a crowd over here. We got Forsaken from EG. We got Saucy's MIBR, Coriano from Loud. We're hanging out. We're watching the games right now. I'm going to start with you, Forsaken. First time here. How you enjoying it? The games it's going kind of fast.
Man, it's my first time actually traveling abroad. So yes, first time in the US too. So man, the game I talked earlier, Saucy and Coriano are going 2-1 Sentinels, but I'm against them. I think G2 is going to take it 2-1. Hopefully the third map's coming, so let's see.
All right, I love it. I'm actually going to come to you last. So, Coriano, what are your thoughts? Your first time here as well. You said 2-1 Sen. So, what are your thoughts right now? What do you think's going on?
Yes, I mean, Leaf is doing really great. Also, Jonah P is playing well, so that's why G2 is coming so good. But it's my first time doing co-stream here, but I also did Unlocking and Masters Madrid, so it's really great.
Okay, what are you playing when you usually play? So, what are you watching and focusing on?
I'm watching like G2 games with Leaf because he has long time no playing, so he's doing great.
Awesome, yeah, he is doing really well coming back. My man, you used to bleed this red.
I know.
Well, okay, how are you feeling? It's awesome to see you again, by the way.
Yeah.
Good to have you here. What's going on? What are you feeling? How you doing?
Bro, I'm feeling sad, of course. I get destroyed. You know, I was here to actually bring good luck, but I'm actually kind of sad. I was expecting like a 2-1. I knew that G2 would play Bind or Icebox against Sentinels. It was Bind, Leaf is back, but I was expecting that the Sunset was better for us, but they can still do it. Just win the pistol, Antico, bonus, gun round, another round.
All right, guys, for Saucy and Sam, let's get a third map out of this series, right? Let's see if we got it, gentlemen. Take it away. Back to the cast.
Yeah, I mean, to echo Sasi's sentiments,
Yeah,
it's
I agree.
It's a tricky map pull for Sen. We knew that coming into the game.
Oh,
Their
I thought
Sunset,
you were going to agree with the strategy.
I really wanted him to say, oh, Sen are looking really good except for their fundamentals, positioning, gunplay, anti-egos. That would have been great. But, I mean, the sentiment, I think, was pretty similar. He definitely feels like they've got quite a mountain to climb. The scoreboard tells that story, not only in rounds, but also just in the dominance of some of these individuals on the G2 side. Leaf is popping the heck off. And Jonah was mentioned there as well as being someone who's been instrumental, if not the flashiest in some of these rounds.
Now, as per the result of the first half pistol, those percentages have changed. G2's continues to go up for the win rate, and Sen's going down. It's below 50% now, sadly, and G2 getting close to 70, which is absolutely ridiculous. Sen need this with some desperation. Jonah just going to fully wall off that link side of A. Can double up with VALORANT if he so pleases, or just assist towards mid, which is definitely going to be the case when the Prowler is in God's face there. Backs up, gets healed, all good.
Mid, though, firmly under control of Sen. There's going to be a smoke in that market direction here. So I think G2 would like to funnel Sen ideally up towards top mid, but they've got a double phase.
Leaf is getting the team some very good information by taking all of this B main control, so G2 can pivot very quickly over towards that link side, maybe try to flood back in. That wall is still active, so it's not like they can get shot in the side here by Bang. They're safe to fight towards the site off this paranoia from Valen. This is a beautiful setup.
Valen smoked really nicely over towards Elbow just to buy that extra time for the link position. Some sound made though on the slow up here. Valen ends up getting caught on the site on his own. Not ready for there to be such a bottleneck here in Jonah P's direction. He's going to get worked on down. Finally a Sentinel's pistol here on the horizon. Unless Leaf has something to say about it.
I can expect this. Oh, he does. Beautiful tap. Well done. Obviously a must-need for Sentinels. John threw a really good cage there to kind of cut off one of the angles, but in addition to that, I think G2, they had the right idea, but they kind of got baited into going, I think, a little bit faster than they would have liked to, because they end up being the ones all out in the open here. You can see it from Sen's point of view. They're still able to just fight them back from elbow. They never actually fully had to commit to that site. G2 just got a little too quick there, a little bit too ahead of themselves, and they lose because of it. Send back to that 50% pistol win rate. All good.
By now, the characteristic round 2 Stinger buy for Sentinels is in play again.
Well, and if you look at the minimap, G2, they definitely know where this Sentinels team will be headed. All 5 G2 players are ready to fight them on this A side. Big said they've only got classics aside from Jonah.
And over the neon is those, and that should give away the game entirely. Pretty fast wrap here coming from the back side, but it was a trip that had to be cleared. So Sen are aware that they're on a bit of a clock in terms of that flank pressure.
Right there. Now, what do they do from here? They really are just relegated to playing in this site. They can't take control elsewhere, but they should be all right. They've got good weapons for this range.
They're going to play up a Prowler here from Link, most likely. Oh, E3 damage on Celsius there. Bang actually not ready to capitalize. Jaw gets across somehow in a box. Oh, Bang! Down by a right click. This is starting to get to be a bit of an issue. Jaw needs to find a way out of this box, and he'll be caught out here by this relay vault, but no one from Sen is going to be able to dive in there and dig him out. Horn dealt with. There's Narrate. Sees Jaw come up. He's shut down. Trent though found one with the classic make it 2. Narrate's got to go big here. Trent for 3 in the round. Surely not. Absolutely ridiculous showing though. Time not quite on the side of G2. Oh boy, they play it close.
My God, man. How the hell did Jaw get that second right click pushing back box? The Celsius was weak, sure, but what is that? And the Trent just 2 taps John.
He's at 35 for this last fight. 9.
That is outrageous. What on earth?
Upside though for Sen, because they take a Stinger buy here in the second round, it's not too weak of a... it's like
yeah, they can still...
a decent bonus.
They can full buy now. This is just a straight up 2 teams full buying economy on the line round.
They definitely wouldn't call it a bonus, but at least it means that they are on even footing here in round 15.
Door instantly broken. Sen, Zekin applying a lot of pressure right into market, going to force Jaw away from that little area of the map. Leaf has been taking B main for free on every single round so far. First time there's really a Sen player even in the vicinity.
Leaf had the off angle, but opts to give it up and isn't caught on the timing as he crosses. Wants to help with this heavier presence towards market, which is going to be given up now. Back to mid, go Sentinels.
Sen have also thrown that dark cover up towards top right mid, so G2 are feeling the pressure of, you know, potential to split towards B from 3 different areas. Not going to be the case. The pressure's on Jaw, and he's dealt with quickly.
Oh, Trans had an opportunity to intervene there, but John's going to walk straight into that.
Spike down B.
Easy pickup for the Moroccan. There it is! Okay, signs of life here from Sentinels now. Bit of a different economic take on this half has left him in a decent position money-wise.
They are starting to catch a bit of fire. Getting that second re-hit into market when Jaw presses back forward. He is immediately overwhelmed right here, knows that he's cooked. Leaf gets one trade, sure, but is then forced back by the paranoia, so Trent is isolated. It's Sentinels doing a great job of getting defenders isolated in situations. And then John even picking up that A-side rotator. It's G2, they're sent down to the eco. Now we've genuinely got a game on our hands if Sentinels can just get a competent anti-eco round going right now. These have been more than dangerous. I mean, G2, they thrifted them multiple times back on Bind. That can't be the case again if Sen want to get back into this game fully.
Great prowl, and that gives them that early information, and Sentinels get the sidelines they want now. Jonas just able to escape behind that slow warp. Still, it's a 2-for-1 exchange favoring the attackers.
Again, Leaf is pushed out all the way through B. Jonah wants to take a peek. That is mental. Zelsis was on such low HP.
There's nothing particularly sneaky about it. I mean, Zelsis is looking at that exact angle. Still loses it out. Sometimes that's the volatility of these rounds. Over the top. Here's Narrate. So it's just Leaf over towards spawn side with pretty limited resources, but 4 in the chamber for, yeah, this headhunter.
I'd say it's, feels like it's never just Leaf. Anything is possible with this man. He already won 1v3, but doesn't seem like he'll be getting that one. All of Sentinels staring at the smoke. Dangerous for sure, and I think they used more resources than they certainly would have liked to win a thrifty round, but I think if you're among the Sen City, you will certainly take that over what was happening on the Thrifties back on Bind.
Yeah, that was like a big fixture of that game, was those, you know, far too many Thrifty rounds against Sentinels, and they would have liked to see it really threw the economy for a loop. That round, a good chance for Sens to stabilize.
John is having a map, 17 kills right now. And back
on the Sentinel.
Yeah, back to the Sentinel, making that role swap for this stage to his original position. The Sentinels team back in 2024.
It's getting a bit frothy here in mid. I think, yep, we've heard it. Jaw knows he's going to have heavy contact up close. Zek up with the Phantom is just able to make a more comfortable adjustment. And John mentioned in Toronto, we actually felt it was better for him to call as an initiator player. He was in the action, but now he can almost be more individualistic, focus on himself in some of these moments.
Right there. It looked like, you know, as per Zel's positioning, what was happening on the minimap, that he was positioned to fault line into market, so Sen could push in there, but they have other ideas at this point. That B main is walled off as well, so they can't easily split into that site, and with about a minute left, they're just going to take their time. Going back towards mid, pressuring a little bit here towards that A side as well, keeping their options open across the map.
This round is worth 2. Big time, especially because Sentinels are sitting on a rolling thunder.
Now that G2 economy is horrific. Now to keep, I guess, just calling back to Bind. Those 4v5s, G2 were able to convert half of them in that series. Sen cannot allow that if they want to get the victory on their map pick here and take this to Haven. They're grouped up in B main for the hit. There are only 20 seconds left on the clock. Here comes that rolling thunder. Jonah wants to stop things. He's getting in through the smoke.
The slow orb, though, is still a factor. Bang's having a TP pass it on. This gives Jonah enough time. The spray is wayward. It's ham-fisted, but it catches Zekin regardless. Gus stall potential's been massive. Jonah here might just take the fight. Yeah, he walks out of the smoke. It's a little bit ugly, I won't lie. But still, it's a round win for G2. Their new time was on their side. They'll take ugly at this point.
Down a player and still able to win because Sen almost felt like they thought they had too many options. You know, like 50 seconds on the clock and they're starting to work back towards A. They're waiting out the wall in B main. They're watching towards mid. It's like, oh, we're pivoting back. Yeah, and then we're playing against a Sage. They're slowed. They can't even really get in quickly off the Rolling Thunder. There was a great paranoia that caught on to second. Just too much time wasted in that mid-round trying to figure out how they wanted to close things out. And that is just ultimately their undoing.
There's too much stall to punish you for those slow rounds. You've got to be more decisive. Sen this time with the mandate to make better use of these last remaining minute and a half.
This camera from John is well positioned to get some good info towards top mid, and Market will know for a guarantee if anyone is going to be trying to push onto him.
G2 have managed to build up 5 ultimates just quietly.
Sen are really just posted up in positions, waiting out any re-clears from G2. Maybe someone that'll poke around that they could get a kill on. This timing is just barely off for a second because John is actually just forward. They're going to meet each other, but he's just too sharp.
And those are the two parts of these teams that do find those early round re-clears. This is awkward, yeah, okay. We'll just be rendezvousing out of there. This will allow for some control of Market. Jonah, though, is entrenched on this B site proper.
They have to cross this, and John doesn't have another cage. They don't have a smoke for this right now. Zelsis and John are just isolated in Market, but Narrate's in back sight.
No! How does he not get it? Battle comes to the rescue. A massive fumble there for Narrate. That could cost them dearly. Jonah, though, sharp for it. This time he's given a second lease on life, and he doesn't waste it. Zelsis noted with that mark on him. With 10 seconds left, there's nothing for him to do. He'd like to extricate himself, I think, with his gun intact and take another from Valen here, but that's all he's going to be able to do. This is going to see Sen go to a pretty ugly bye in round number 19, folks.
Zelsis just had no options. He was stuck in a box towards the Market because Leaf was watching down that angle, scoped in with the tour de force. They didn't have a cage to cross, didn't have a smoke to cross. Narrate gets in sight, and that timing was great, but I mean, random spam from Valen. I can't believe he didn't get the kill somehow prior to that even. Oh,
he must have known.
Man.
He must have known Narrate was crossing the site in that way.
Oh yeah. Well, Jonah turned, saw him. He was on the mini map as well. Then, so
that's ridiculous.
Brutal way to lose for Sen. Oh, John. Back-to-back first kills. A pressure is absolutely denied.
And I'm sorry, but Sen have to force yet again next round, and it won't be much prettier than this. There's the C's. No one there to catch it. Jaw. I think he's got the scent of blood in his nostrils. Trent tries to find a timing. Ooh, guys, the spacing. That's a bit to be desired. And now neural theft will be active. A res hit. Jonah might have to swing off this. Yeah, he has to. That'll be the round here for G2.
Man, you can see Zelsis. He tried to strafe, reposition, get the crosshair for that swing, but it's so tough to do that.
This is pretty muddy stuff, these last couple rounds.
It really is. G2 go for a very risky refight. Jaw sliding back in. Almost their undoing, but just having the res is too much to handle for Zelsis.
Get your stats, Jordan! Get your stats!
This is it for Sentinels. They've got a Rolling Thunder to play with. They have to string 5 rounds in a row together at this point. G2 are looking utterly dominant with Leaf back in the roster. He has just been effortlessly dismantling Sen, their top competition on back-to-back maps.
Zelsis is the key player in this round. It's Rolling Thunder they're going to have to rely on. Very passive A-side hold, though, for G2, owing to the fact they've triple-stacked Market.
And it looks like they want to re-clear already in the mid-round.
This is a lot of information.
Have constantly been pushing out of B main, pushing down mid, getting all of the info. Their map control game has just been suffocating.
If there's a cancel called here for Sen for any reason, they're going to run straight into Jaw as well. They've got to commit to this one way or another. Is he aftershock?
And a little bit of trouble. Does have to teleport away, so give up that close position.
Bang definitely ready for that upper angle.
Yeah, Leaf wanted to get on that and see if he could find a kill. Because we already talked about it, but we are just looking at Zelsis. It's about this Rolling Thunder getting the absolute maximum value for Sen to stay in this game.
He is set up to disrupt, to push both from Link and from Spawn. This is probably the best spot for the Breach to be in. Here comes a Rolling Thunder, but Jaw's already won the fight on the bank. Now it's a timer for Sen. Not just a spike. detonation, but of course that wrap from the backside. Jaw still active now, caught out as he tries to get onto the side. The timing's not there, a little staggered out as Bang sends another one packing. 4 kills in the Guardian. And Zen gasp for air. 5 health left on their last play. They stay alive in the series.
Beautiful headshots from Bang individually, making the difference. Oh, that first snap on the Leaf is just gorgeous as well. Perfect crosshair placement. Oh my God, man, that is
very economical.
Gonna look real nice in the highlight reel.
Come on, come on.
More chances now for G2 to close this out.
I think Sen are hoping that some Haven highlights make it into the reel as well, if you know what I'm saying. 4 more rounds to take us to overtime.
G2 are on an eco round, and they are so dangerous with them. It feels like you might as well just be going up against a full buy when it's G2. Especially when they have stingers, especially when Leaf has a headhunter as well.
I got a bad feeling about this scoop. Okay, Leaf a little ahead of the rest of them. Trying to follow it up, man. This is perfect from their 8.
These guys should just be...
Get the
Vandals out of here, bro. Yeah, just keep buying Guardians, man. What are we talking about? Better anti-ecos with those.
Getting some Coach Nismo sessions, you know what I'm saying?
Bang is out of there, but that's fine. He can just group up with the rest of the team, head over towards B.
Shouldn't be a whole lot else to say for G2 in a round like this. The stack over towards lobby falls flat. Jonah P only has a Sheriff over at this site. He's forced out of it by that Haunt. All the real estate that Sen could ask for. Now it's how they develop it.
Spike planted.
Eric gonna get the plant. Not min-maxing orbs. Come on, fellas. It is late in the half.
Staying alive, maybe a little high on the priority list. Well, that is true. You already had that Nightfall built.
All good. G2 that just going to be looking for any amount of damage at this point, but it shouldn't be too relevant. If they do go in, you can see Bang is ready for that paranoia to be sent out.
Yep, that connects. Ends up being a pretty anticlimactic situation that was set up there. Well, on the backstab timing, Zelsis is able to respond. The Bulldog bark and bite.
You would love to get another kill, maybe a chance at a Rolling Thunder super late into the half, but Neural Theft for John relevant as well, just a few orbs away. So we might get to a point where Sen do actually have some pretty significant ultimates to play with here to close out regular time, bring it to OT. It is possible.
Then again, this round basically rises and falls on the play that happens really early.
On every round.
Where the pop out of lobby for G2 is a bit staggered. The spacing isn't there, and it's an easy pick-off for Narrate. Timeout call for G2. Probably pretty mindful that they are walking into a Nightfall round from Sentinels, and they themselves are in a bit of a trough in terms of their impact ultimates. Quite a few away. I think they've got that Omen ult, and a few orbs into Jorgamo's pocket would give them an overdrive, but really, they need to be looking elsewhere for their edges this round.
Waiting to see what assistant coach Baby Bay has to say. He's going to step into the mix there in the back. No, it is cool to see him still be so involved with the team. It's a fun arc. This is the most fun G2 arc that we've had so far.
That's right. They really, I think they really incorporated elements of Baby Bay's mindset. I think like Josh actually says this in an interview that, you know, they are trying to be solutions oriented in the absence of Leaf and really try and focus on the fun aspect of the game. The fact that they can do that and also deliver results to get into a match like this is huge. And Josh says he's thinking, we'll be back. Leaf will come back and we will be better than ever.
And that they've kind of found new ways to keep the morale high and the energy up in the way that Dre had been operating with the team, learning from him in that way. All right. Can G2 close out this game, or will we get another round? Sentinels have a Nightfall to try to get this one across the finish line. Leaf is going to be pushed off of that angle early. Look at the minimap, though. G2 very stacked up towards this A side. 4 players, in fact.
We may start seeing Jorgamo get exploratory out of B and maybe yield some more information about how Sen is set up, because they are very A-biased here. And yet, G2 are drifting to the other side of the map. Very much playing off this A site.
They don't really have any information, and by that I mean they have no information towards B main. For all G2 know, it could be taken, Sen could be pressed up very close there, but it's going to be an A hit coming through. Nightfall does connect onto Leaf. It doesn't feel like he needs to get off that angle just yet. This man is full of confidence, but why not? He can teleport at a moment's notice, so the site is now vacant, but all of G2 will be in position to go for this full 5-on-5 retake quite early. They've already been rotating over.
But there's no flank pressure for the defenders. Jaw is not in that backstab position at all. So they're going to have to divvy themselves up here between Link and Spawn side and try and make a fight of it. Decker loses out. Jaw has the backup he needs, and Valorant just stops Celsius instantly. Bang now definitely starting to feel the pressure, and I would too. Slow Orb in the way. He's going to make backup from elbow. Harder to come by. And Jaw finds his third. Not even the Mastermind can stop G2 now. And they've wrapped it up, folks. Top seed, heading into our grand finals. It's going to go a heck of a long way, and Leaf is looking better than ever.
They are so good. Their understanding of the game and the pace is just fantastic. They get in there for that retake before any of the utility from Sentinels could be cycled back up on their initiators. They just hit the gas and destroy them on the site. Jaw ends up dropping 20 on that map, 19 for Leaf. This is really some of the best form from Jaw we have seen all year on this G2 team in consistency. He has been a menace on this playoff run, and really, it felt like the performance today from Leaf, which was superb, was honestly effortless. It didn't feel like some kind of grand return. It honestly kind of just felt like business as usual, which for him is greatness.
Yeah, he didn't need fanfare, right? He stepped back onto the stage to put his money where his mouth is. And I think the story of this game goes back even to the map veto. For some reason, Sentinels do not want to pick Lotus in this series. They choose to play Sunset after naturally having their Corrode taken away. So G2 gleefully banned Lotus as well in that second wave, and we end up with Bind, which we don't know what to expect from Sentinels. They've said they need to expand their map pool, but I don't know if we've seen the fruits of their labor there yet. I think they're still a little constrained in that regard. And the Sunset play was not enough. They were so far behind at the start of the map. This feels like they didn't turn up to play in the beginning of that second map, and it was far too late for them to catch up. Not when, Jaw is winning these early duels against Zekken on multiple occasions, and the retakes on defense look so clean from G2.
And when you're contrasting the map pool to G2 as well, it's really just Corrode is the only map that seems like it needs an adjustment.
Yeah.
And if they figure that out, I mean, you don't want to play them anyway. I don't know, get Breeze back in the pool. Like, take them on Abyss when that comes back. Well, they were good on that too.
And the problem is now,
where do you take them, man?
Sentinels already have map pool issues.
Everything.
So if they get back into the grand final with the ban disadvantage, they're already going to suffer as a result of a map pool that looks less expansive than G2's. Yeah. G2 goes ban, first pick map in that best of 5 for top seed out of Americas. That is a really tough hill to climb for this Sentinels team if they even make it there. And they look at the lower bracket. That's looking scary. We got C9 and NRG just waiting.
This G2 team, it looks like they are on pace to be the first in Americas to go for a three-peat, win every single regional trophy this year, which is an astounding feat for our first Ascension team if you want to take it all the way back. They are genuinely incredible.
As G2 looking to write a new chapter of dominance here in Americas, and so far, they're off to a great start. We're very impressed with what they've been able to provide for us here. But for now, we're going to head down to the stage in a moment for our Verizon post-match interview with Riv and Leaf.
That's right, I am joined by G2's Leaf. After they take down Sentinels, Leaf, so awesome to see you back on stage, crushing it. Like, I talked to Josh, like riding a bike, you guys come back in here, no training wheels needed. I want to kind of touch on what you might have been thinking coming into the game, though. Was there any pressure that they would still be there right away, that the team would just be G2 all over again?
I mean, our core and like everything, I know that I'm going to be confident coming back in. Like,
awesome.
My individual performance, I wasn't too sure of, but I mean, like, it's Sentinels, so it's like a plus 100 boost when I play against them, I guess. It's just inevitable. But yeah, I mean, I haven't really touched the game in like 2 weeks. I've played like maybe 7 games, and then scrims, obviously, but like, I don't know, like, I don't really lose my aim or anything like that, so I felt pretty good.
Does the itch stay there? Are you thinking about Valorant all the time, strats and whatnot, go back to the team and talk, or is it just kind of like when I'm in there is when I'm thinking about it and that's all we need?
Yeah, I mean, there were days where like I'm in the hospital and like I don't feel very good, so like obviously I'm not watching scrims and stuff like that, but in general, like when I was starting to feel better, like when they played 100 Thieves and stuff like that, and I'm in the hospital bed and I'm cheering, I'm like, oh my God, these guys are getting destroyed. Like, it's so fun to watch, and you know, I always think about the game. I always try to help, like, if I can, and just give my input.
Awesome. And now looking for the three-peat. You come back, it's like the team didn't even miss a stride. What does it mean to be able to grab that and continue to show from Ascension just pure dominance in the North Americas region?
I mean, three-peat, I mean, it's obviously nice. It's very cool, very unique.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, no other team, no other region can really say that they have that. But, I mean, champs is, like, the main thing. You know we can win this like, domestic battle. Like, we've won it every single time. And it's just focusing on, like, carrying that momentum and carrying the lessons that, like, especially they learned with, like, Baby Bay. And, like, obviously I'm listening, but, like, there's a lot of lessons that he taught, you know, everybody, I feel like. And there's a lot of credit to be, like, given to him. And yeah, like we just got to make sure we carry our momentum.
And I know final question, I know you're going to approach the finals with whoever gets there, but is anybody in particular you would like to face off against, you'd like to get that final three-peat over?
Honestly, I don't mind all three. Like, I feel like I have a lot of friends on NRG. You know, obviously C9, I have a lot of friends, and I was a former C9. Sen, I mean, honestly, Sen's like the one that I don't care about as much because we've already played them in finals twice. Like, I want to play somebody new for the domestic title.
All right, we'll see if you can spice that up, Leaf. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. Congrats on finals. And we are going to be heading to a break. But when we come back, we're going to have NRG versus Cloud9. Don't go anywhere.
Gives you wings.
C9's biggest strength? Oxy. The guy's insane, man. Even when I play like ranked or like Pro City, he just always finds a way to just have like 30 kills.
Oxy, that watchful eye. Death blow after death blow! This kid is back in action!
I don't know how he does it. He's insane.
My little duo streamer. I mean, Sam has always been an incredible player. This guy's insane, always. I'll put him in the highest regard because this guy's very, 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 very good at the game. They're gonna try and come blazing. We'll see though. All I can say is Mata with the op.
His head gets torn off by Mata.
Brock with the Odin.
It's just shy. 2 kills for him. Brock steals it from him.
That's their win con. If they can't get it, then they won't win. So let's just win some pistols and we'll be fine.
You imagine dash comes forward, the double swing is not enough. Oxy and Mitch hold the line. Cloud9 take the pistol.
Honestly, we haven't played C9 since like split 1, I think. They beat us. Didn't feel good. Hopefully, you know, when we play them, we get our revenge. I think there's 1 spot left for champs, and the winner of this takes it. So, for this scenario, it's for everything. It's for the last champ slot.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. GB here alongside Mimi and Ender for the lower bracket semi-final. Cloud9 going up against NRG, and the winner of this match will qualify for Champions Paris. And of course, we'll be heading to tomorrow's lower final where they will meet Sentinels in what is surely going to be an exciting matchup here. I mean, but this is it. You lose here, your season's done. The stakes have never been higher for both of these teams.
And it's so important for both these squads. For a C9 that has always fallen far short of even making a global in playoffs before, now actually having an opportunity to qualify for what would be their first time actually qualifying to a global event since champions in 2021.
And on the other side of things, for NRG to try and turn this year around, every year I feel like NRG, you come out of the preseason, it's like
always hype.
This team's going to be first in Americas, they're going to win, and then they just flatline. This year, though, they picked themselves up in the second stage and are one away.
But it looked like it was going to be another low. They were the most hyped team out of the offseason, winning Soup, came in with such high expectations, and then bombed in kickoff, didn't live up to their hype in stage 1, and they had to reinvent themselves to find themselves here in stage 2. But for Cloud9, it was more so sticking to their guns, continuing with this roster and trusting that it would finally work out.
Yeah, last time we saw NRG at Champions was what, Los Angeles, 23, and then for C9, you know?
2021, literally like pre-franchising, pre-anything.
Long
so
years.
long ago.
Long years.
Partnership era.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wild.
Yeah, come on, man. Get your lingo right. But, you know, for real, a long time here for C9, right? And what's even more fascinating is that last week, C9 was facing a barrel of elimination, but they managed to take down 100 Thieves. And they managed to do so, Ender, with one hell of a comeback.
Yeah, that Icebox run back was wild to end up winning in OT. Oxy certainly had a day, but I also was so impressed with what Mitch was bringing to the server. Absolutely on fire on the sky, especially on that opening map. I think was a big factor in just shutting down the Sun 2 squad.
This was such a great example of how unique Cloud9's style is as well, showing us this ISO composition on Icebox that no one else is playing, bringing out the sky in the big 2025. No one else is doing that. This team is very unique in the way they want to play their game, but they are so committed to their ideas together. All of their players are starting to find their form at the right time, and they're working in their own very unique way.
Yeah, what makes this team so exciting is that they're playing what they're comfortable with. And we oftentimes say, like, that's an important thing, right? Like, play what you feel, play what you're comfortable with. But it does feel like in this instance here, guys, I mean, Mimi, it's working out for them. We mentioned Mitch before, playing on the sky, the ISO as well. They're just doing unique things, and that is certainly catching a lot of people off guard.
And it's crazy, too, for this to be Mitch, the IGL of this team, who the last time that I think he was like a household name was the last time that C9 went to a Champions 4 years ago. I didn't think we'd be here in 2025 with him back on top of his game, playing Sky, and maybe bringing Cloud9 to another Champions.
That's crazy. Crazy to think about, but also so impressive from Mitch. But another player on C9, Zeppa, had an opportunity to catch up with Riv earlier on. Let's take a listen.
I'm here with Cloud9 Zeppa ahead of their match versus NRG today. The recent 2 over 100 Thieves, you know, it was a hard-fought match, but the team definitely bringing together some teamwork that seemed to be missing before. What do you think has changed? Was it mentality or just prep work or something else altogether that has allowed these results for C9?
I think it's about everything you just said. All the wins and all the practice that led
for this moment. A lot of losses, you know, a lot of team talk, and I think growing and having the chemistry, and after each win and each losses, it shows, and this is where we're at now.
All right, looking for another win today. Good luck with that.
And look, Zeppa's right. The chemistry is super important. You got to be able to talk to your teammates, be able to work together, form a cohesive strategy. But you want to know what's also important? Clicking heads. Clicking heads. And, you know, the objective of the game. And
no, the spike is the objective.
Oh, my God. But you're not wrong. Few, though, do it better than Oxy. I'm punching you in the neck. Than Oxy and Mata. These two guys are absolute animals in the server. But Ender, Oxy in particular, I mean, you heard him in the pre-roll, right? Everyone was saying, what's their secret weapon? It's Oxy.
It's Oxy. No, it's true. You know, Salm was giving him a lot of respect and its due, especially when you look at that series played against 100 Thieves in that comeback. But for me, I feel like these two players are some of the only players left in the tournament that just take over the server every single map they step into. You look at G2 and Sentinels, it's like, oh, it's like balanced out who's finding the kills and whatnot. These two guys immediately become the focal point of every game they play.
And for Mata, I almost look at him as like Oxy was 2 years ago when he joined the league, being one of the like most awaited kind of tier 2 stars coming up, getting his opportunity, and immediately living up to that expectation. The difference for Mata is that success in the playoffs has an opportunity to come pretty much immediately, right? His first year at this level, and he could be making champions with this NRG team. Whereas for Oxy, it's been a long time coming. He's been a tier 1 pro for quite some time without ever having that opportunity to go to a global event.
That's an excellent point you have there. Both of these players absolutely diabolical on the server here. But for more on NRG, let's actually hear from the IGL of the squad. Here's Ethan.
I'm here with NRG's Ethan before their match versus Cloud9 today. And looking at NRG, 3 changes this year. Brock in February, Scuba and Bonkar in May can really throw teams for a loop, but NRG has found the results. What do you think the key points are that has allowed this team to now be going for champions, but also find the wins that they needed?
Yeah, I think just finding every individual strength and just making the most of it for each player. That's kind of how we've been doing it.
Easier said than done. You guys are killing it. Good luck in the match today. Thank you.
Well, hey, it has been working out for NRG so far. And you know, I think what's really fascinating is that, you know, they brought in so many new pieces to make this team what it is right now. But then when you reflect on what happened last week, Mimi, all that combined just led to an absolute obliteration of Leviathan.
I've been whining for NRG to show us more of the mid-rounding, less of just coming in with like a couple hard execs they want to do. But oh my God, they proved they can just come in with a perfect game plan and full snowball in this match. Nothing went wrong. What was it, 4 rounds total? They conceded to Leviathan.
Like, how do you even feedback
They
that?
just decimated them, and this was the ultimate proof that like NRG is ready to take that next step to be at the level where they can actually make it to an international.
The crazy thing, though, is that for both these teams that have carried like so many doubts with them throughout the entirety of the year, even though both of them have picked it up at the end now, only one can actually make that final leap through and cast those doubts aside.
Yeah, it really is nutty, especially considering we were looking at situations where both of these teams could have qualified for champions.
If it weren't for MIBR,
but MIBR's perfect bracket, you know, ended up playing spoiler to that one.
Perfect stage 2 from MIBR to qualify.
Nailed it. Now, of course, these two teams have met twice this year, and it's important to know that in both of those games, the player that stood out above everyone else was Zeppa. Does lightning strike a third time?
Rice. It very well could. Zeppa came into this year with so many critiques from the community. He was one of the lightning
the community
rods
doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, no, but for real, right? Like, they were like, we need to drop Zeppa. He's the problem. How's he still on this team?
That's crazy. Wait, people were actually saying that?
Yeah, for sure.
That's why I don't go on the internet
the
anymore.
last 5 years.
Yeah,
That's
but
crazy.
it was intensified this time. But I think he's proved why he's so valuable to this team. Think of the different metas that they've had to play throughout this year, from Teo at the beginning to the kind of double duelist, double control, to even their own unique stuff. And he's slotting into all of these different roles, all these different positions that the team asks of him. And he is consistently providing high value for them and bringing out pop-up games like he keeps doing against NRG.
I mean, he's literally played every single role for Cloud9. Duelist back in the day. He was playing Clove Smokes at the top of the year, Sentinel, everything. It doesn't matter. He is just that flexible.
The Rock.
It comes because he's just that skilled of a player.
Yeah, well, they're going to have a few playgrounds to play in as well, a few great opportunities here. Let's reflect on one of those because we started to see Mitch, you talked about this before, Ender, bringing out that sky, and it was really quite profound on Corrode of all maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting idea that C9 have. I think that Sky is an agent that used to get played a ton when there were double smokes comps being played with the Viper and the Omen. The flexibility of her flashes gives you a lot of like play through those smokes, but honestly, C9 are still making it work even years after this was meta.
Yeah, which is so strange to see. They are very flexible. You contrast that to NRG, where they run a lot of these really like hard exec, heavy util, dump everything into meta compositions. Like you see them running on Corrode with this waylay idea. So when you're watching NRG on their attack side, expect them to have some idea, some site they want to slam, something along those lines, versus C9 that's more willing to go with the flow and adapt with their Sky and their more odd comps.
Well, look, guys, the pressure is on. We cannot stress enough. The winner of this gets a spot at Champions Paris. So let's go ahead and meet our two teams.
Riot Games Arena, the final spot for Champions is on the line. Let's bring out your first team. Give it up for NRG!
And we have this NRG team that we've spoke about extensively here, really just reawakening themselves in this stage, picking up some big pieces, you know, bringing in Brock back, getting Scuba in there, getting Coach Bonkar back into the coach's seat, having Mata in this play. I think that there's just been so many pieces that have just fallen right into place for NRG.
And right at the right time.
Perfect
as well.
time.
The team's been on an absolute tear towards the end of the group stage and then into playoffs, coming off that huge win versus Leviathan. They are going to be extremely confident facing down against C9.
Yeah, I just think that Leviathan win, man. Like, that's just, how confident would you have to be coming into this one?
26-4.
You denied your opponent and only kept them to 4 freaking rounds. This team is dangerous, and their opponents are most definitely going to need to watch out for this.
Now, let's bring out their opponents. Make some noise for Cloud9!
But there are few teams that are coming into this as prepared as Cloud9. They have Coach Jimmy there, who is always trying to think up maybe some new game plans for the team. You have a squad that trusts in one another, that believe in one another, and on top of that, they have an anime walkout song. So you already know they're sitting on Cloud9. Why would you look at that?
Yeah, this is the team that has been known to choke in playoffs, to fall flat at the end. But here they are, disproving that. Coming back in multiple of their matches, showing a deep map pool, having individual players pop off at just the right times. But if you look at the history of this match, you think of some iconic chokes on the other side. The NRG missing out on playoffs in Stage 2, all the way back to not make it to Tokyo there. And now we're back again in a completely different setting with one slot at Champions.
Ooh, and here we go. So here are our maps. You got Haven, Corrode, which you just spoke about, and Lotus if necessary. Ender, what do you make of this now that Corrode's in play?
I mean, Corrode's an interesting one. It's a completely different clash of styles for the two teams. We're going to be seeing a lot of Sky today, and I think for NRG, a big test to that is going to be how well they can sort of out-attrition the Sky. You know, recharge on the flash, the dog being one single use. I think a lot of teams have been playing faster-paced into C9, and it's allowed the Sky to have more value. And I think a team could slow it down, but we know NRG loves
Yeah, this is not going to be the team to slow it down, I don't think, unless they're ready to show something completely different to start off the series.
Yeah, that's the thing that I am a little concerned about is we know that NRG, very good on those executes, right? They do such a good job of just making sure that they're covering all the bases, but sometimes you could do a little bit too much in that regard, and it could end up, you know, biting you in the butt in the end if you're not careful.
Sure, I think that the thing is they have to show depth if that initial idea fails, of
Correct.
how well Ethan can actually call on the attack side in the mid-round. But you do have to laud, since the mid-season changes, bringing in Bonkar, this new identity they've found. They have such great preset ideas. It's clear they put a lot of prep to find that weakness that they're going to try and hound in those early rounds. This is a team that always comes in with a plan, and that's how they snowballed Leviathan into back-to-back 13-2s.
Yeah, something tells me, though, this is going to be a very different story, stepping onto Haven for our first match for these two teams. And I want to draw the focus back into the duelist players. Oxy and Mata, again, take over every single lobby they are in. Mata's going to be rocking the neon for this first map.
And what a role for him to start on. This is not one of those comps where he'll have an insane amount of initiator support behind him, but he still is so excellent when we've seen him on that neon before.
Slide in and shoot everyone in the face.
Yeah, he's really putting up an argument for Rookie in the Year, especially if they can win this match and go to Champions.
And there's that Sky. Mitch bringing it back in here. You also have the Vice in play as well. Might be something there to maybe stop that Neon from trying to get a little too reckless in the backfield.
Yeah, I mean, Mata's going to be on his own if he's going into those Vice sites, so he's got to be on it up against Zeppa, who's been so good all year long.
All right, folks, it all comes down to this. 2 teams, 1 spot. So let's go ahead and send it right over to your commentators. Here is Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get into this one here because this is it, the final spot for champs here in Americas. The right to represent your region as well is all on the line between both of these squads here. Cloud9 and NRG are looking to see if they get that big payoff, really, from reinventing themselves at the beginning of Stage 2. So many teams went for it, this Hail Mary approach to see if they could actually lay claim to a spot at a global event. But both of these teams have one more final obstacle that remains.
Both of these teams have looked so good here in playoffs too. The desk was talking a lot about NRG and destroying Leviathan, but Cloud9 have also overcome a lot of those choking issues that they were having. The comebacks that we've been seeing on some of the maps that they've played have been astonishing. Their finish in the most recent game they had with Net winning a 1v2 in the final round of Icebox was amazing stuff. And we'll touch on map pools, comps, all of that kind of stuff. Interesting to note that Cloud9, though, are already making a shift. I feel like that has been something that defined them in playoffs, is being willing to take the risk. And again, they take another risk by shifting this composition, taking Oxy from Jet to Neon, and Zeppa from Killjoy over to Vice.
A bit more stall available to them. Slow and steady is the beginning for NRG. It's a team where attack side rounds occasionally on certain maps they've been struggling to get the calling going, but Haven, not really one of them.
I mean, it's not a map where they're fantastic on the attack side, but it is one of their better maps.
Grouping up now for a potential chance to pop into B. This is a crossfire setup, though, if I've ever seen one. Dart sails into the back. Not clearing these players, though. Step forwards, and Cloud9! They strike first and strike hard while they're at it. 2 players immediately dropped. Stray shots fired off. Ethan, he's hoping to collect a cheeky kill in through the smoke, but immediately retreating.
It's going to be a difficult one here for NRG to navigate in a 3v5. Great anticipation from Cloud9. 2 players stacked over towards the B site, and A, as you can see, has just got so much util on it.
Yeah, filled up. I mean, listen, Sheer, the Thorns, whole lot of stuff to get through here, and Zeppa's just waiting for the right time to dead it all, and there it is. Wall goes up, so do the Thorns, and the Paranoia just on top. That is picture-perfect perfection to open. And what an important pistol round it is.
And an amazing start from Oxy too. There's a player that was on fire during the group stage, tearing teams apart. First kills left, right, and center. A phenom. Haven't quite seen it in playoffs though. He's been quieter. And I think in this game, I'm favoring NRG in general based on what I've seen, but I think there's a couple of players that could turn the tide for Cloud9, and one of them is Oxy. If Oxy has a game, it could be so different to even what we've seen from C9 so far, because it's been a team effort for Cloud9.
Definitely been holding their own against strong opponents, even with Oxy not putting up the numbers.
So imagine a game where Oxy drops, you know, 20, 30, something like that. I feel like that is going to make a huge difference.
I think a lot of it is, you know, Cloud9 evolving as a team. They've been trying to add a bit more nuance to it, and it means that Oxy isn't necessarily leading the charge as often. Yeah, it's to kind of shorten the leash almost in terms of how he can play as a player. He's having to relearn the limits.
He's also just getting a lot more first deaths in playoffs so far. I think he's just been punished a bit. Maybe coming into these games a little cold, but man, 4K on the pistol is going to heat him up immediately. The other player, of course, to keep your attention on, if you're looking for C9 heroes to step up, Zeppa, who the desk mentioned, had... Is it a life game if you have 2 of them? If you literally play like that every time you play against NRG? But the 2 matches that we saw Cloud9 play against NRG this year, In VCT, Zeppa stepped up and was the reason that they won.
He's lying in wait here with that arrow. One more bullet, and he leaves it to spare. Takes down two of them handedly. Brock left alone just with the classic, and Weekend still doing a decent amount of damage here. Just chipping away at the Cloud9 players, but they take this fight together and intact with three of them at least, keeping those guns flowing into the next.
Haven's a map where we've seen Cloud9 have a couple of struggles on the defense side. The defense in general has not looked particularly good on this map, but adding the Vice in here, I think, will do a lot to bolster that. And I think that they kind of fixed it in the match that we saw against 100 Thieves. C9 were not playing quite as passively on the defense side. And they're making the right stacks. But here you're looking at a pretty classic setup for C9. You don't see them explore down mid too often. They're leaving C pretty open, not expecting NRG to be back here.
Vic's one of the danger players, has that rifle.
And this spot. Omen one way up, on top of default, and he's peeking around the side.
There it is, straight into the crosshair. Placement was good from Vic, being spammed down though. Still alive, still kicking, 51 health to play with.
And these are the spots where Ethan is seriously going to get tested, similar to the pistol. How do you call when the opening engagement has not gone your way?
Toxin screen down.
Ping onto the side, does Som realize that Net's already there?
He's certainly suspicious, even if he doesn't know for sure.
Deep smoke onto A long, just so that they can lurk their way up. Still haven't cleared out that short space, missing timing.
Know. They can't know.
No. But Net also not hearing anything, so not really calling for a mass rotation. Just Oxy. Taking peeks himself. He's got that bulldog. Wall's going to be pulled out now.
And this is actually pulling Oxy away from A. Worried about B.
But there it is. Util flies forward. That's going to be spoiling the surprise. Net, though, could be catching. There it is. Third shot.
30 seconds
Does
left.
the job. Looks like a charm. Oxy's looking to see if he can take a timing of himself. And, well, just here's a TP thinking twice against it. Cloud9 just looking to contain. Zeppa just jiggling. NRG really pushing their luck. Just trying to overextend to see if they can turn the tide of this fight. Maybe damage done still. Som, rifle in hand. He's going to hold this one down, but a paranoia. It's good. Snakebite offloaded, but now he's going to be shot from afar. Zeppa instantly removes him. It's a 1v3 for Ethan. The IGL has got to try and do it all. But it's too much to overcome. A bonus round conversion. Cloud9 off to the strongest start imaginable.
So many gaps there that NRG just let through their play. First of all, Vic on top of C. Really nice angle, one that you see him play quite a lot. And he gets him the opener, but in a 4v5, leaving short and maybe not even coming that properly by the look of it to Scuba, because Scuba's running out there with utility in his hands. And then the rest of the NRG players in a post plan forced to try to make a play to equalize the numbers.
Let's go!
What an opening. What an opening for C9.
It's massive for them, the half armor, and the Sting is scrubbing together. In danger here with a half buy for NRG, but they're going to be meeting that outlaw again. Oxy just been hanging on to it, holding on to it. He knows the value you can get with it. And already, first kills are just through the roof right now for Cloud9. Consistently in these rounds.
Completely true. And guess what? The rest might be soon to follow, because all of these players are on light armor. So it's not like there's going to be too much resistance, and Vic has just wandered through another gap. Another big gap in what NRG were doing. The slower pace to NRG's rounds, I'm not a fan of. It's something that we were talking about at the very beginning of Stage 2, being a weakness for them.
Sure.
And I thought Bonkar and Ethan had actually done an amazing job of coming up with really good game plans to rip, 140 on the round, barriers come down, and they've got a fast game plan a lot of the time here to activate.
Revealed up here by Recon. Net is just spamming away. Even from the high ground, though, there it is. An instant response in itself. Picks up the upgrade. And he's alone, though. Open sightlines. Oxy's happy to just snap him up. 4-0 now. All that talk, really, as well, about the attack side. Rounds calling. I mean, there's some similarities in terms of these teams as well. Cloud9 have also been trying to, over the course of Stage 2, evolve their own game.
Yep.
Not just the heavy-hitting, fast-paced gameplay that we're used to seeing from them in the past. They've been trying to add and insert that nuance. It's not been without weak spots.
It literally worked. It worked just like practice. It worked.
I mean, there's something that Cloud9 have been looking to try to get for years, is for their match results, especially in playoffs, to look like they do in practice. To go on what you're saying, though, yeah, I think there's really interesting similarities and contrasts to call between the two IGLs. Because I think Bonkar has really done a good job at speeding up Ethan's calling and giving him really good tactics, site execs, ways of being able to condition the opponents, usually quite quick in their attack rounds, at least the ones that work. Whereas Cloud9 already had that, like they already were pretty good with that kind of stuff. And now Mitch is really focused with Imi on slowing down the mid-round and making the right call, the right audible on their attack. Well, another thing that I really like, you saw that push down the C-Long from Vic. They weren't doing that a couple of weeks back. If you watched Cloud9 on Haven from a few weeks ago, they were so passive. They were never taking a risk like that. So maybe that's what Oxy's referring to when he says it works just like in Prac. They put a little bit of pressure down and suddenly NRG are popping on B.
Pace increase could be exactly what NRG needs. Backside of this timeout, I'm sure they've been discussing the ideas. They don't have a ton of ults to really use other than Ethan's.
But look at this disruptive play from Cloud9. Themselves taking a little bit of a wander down mid, breaking the turret immediately. Once more, not so passive from Cloud9. They're going to put the pressure on NRG.
You're going to be hearing a few scurrier footsteps in through A lobby.
Placing swarm grenade.
And swarms up and overhead here. There's going to be sending it all flying forwards to see if they can take this A site by storm. They do have to still contend with Zephyr. Up onto the high ground. He's going to be playing his life in this spot. He has his ult for the retake. Steel Garden. Critical for Cloud9. So what's the next stage here for NRG? They can't just sit onto the site.
I wonder if Ethan can avoid it. Is he enough of a nutcase to use his Omen ult to avoid that?
Maybe he can find the right window. All grouping up and gathering up though. Cloud9 already. There it is. Let loose here with a Steel Garden. Paranoia swings forward. Straight out from the top. It's a shorty out into his hands. Overdrive for Oxy. It's a galvanizing opener. Cracks the defense. And the whole of NRG just crumbles.
I don't really see a counter plan there from NRG. And C9 on their feet, popping off immediately.
Yeah.
That's an ult snowball, of course it is. But it's also just such a difference in terms of preparation too. C9 knew exactly how they wanted to play that defense round. If they were going over towards A, there's not going to be any pressure. And then they've got full mid information, big ult to retake. And Mitch, he's like, well, what was your game plan there, guys?
Exactly.
Like, how did you think you were going to win that one? Oxy pulls out the operator here as well. He's talking about Mada using the op crutch. Oxy doesn't actually run it a huge amount, but we'll see it here from him. 11 and 2 already. And he's on fire.
Booming, he is on fire. Just when we were talking about him turning up potentially for a Mada, it's not messing around. He's already forwards again, just trying to square up for that fight against Mitch. Takes a few bullets to the chest. In the process, drop down relatively low, where the rest of NRG look to work towards Garage. To pull out some of these crucial pieces of util. Thorns deaded, reveal onto it. That's going to be a TP to evacuate Vic. He avoids most of it. The ire at his Hunter's Fury, not going to be finding him just for that stray tag, but still alive.
The Vice utility from Zephyr is so good at delaying. You saw it there on the A hit, and here again in Garage. It's just snarling up NRG.
Now making moves towards it, though, is not hiding their intent. They're just moving it full steam ahead. Straight through, they got this wall to contend with. The snake bite! And Net drifting and weaving in and out, just buying and sowing that chaos for his team to capitalize off. Cloud9. Up by 2 players. Now NRG are the ones that have to find a way through this spot. Waiting for the orb timing. Fuel back online to cut out these angles with a flash into your face. And then still inserted in through the bag. And shots fired. Tom hits it, but again can't contest the rest. 6 and 0 right now. Cloud9 just steamrolling NRG.
Completely and utterly in control. Mada's sat on a goose egg. You're attacking star player. 0 kills to Oxy's 12. And to some degree, that is just going to be based on which side of the map they're on. Because I think if NRG started defense here, you might be seeing something maybe similar.
Yeah,
because
sure.
NRG are insanely good on defense sides. But here you're getting the weaker side of the map for NRG and a Cloud9 that's tweaked their comp and is looking nice here.
Hearing a lot of pressure, but not anticipating that position. Still, the reveal's good. Oxy, there's no way he's getting out of there, man. Lit up, saved by the stun. That fire over the shoulder. Mitch is ready to defend.
NRG have ults in this round. Not great weaponry and down a player.
Yeah.
So you're probably looking to save him for round 8, which is just brutal.
Just one step ahead, though. They see the lockdown. They're like, okay, well, we're going to fight heavy for A short. Ensure that you can't use it for a hit into A.
And I do think that some of NRG's calling has been, you know, pretty simplistic, revolving around ultimates and wherever they make noise at the beginning around, generally they're going there. But Ethan and Bonka have done a good job at layering it with fakes on a lot of their maps. Right now, C9 completely getting the read.
Net.
This is a risk.
It is a risk. He's asserting himself here. If he wins this fight versus Brock, which he does, now this is it. A pincer to trap that's laid out. And NRG realize they've got no other options. Spike's dropped down, Ethan with an ult to maintain and retrieve it. Still, he's going to square up anyway, just try and take that fight with posturing into the fight. In the battle, these bullets just barely missing the mark off Scuba's life. He's able to scurry away.
But he only has a Bulldog, no armor, so might as well attempt to do damage to what is otherwise an insanely good economy from C9. I mean, is it even going to matter? I can't imagine it. C9 so in control of this game, always a step ahead. NRG finally now in round 8, the one coming up, will be able to use some ultimates, you got to imagine. This could be their chance at trying to recover the half, but at the moment, nothing is going their way. Absolutely nothing. I mean, every first kill, it feels like, going the way of Cloud9. The fast hit's getting stalled by all of the Vice utility.
I practiced that up angle so much, he just ran into me, bro.
Oxy too was talking about the fact that he thought one of the reasons that they've been doing so many comebacks recently in this playoff is because they're starting nervously, because they're starting cold. Now that isn't really the way that I was viewing things. I thought C9 actually had just picked up the energy enormously towards the end of their matches in this playoffs, and I was ready to give them a lot of credit for the growth and the grit in terms of shaking off that playoffs choking curse. But, you know, the read from inside the team feels like it was more, we keep starting a bit slow.
Yeah, we're never playing up to our potential at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, holy, 7-0 beginning here. You could not start any hotter. 13-2 for Oxy.
Insanely strong start. And that second timeout pulled out of NRG. This is desperation now. Anything to get some rounds on the board, because as good as NRG's defense is on most maps, you do need some rounds on attack.
Yeah.
You've got to build up some level of buffer.
I mean, Mitch has got 1 kill. He's controlling C9 like the mouse from Ratatouille. He's underneath Oxy's hat, just controlling the team, getting
cooking up masterpieces.
Yeah.
Now Oxy again might be getting a bit of action once more. Just misses the reaction shot onto the jump spot. Oxy looking for the right time to disengage, but
he's so confident. He just gets straight back on the line. You haven't actually gained much there at all.
Way ahead of most of this one. It's bullets going into the body of Som, still alive though.
And if you try to accelerate here onto A, there's 2 players, Thorns, and then suddenly Zephyr will be there as well. So this is still going to be tough for NRG.
A lot of pressure. Mitch out in the open there as that smoke was dissipating, but he's spotting all these players of NRG, really.
That's 2 opportunities now where NRG could have tried to punish Mitch and he's gotten away with it.
Here it is. Pressure on every single front. Cloud9 are looking to hard anchor this spot. They have players that are ready in position. That stun is beautiful though. Paranoia sweeps forward. Mitch has to respond. Double with the flashes. The Paranoia on top as well, but biding their time, tempered for a moment. The smoke just really dropped into the faces. Brook does not care about it, disrespecting it. Ults, use and expended, and Som is holding for that push. Expecting there was a play to be made. Hit drop down as well into that post just for good measure. Oxy wants to send this one forward to the no-scope! Oh, goodness. When you got the money flowing like that, why not take every chance you could get?
Could have been a little bit better if he'd done that with the shorty perhaps, but NRG get their first round on the board. And yet that one, I feel, comes mostly down to the ultimates that they have in play. A couple of nice shots hit there by Brock as well with the Bulldog from short. But I like the anti-plan from C9 again. It's the same thing you were talking about previously, Brent. They know that the lockdown is there, so they fight heavy for short, which is great. And then in a 4v2, NRG are still so shook, they have to use Pit. Yeah. So there's silver linings all over the place for Cloud9. I don't think he should have his head in his hands particularly. Attacking operator coming out from Mada. It was Oxy that said it. They're an op-crutch team, but normally Mada doesn't pull it out on the attack particularly. He's still sat on a goose egg, though.
Yeah, it's a rough one for Mada. Talking about the comparison, I mean, Mada's the one who's been lights out in most of their matches recently. Oxy the one floundering, but
yeah,
roles have been reversed for the beginning here. And that was a chance, a real opener potentially for Mada to just erase that 0, but
the thing is, when you look at the stats, though, Mada is getting almost all of his incredible fragging done on the defense side. On attack, his fragging does drop off like quite significantly. Part of that is because NRG in general have been struggling a bit more on this side of the map, but Oxy is a true entry player, whereas Mada's more comfortable on defense.
Takes down the drone. Tank to the chest, though, forces Oxy to retreat, pull back. Slower play here by NRG. Now, Mada does have his overdrive, so he can speed this up. So not going to be left to entry just with that operator. Ult into the back, gets information. Stun's going to be ricocheting now to Snakebite to try and stop the advance. Pushing him back against Scuba. Here it is, a chance for him as well. He's going to be hearing these sound cues and looking to strike as well from the side. NRG, they have that front side control. The wall is a problem, and Ethan wants to deal with it anyway. Dishing it out against these players. NRG have control of this one, and they just lie in wait. Mada, another missed shot. It's giving Cloud9 openings and chances to get back into this. Where are they going? 15 seconds remaining. Scuba has control of B, but this is tumultuous at best. Alarm bot triggers and reveals it. Scuba knows that there's that area, but the plant is down now for NRG. Get that safety net. Brock misses his timing. Bullets to the back here, but Zeppa's still alive. 3v4. Scattering it around here. There's a lot of chaos in the moment that NRG are just trying to play towards.
NRG slowing things down here, actually. Managing to evacuate, but Scuba gets caught, and Brock is so far away.
Now this all comes down to this here with the smoke, obfuscating it to tap to try and force these players out. Brock is just trying to drift in from the side, help them all the way out. Orb up, propped up. Dart rebounds. Time is still ticking here. It has been pulled out, and this is agony right now for Cloud9. NRG doing the most of what they've got. And surely it's enough. No more time for the defuse.
Even a round like this, though, which is the second that NRG have got onto the board, is a Pyrrhic victory, I feel. Like, look at what's happened to their economy here. It's taken a massive hit. But, okay, they can still buy. Mada is still not finding any value on the entries. Didn't scale fast off the initial stun that he had. Missed an op shot, like Brock whiffing as well. I'm worried when NRG are winning rounds like this. It's, you know, golf claps from the coaching booth, but I think he'd be wanting more. NRG have a chance of recovering the half. It begins. But they're going to need to bring a bit more passion, a bit more fire.
He's taking absolutely everything here with the smoke up. There was a chance of the timing again. Mada finally gets his one.
It's his first.
Just spam through that smoke. A stray shot, missed out. In through the wall, Mada. An immediate answer back. In through the back of the side, Zeppa is there. And that's still Garden, my God, is offloading all sorts of bullets. Trying to help and assist the rest of the team. They've been pushed into the corners, and there's a shorty for you. Spoils the surprise. Zeppa still alive and kicking. Still a menace, but Som will shut him down. So, quick with the tempo. NRG speeded up to get that third.
Way faster. Super decisive from Mada on the entry. First round where it feels like he's properly sent it in. Not worrying about his KD, and it actually ends up paying off for him. He gets to, crosses up those players on the entry, and Som, remarkable that he's able to get out and get two from this. Even gets the reload of the shorty. And C9 were so frantic at following up on the Steel Garden. A shake of the head, Som knows that that was chaos. But NRG are scrapping back into this one. 3 in a row.
Dragging it back. Very aggro line here when the weaker weaponry in the hands of Vic is a paranoia that's already going to be used. Stack of players as well. Cloud9 have got bodies ready to respond.
Oxy, though, with the deep position over towards A. You know, Midge is pretty fine defending B with a Vice Wall, so this triple stack can just stay on C currently. And this is where I worry about Ethan's calling a little bit, because if you're not doing something fast, he does tend to run it into the strong sites quite a lot.
There's Cut Noise attempted to re-push back in. Net slows it down once more with that Snakebite.
Hard sending it, though. Potentially off the back of a Hunter's Fury here. Could still work.
Just trying to Cut Noise re-hit it again.
Yeah, they have stun.
Down with a stun. That's going to be dealt with though. Now Hunter's Fury though should at least pave the way, hopefully, to some level of success. Net is sidestepping, dodging, juking. Vic even getting the one. It's returned though with that trade. And here's spraying down these players. They're isolated. NRG left alone. No more backup, no more help arriving. Scuba's going to be late to the scene of the crime. And Cloud9 stop that momentum that NRG were getting under themselves.
A half-buy round. And I think demonstrating some serious gaps there with Ethan's calling. Maybe NRG just coming out a little shaky here today for whatever reason. Not sure why, but we're seeing the same errors that were floating early on in stage 2. And I thought that they were past them. But re-hitting there into 3 players that's tough. That was a Cloud9 on a half-buy as well. And so best case scenario for NRG is an 8-4 half, which I think indicates how one-sided this has been. C9 pretty much in control. Net almost got a fight there against Mada to start the round.
It's a shallow peek. Just looking to contain in case anybody moves up into the corner.
There.
In almost all of these rounds, Cloud9 have had somebody on an aggressive line, whether it's Vic currently looking down C long, or whether it's Oxy posted up close over towards A lobby. And the Seekers as well, just giving them even more of that information that nobody is past A lobby. They know that Song is not in an aggressive position right now.
Plays all the way through that minute mark. NRG now grouping for a re-clear. Just in case someone is pushed off the back of the Seeker space.
Scout destroyed.
They're so confident that this is ending A.
Yeah.
It's another great read. It's another great read, but it's also NRG not putting pressure anywhere other than where they're going.
These Thorns as well. Similar setup that we've seen before, but...
How do you get through this?
It's just deadly. Deadly to get through. Smokes are going to be popped up here. Stun ricochets off towards the back, but that Thorns did it off nice and early. Anchor Smoke as well to play around that dart. Just the slightest reveals a flash forwards. Mitch trying to take the fight towards him. NRG! They're making them hurt for it. They're making them hurt bad. They dismantle that Anchor setup. Find the right timings and lay claim to that site.
That's not where Vic wanted the smoke to go, but he might have an opportunity. Brooks jumping into the open.
Out into the open. It's a 2v5 situation, now turned into that 2v4. Paranoia is good, Ethan does respond though, TP up towards the top. It's all contained in the end. NRG find that 4th round, and that could be absolutely everything as they look towards that second half.
The calling did not make it easy for them there. Pushing into double Thorns and a triple stacked site on A. But NRG brute force their way through, forcing out those Thorns and then getting a big entry from Mada. Mada and Som, in the rounds that they won, came up huge for them on the A side, but there weren't that many rounds that they managed to take away in general. That is a great defense half for C9 with a brand new comp here on Haven.
See who can really lay claim as well into that second half. When the narratives swap around, we see each side as well, and NRG will be on their favored one of defense.
Game changers. We're making history. It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Pistol rounds have been defining, really, throughout most of Valorant's history. I mean, I don't think that's a hot take, is
No.
it? But in this one, it is especially important here for NRG. They've got that 4-round buffer, and that's really just a bit of breathing room to work with. But, you know, Oxy and the rest of the C9 crew have been making notes, really, talking about how NRG, they're so reliant on getting that economy going, getting that early lead with the pistol rounds, building up the bank so they can purchase the operators, the Odins, and really relying on those sort of things. So we'll see. Putting a lot of stress onto this opening for round 13.
And you look at where C9 appear to be headed. It's towards Scuba on C. He is alone currently.
And there it is. Shots popped off here by Scuba. Hello, that's a TP. Not really what he was expecting. Scuba, he just stands his ground, decimates 2 of them.
That's not where the teleport was supposed to go for Vic. That's a big mistake.
Eventually body blocked by Cloud9 looking to get active. Paranoid's already sweeping past and around here, but the wall's going to be triggered. Off to the side, these players are being squeezed. Multiple directions here, but way out into the open. Som was ahead. Most of his team, there's no trade in sight. Pulling back now. It's more passive positions, but Ethan's going to be onto this one here with the smoke to obfuscate, hiding most of this one. It is how Ethan swings out, but can't claim the life of Net. Could have been a chance for him with how far away Zeppa was from that fight, but in the end, it is Cloud9's win.
Double pistol here on NRG's map pick, which again does damage to the economy, allows them to snowball like they did in the first half. Such a great beginning to this match. And that despite the fact that it started with a 3v5. But they play fully for Garage in the post-match, which is really unusual. Catches NRG.
Nice, baby! Let's go, baby!
Mada pushed out A and was just at a loss. He was like, where is everybody? NRG are going to walk down mid to try to get a flank retake going on A, but the weaponry is not here. They're not going for the force buy.
Whole lot of pressure coming towards Rourke right now. He's only got the shorty in his hands. Might be able to just get the one. He missed the timing on it. These walls are just propped up into their faces. Mitch immediately supplementing the gaps on the flank.
And everybody else on C9 going back to cover it too. I mean, phenomenal awareness. You just don't hear anything towards CT or Heaven.
Tenuous. TP pass though, just trying to make the most of this one. Scuba! Scuba! Where's he pull that one from? It's a 3-piece, 4-piece!
There's no way.
A Sheriff ace to save NRG's day. We'll have to come down to it. Him versus Net.
No way.
Picked up the rifle. It's an upgrade with the weaponry, but he doesn't know where Net is lying in wait, and one shot to the body will do him in just from that Sheriff. He has to get a bit of a move on with the footsteps. Net knows exactly where he's playing, and he spoils the party for Scuba, the chance for redemption.
And it's small laughs of relief there, I think, for C9, because Imi would have had their heads on a spike for that one.
See this. That's disgusting.
These are nasty shots.
Oh.
Net, though, a pillar for his team to rely on. This playoffs, Net has stepped up so much. And Imi is thanking all of the gods he can remember the names of.
Scuba, one away off the back of those plays to an ult of his own. Lockdown could be nice for some retakes. A lot of bullets flying forwards here, stray shots.
It's a very nice C-sided default from Cloud9, breaking that turret early. The turret normally gives this kind of composition a ton of information over towards Garage and Long. Just think about the way that Mitch is calling on the attack side here. You're trying to push people off their aggressive lines, deny them information. And that was something that Ethan was really struggling with in the first half.
Mada pushed away from short, goes to the repeat as well, gets a bit more information.
A lot of info. So now, triple stacking on A.
Notices that group up, calling for reinforcements. Scuba not far behind.
Normally the defense side calling for NRG is pretty immaculate. And their ability to anchor sites is fantastic too.
This Util flying overhead though is going to be signaling the advance. Forwards, this is where Cloud9 want to move and go. That's going to be a stun ricocheting against that one though. The Thorns not too sure what the intended location was, but preventing a bit of a flood in. The dart pulled out. Cloud9 playing it slowly. Tempered, trying to pull that Util out. Shock darts forwards, but they're contacting up, and this is a fight. Could be a bloodbath lying in. Wait, slide to the side. Oxy sets his team up. Flash alongside him, and no one really anticipating this angle. Still, NRG trying to put up that defense, but Brook has been dealt with, and Som just slides his way back into the fight. He's got to wait for his IGL. He's got to wait for Ethan to regroup up. Trying to take this one together. Cloud9 trying to get one step ahead. Shots fired, damage done! And straight from the top ropes, Ethan. lays claim to Zeppa's life.
It's an important one. It's a necessary one for NRG to put on the board. They had no hope on Haven had they lost this round. And yet C9 still put a ton of pressure onto them. The little pop flash for Oxy to dive in. And I think they made it really difficult for NRG to get the read on when they were going to hit the site. You know, they throw out a bunch of utility early on that makes it look like you're going for it. And then they almost contact in. Broadcaster throw out a recon just in case they're contacting, and then in the end they still just have one more little piece of util, that pop flash to go with. I think C9 have come into this game extremely prepared. I've loved what they've brought so far on Haven. Looks like they were expecting this map.
All away from the link just to make it feel like it's a lot of pressure into A lobby.
Yeah, the timing on it is actually quite nice as well, because this Viper wall is almost down by the time you get the recon info. Mada, though, is alone on A. They're playing A for retake with Scuba's ultimate. I think the mid should be able to read into this. NRG were trying to fake like they were fighting over it, but now the closer and the deeper the Cloud9 get down short and long, they're going to realize that this is an A retake setup with lockdown.
Net was just going fishing there, looking for an alarm bot kill in through mid, denying a bit of information from NRG, but he missed it.
They might not have the read. I mean, they pinged out the turret, so they know the turret is there. Are they just going to fake garage and go back in that direction? Seems not. I feel like Mitch at the moment has got to know what the defensive setup looks like.
Smoking the turret, hold on. And that's pulling players away as well. B, less strong because of it. Moving forwards now, Cloud9. Not shy with the engagements. They want to take it forwards fast and hard now with that stun, potentially to lay claims to even more space here. Players out towards the back, just sidestep and tip-tap there with a rifle. Oxy, it's online with it. It's a wall into their faces to try and slow the approach, and that response of NRG is an attempt of it! Vic will just stop them in their tracks. All being picked apart now. It's up to Mada and Ethan. See what they can do. The smoke gets Ethan into a prime position, but there it is, not expected. Still that return of the fire is there. It's equalized by Oxy. Mada now, slow start to this map. Do it in a 1v3. No real knowledge of where these players might lie. It's even planning for Link as well. This is going to be second guessing the positioning. Expecting him to be playing right where he's looking, but all lying in wait onto the side and not even able to escape with his life. The 11th round now for Cloud9.
That is a 5D chess kind of round from Mitch. That is so sick. I was worried that they were going to overcook it. I thought they burnt the meal, but they realized that they're playing an A retake setup, so they smoked the turret to try to pull players off B to go and worry about A, worry about a contact play on A, because that would be the normal thing to go for, but it's a fake contact A play into a B pop.
That's
and then
insane.
they fight for the A connector. It really is like, maybe even overly complicated, frankly, but it worked out a treat.
It's one of those plays that only works when you're expecting the right reaction, but Oxy now straight forwards again. That wall's going to be stunted and stopped. Ethan just sent flying forwards with the paranoia. Cloud9 being good at just trying to pull a bit of that util out of NRG. Pump fake. No real presence across the rest of the map here. Cloud9 were very much all in on C.
Yeah, and this feels like one of those rounds where Ethan re-hit back into the half-buy, right? And instead, Mitch is taking his team on a little bit of a journey. Maybe to rotate, or maybe just to apply pressure and push people off the lines, because Mada right now is letting the rest of his team stack C.
All the info. Drone tag down into mid. Now 9. Drifting back over towards C, like that is the site they want to take it towards. Trailblazer broken, a lot of util also gone. Walking up though, makes it feel like it could be multiple different things going on, but NRG might be ready for it. Som cutting it up close to the corner. There's a smoke that blooms, blossoms. He's playing inside of it! Just with that stinger, close quarters only to one. It is traded, and Oxy's round and towards the side. It's clean as anything with the movement. And he's laying claim to the lives of Scuba. He's still here. Not to be denied his spot towards the back. Zeppa does clean him up though. Now left to the 1v1, him versus Mada, and Mada in through the back. Thorns lay it out. Time is of the essence. 12 seconds remaining. Oh my! What is that?
Sick flick from Zeppa. Takes Cloud9 up to map point on NRG's pick. He's been an absolute monster the last two matches that he's played against NRG. And now he's 18 and 12. The only player above him, Oxy, who'd yet to have an insane map in playoffs, but this is it. That is a flick and a half. And he's so calm at the end there. Net isn't, of course. He's on his feet, adding the energy as always. 7 rounds required in a row. You need the C and C9 to stand for choke right now if you're an NRG fan.
And they haven't been playing towards that narrative or playoffs long.
No. No, not once.
It's a new Cloud9 here. Looking for that right to represent Americas on the big stage, the biggest one of the year. 1 round, take that first step. That's all it takes for Cloud9 now. Now making a move towards it. Ned has already just popped the header, Som. The flank presence that is there. Ethan, though, that's straight through the smoke. Hold on, no, I think Vic actually TP'd up towards Heaven. These players are trying to contest this, and Matt is off onto the flank. He's being hunted out, sniffed out here. All the utilities disposal being offloaded! But oh my, okay, not grounded with electricity. Still, it is cleaned up in the end. Scuba now looking forward to this one, playing it patiently as anything, and that is picture perfect! They play right into his hands.
Great patience there, with the map on the line. Perfect patience, and now Zeppa with more of a task even than he had in the prior round. Still Garden to play with, but only 30 seconds. The clock is going to be his worst enemy here. There's just way too many corners to try to clear.
How fast NRG are slipping through onto the flank.
They might just be a little too slow, though.
Back's open towards them. They're going to take the shot any minute now. 14 seconds, though. Time's getting away from Zeppa here. He's got to make a decision right now. There's so much to clear, so much to anticipate. 5 seconds left, but this is it. Surely, there it is. NRG get that 6. 1 round at a time is what it's going to have to be. And listen, hell of a task, but they got resilience to themselves.
Yeah, a ridiculous task. I mean, it's a map that they're great at in terms of the defense side, but 6 in a row on top of this one, which, you know, came down to the wire with Scuba having to hold his nerve there in Garage.
Hey, they call us the Iron Egg for a reason, bro.
They're going to need a lot more of that. C9 on a half buy. Lots of ults coming up as well. You know, as long as you don't waste them on a round like this, C9 eventually you're going to have an ult advantage.
Mata is sending it! You're just taking it to them. Mata takes out and deletes 2 of them. The snake bite as well, but that vulnerable applies, and the damage done. Quick cleanup from NRG, but a risky business play. Offloaded Vic straight through it. Tagged up though. Gives the perfect timing for Broad to make sure he can deal with them. Ethan's out wide into the open. Able to escape those bullets. Zeppa 20 and 13. Make it 14.
Yeah, not offered an opportunity there whatsoever. NRG turn up the tempo enormously. But they also use a Hunter's Fury, and now a lot of the game comes down to ults. Because at some point in this run of 7 rounds in a row that NRG have to put together, they will be at an ult disadvantage. And then how on earth do you win that round? When C9 can just rip every ult they have at their disposal, you're going to need either an individual to step up massively or some kind of incredible plan to avoid what's happening. And this could be the round.
Flash forwards, that's supplementary with the spam. Brock is just holding that angle down, and he's caught Oxy.
And that's amazing, because if you can get your team into a 5v4 instantly on a round where C9 want to use the ults, want to close the game, well now, he's going to give Mitch a serious question.
Man, I need some help here. Stunned up here by the Trailblazer. That's going to be clearing out that short angle. Here it is, still guarded. Overdrive was being saved, though, for a moment like this here with the Seekers. See if they can carve out a path. Cloud9 calling for the pause, but now that Utah flies forwards and that paranoia in all. Still the guns are back. The time to strike is gone. And NRG are ready. All 5 players grouped up here onto this A site, ready to defend.
Disaster round. Unless they can salvage it somehow in a 3v5. And the rest of the map is open. B, Garage, C. Nobody home there for the defenders. So definitely some opportunities for C9 to get into dangerous positions, but so far, very rough. Because, like I've been talking about, they also use 2 massive ults. That's not a great smoke as far... Oh no, it should be fine actually in Garage. But what you're looking for here is one of the C9 players to decide an area of the map that they want to fight over or get into an aggressive spot. A corner that NRG won't think to clear.
Guns around here. Mata wants that rifle to to take point for the rest of the team. And you are right, the aggro
the
play.
late backstab.
He is. Aggro play is going to be almost anticipated here by NRG, ready for a fight to be taken forwards. Deep hold by Ethan. Gets info that they're playing this tight towards the side here, but that TP forwards! No push off the back of this one. Thorns as well, slows down any attempt of return on that fire. It comes down to this slide and glide straight into the fight and the fray. Mada delivering death and helping his team get right to business.
But man, they had no time to work with there. NRG playing things right to the wire. A second and a half making the difference, and Ethan trying to accelerate faster than his team could because of the Thorns. That was worrying. An attempt at a really disciplined approach in this round. End of the day, though, that is 3 in a row for NRG, and they've knocked Cloud9's economy. They've forced out 2 big ults from them. This is the route to victory for NRG. If there was any way back in, that was the round that could be the tipping point. Because it's going to, I mean, the rest of the game, they're not going to have another Steel Guard and another Seekers. Yeah. Unless Mitch and Zeppa pop off. In which case, they won the round anyway.
Mada on the op line. Just a pixel to work with, but the smoke in his face is going to be denying him a lot of that info.
He's trying to jump spot.
He's going to hear the sheriffs now, though. He knows exactly where the CE9 players are going to be lying.
But these smokes are doing a great job at denying NRG information. Mada, though, gets posted back up immediately onto the C line. Very confident. And Ethan going for a little bit of info towards A long as Garage is pressured.
Trailblazer forwards immediately taken out. Snake Bite just tickling the feet of these players, so won't be able to clear and claim much of that space, but they do just brute force it in the end anyway. Cloud9 not without their prizes, just trying to hide the intent of where they could be landing on the map right now.
Rourke was thinking about leaving A, thinking about leaving it up to Ethan, and Ethan just telling him to remain in position for another moment.
Slight jiggle. Ethan looking for that info. He hears it now with the footsteps. Jump spot forwards. Can see acknowledgement he was looking for. There's 30 seconds left to play within this one, so
30 seconds
stack
left.
towards here. NRG going to be getting some bodies involved. Looking to put the fight and the hurt down onto this Cloud9 team. Paranoia is excellent. And laying them down now with that suppressive fire. He's got help and he's got backup.
Enemy remaining.
The weaponry differential.
It is done.
NRG up to 9.
Three rounds in it, over halfway to making this comeback a reality. But at any point, if NRG give Cloud9 a free sight, there's going to just be a pit in the postman, and it's curtains. So there's so much pressure and tension on these NRG players to get the right read on defense and make sure that they deny a plant from coming down in the first place. If you ever get the read wrong, ever play a site for retake, you're cooked.
Cloud9, they just need that one. Anything to get them over the line. Walls and smokes in your face, though. Slowing it down, that C pressure. Leaving Oxy as a bit of an insert. TP is going to be dealt with. Broken out. So many ults. The Viper's Pit billows out. It's going to be making it mightily difficult to try and get through this A site.
And I think he needed to use that ult in order to fill the gap over towards A. Because like I'm saying, you really cannot play any of these sites for retake when Net has his ult online. Looks like this one's going to end in a B pop. Although Oxy is on the other side of the map, so it might be an idea to keep your eye on that too.
Be a bit of a backstep play occurring here, but that Nana Swarm.
Remember, NRG have to play to deny that plant on B. Or at least deny the pit.
Barely alive, just gets the hell out of there. There's 50 seconds left to play with.
The B fake back into using Oxy on a C split. Nice call in again from Mitch.
It's a long con. Leaving him inserted, looking for the right play here. Mada, he's out wide into the open, just saved there from the movement. Clean as anything, the wall up as well, trying to help his team get all the way back in. Mada just lays him down, at least with that pistol, picks up the rifle, and he's right back up there. Not to be denied!
Mada, the guy with the most aces, puts another one on the board again. How on earth? I mean, that one is remarkable, man. He missed the first 2 right clicks, had to steal a rifle. Oh. Insane spray control from Net onto Mitch, and the sliding kill on Vic. What op crutch?
Oh my god! Yeah, that's nice.
Literally, what op crutch?
That is nice. For the iBuyPower ace. Hashtag unlock your ace. Plenty of prizes to be given out on the socials, but that has caused an immediate reaction from Cloud9.
Yeah.
Hit the panic button.
Because there's been two massive rounds here, right? There was the round where they lost Oxy immediately and they still decided to invest the Steel Garden and the Seekers. I think that was just a mistake in the calling from Mitch. I think, all right, you're in a 4v5, just cut your losses, save your ults for a future round. Like, that is how you close out games. So there's a bit of a mistake. This one, they were trying to get into a position where they could actually take a site and get the pit down. And I think NRG just worked the map beautifully. Pit down over towards A and Som controls that space. Flood defending over towards B and never allowing that to become an issue. And then Mada goes nuclear over on the C site.
That's one way to get your confidence right back up.
But remember, they still have this pit in the back pocket. Cloud9 are not lost until that pit is used and wasted. Until that happens, C9 could even win a light round like this. Triple Stinger and a Judge would be a nightmare in a pit.
All the way forwards onto C.
NRG cannot at any point leave their foot off the gas.
There are no players waiting to reinforce this one. Ethan will be alone. Dart, flash, all going to be used overhead here. Wall to get them all the way in. That stun connects. Ethan trying to drift backwards, but he's right into the fight.
And this should be it.
Exactly where Oxy needed to take it now. This Viper's Pit is lying in wait, ready and waiting, and finally let loose in through the back. CT blocked off entirely. The danger zone. One of the worst case scenarios for NRG. All that good work. You have to sidestep it. There's no way you can take the fight into it. The Odin in the hands of Mada. And NRG have got to get a move on here. Plays need to be made. They're putting the squeeze on through Garage and the flank, but the wall just cuts Som out into the picture. Time is being bled out of the clock. Cloud9, they know it's a major win con. Ingrained into the site. Deep-seated positions in through the wall, and Vix found that timing, but not the weapon at hand, not the right one at all. The dart, Oxy, forward to the shotgun. He's made the mincemeat. There's no time, and the time has just run short.
Cloud9 again avoid the choking allegations. They were up massive, but in the end they close it out. It ends up being a 3-round game, but C9 knew their win condition was getting that pit up. And off the back of an Oxy entry, net secures. The two danger players for Cloud9, every time they go up against NRG, Oxy and Zeppa come up massive. Everything they needed here. An interesting composition that throws off NRG's prep. More proactive defense. Big games from their, players that need to step up, like Oxy Zeppa.
The surgence in form from Oxy is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he started it out, I think he was 13-2 to even begin the game. So he was just on fire at getting them very early up here. And a reminder that that was NRG's map pick.
Absolutely unreal stuff. We're going to be stepping away. But up next, GB Analyst Desk, of course, going to be setting it all up for that map number 2 in this battle to see who goes to champs. You don't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
That would be a good enough trade for Valen, though. Now Jonah P down long, getting wrapped around behind. Surely he can't get a kill for me. What is happening? Jonah P is remarkable.
John knows that he's got time again to play with. Once more, Paranoia is forced out. Vic with a TP up towards the box, towards the top, but John is lights out and sharp as anything.
I am here with C9's Emmy after that first map. Emmy, it looked fantastic until the throw started to set in a little bit, but the team was able to right the ship at the end. Talk to me about kind of what the team was going through, you talking to them late in the game and trying to get back into their head and reset them.
Yeah, I mean, we had this plan the whole week, and he blew both his tacks in the first half, so I wasn't going to use my tack in the second half. The plan wasn't to use it. We had a round there where we were in a 3v2 and we didn't use our ults because we wanted to bait out their ults, so it got a little bit sketchy from there, and then I had to use my tack in the end, but it felt smooth sailing until I had to use my tack, because that's when I was like, that get hit and nerves creeping in, you know?
So now we have Corrode next. Is this a series in 2 for C9?
Like I said, we have our game plan. We have a plan, as you see in the Vice this game. We'll see what comes up next.
All right, sounds good. Good luck. Thanks, Emmy.
Oh man, Coach Emmy has a plan, but hey, it's always good when you have players who put it to effect like this. Actually, forget the plan. He just shot everyone in the face. Zeppa was unbelievable. What a play that was, and I've never seen a shot. I mean, Mata did a couple of those last week, right? But that in the clutch in that moment was beautiful.
Yeah, so sharp flicking over there for the final kill. And honestly, that was kind of just the nail in the coffin for NRG. They'd started building so much momentum. That happens, and the series might as well be over.
Yeah, it looked like they had something going with the Mata ace. Yeah, maybe jumping the gun a little bit.
Get a little ahead of yourself there, buddy.
I told you C9 was winning it all. That started the day.
Oh, okay. So we hold on to that. But it did feel like, though, Mimi, that things really started to get a bit out of control. It didn't feel like it actually did at round 3 in this bonus.
Yeah, they really snowballed this game, going up so heavily to start this half. I love the way that Vic was playing that on top of the box towards C, playing around with the teleport within his one-way, and then C9 just showing some great team coordination. They get a ton of value out of every piece of Sky utility. Remember, nothing is refreshing. They have 2 flashes and a dog. That's it in terms of initiator util. But I felt like they were always set up really well to have someone there to swing and punish off the flash. They were picking great timings with the dog to re-clear through mid in the mid round, and I thought just had a fantastic read throughout that defense. They were fully in control, even if it got a little wonky at the end.
Yeah, and even when they're using that util playing together on the low buy rounds as well, both pistols, the swing round there of the bonus though, closing out the game with a judge from Oxy, like, come on.
Yeah, and he had contemplated for a minute grabbing the Phantom that was in the corner. I was like, actually, I'm going to take the judge. Take it right into the pit, why don't you? And, of course, Oxy. You can't talk about Cloud9 without talking about this guy right here. Headhunter 100%, Mimi. This kid was snapping. Absolutely brilliant performance from him.
We sold this game as the story of Oxy versus the outstanding rookie in Mata on the other side, and most of this game was defined by Oxy. He was 8-3 in kills directly against Mata. Mata did have a redemption in the second half, but he started the first getting only 4 kills. It was Oxy who was the one taking the timings to get aggressive on defense, leading the way on these retakes, and just bringing in incredible energy to C9.
Wow, damn, those shots were great, and of course Oxy going Super Saiyan there. But I think that it just goes to show you that with this C9 team, even though we do know that Oxy is that playmaker, it's just so difficult to shut him down. That round after round, they're just getting so much value off of what Oxy's bringing to the table.
Yeah, and at this point, you're not shutting down Oxy, you're trying to do what you can to match on the other side. And like you were talking about, Mata ends up getting his ace, he starts coming online in that second half, but now it is do or die for NRG. You can't afford to have a slow half as a star on this team, not to take down a C9 that's looking this hot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on that one. But of course, we do got to find out what's going on in the NRG camp. We got Coach Bonkar standing by.
I am here with Bonkar ahead of map 2. A tough loss, but a nice resurgence towards the end of the map. Now this next map being one of your most important of the year. What do you refocus on for the team, and what do you tell them pushing forward?
All I'm saying to them is we're winning the later stages of that game. Felt like we weren't really warm, comfortable, not playing our tempo, playing our game. So just moving forward, looking into ourselves and committing to our game plans.
All right, Bonkar, good luck. Hope you get a game 3.
He's not wrong on that one, right? We did see a little bit of a resurgence from that NRG squad because this one could have been a 13-6 easily, but we were seeing them really start to rally the troops. Question is whether or not they can carry that into Corrode.
Hey, look, I'm a fan of the good old just play better from my coach.
Yeah, I mean, real.
Just get good, bro.
They are starting defensive Corrode, and I've liked their defense on this map throughout the year. I think Mata on the waylay here, they have great ideas on how to quickly take mid control. Their retakes look well put together. This is a very comfortable position for an NRG that heated up in the second half, but GB, elimination is on the line. If they want to go to champs, they have to take us to map 3.
That's right, Mimi. It is do or die for NRG. Will we go to map 3? Brennan Sideshow will catch you guys on the other side of this one. We'll see you then.
Forever, I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing.
This is a series that's been heating up in the best way possible. The stakes are quite simple and clear if you're just joining us. The winner of this series will be representing Americas at Champs Paris. There's a lot on the line for both of them, but NRG are the ones that are down currently by 1 map. I just want to talk about Cloud9 as well. Multitudes of these players as well. For Oxy, he's never even been to a big global event before. It's kind of weird to think about. As skilled a player as he is, you almost anticipate him to be, at least at one of them. But he started playing for this Cloud9 squad in 2024 with the rebuild. A little bit earlier if you count the off-season events. But he's one of the players that is just...
didn't even go to lock-in.
Right, exactly. He missed the guaranteed one.
Yeah.
That usually is a bit of a given.
And Cloud9 haven't qualified to an international event, to a global event, since Champs 2021. NRG missed out on Champs last year. I'm personally thinking it could be fun to see NRG play against Billy again, but they might not have the chance, because Cloud9 are 1 map away from being an America's representative at Champions, and they've made another tweak to the comp. This C9 team does feel very different compared to previous years where they've choked and flamed out, because they're also always adding new stuff to their game. We saw a new comp coming out from them on Haven, many new comps and new maps for them in playoffs overall, and now here, Oxy moving over to the Neon to start on Corode. Generally speaking, I think it's better. It should also improve his attack sides in general, because his attack side fragging has been really rough on this map, but it means that C9 won't have access to a showstopper. And they were doing some really classic showstopper into Viper's Pit kind of rounds, just to give them a few attack rounds to bolster it here, because has been a defense-sided map, Corode, and NRG are super strong on the defense here.
It could be quite an intentional pick in terms of just knowing the composition they run. NRG, they like the KO. Ethan plays it. Yeah. One of the ways that you can shut down the ult, you hold the knife for that rainy day, wait for the sound cue.
Unlikely that Oxy was going to get great value from the showstopper anyway. But I like the Neon pivot, and the pistol rounds could be pivotal.
Yeah, we'll see it. All grouped up here from Cloud9, 5 towards A main. Som, the only player to push them back, but Brock is going to be joining them. And some help from Mata too. Holding that dart, waiting for the second wave of things, but Cloud9 not willing to rush into much.
Ethan pushed up, jump spotting mid.
We need some help to try and reinforce this one immediately through Link. Mata rejoins him. A wall separates them, but they are shoulder to shoulder, and seeing that flash forwards as well. He's going to be pushed off the line. Ethan, he's thinking, is this my time to strike?
But no. Mata hasn't received any commitment through to A, so it would be a bit too early there for Ethan to go for a backstab.
Contact walk up here, Ethan does at least light them up with a help of Scuba by his side.
That's great.
Instant retreat back to more passive positions, and there's a lot to clear on a map like Corode. Through it now, the paranoia is good, but the traces and the classics in the hand of Cloud9 just pointed out straight to the body of Scuba. He's dropped 3v3 now.
Big value from the flashes, as you would expect from C9. They still have one in the back pocket for Mitch. Could choose to go aggro on someone here towards elbow, but no, instead they back it up. And this spike plant, in an odd spot considering the locations of the rest of Cloud9. They're hunting for some kind of backstab that doesn't exist.
Standing ahead.
Fighting for a position forwards. Dark clears most of this one here. Mata had his watchful eye onto main. Zeppa's removed, and there it is, anticipating the positions perfectly. Vic can only do so much in a spot like that. Lovely work with the retake.
And let's talk about the pistols. It was a 13-10 game on Haven, NRG's map pick. But NRG actually won more rifle rounds.
Yeah.
C9 got double pistol, and they got bonus, you know, in a string of rounds to open things up. So being even equal with the pistols here on Corrode might tip things in NRG's favor. It's tough to know. But what I do know is that Cloud9 are going to get tested on this attack side.
Oh, yeah.
We saw them play against Sentinels. That was a great game. But you see how much that pistol means to Bonkai. He's popping off.
It's the thing that's been eluding them in that prior map.
Oh, then the force spread from C9.
Take this towards them anyway. They got the plant down. They got that extra money to play with. Oxy's working with an Outlaw. There's a gap in the wall. Ready to strike, but just misses the shot. And now that reveals the hand. It could be just an Outlaw force out, but you're going to be thinking second and twice about this one. Scuba lying in wait, judge in hand.
It's a nasty position, but it is one that people will sometimes clear with wall bangs. Not that many people on C9 have the weaponry for it.
They're just drifting past for now. Flash forwards into the link. Scuba's going to get in that info again, and that jiggle is perfect. Ethan not punished for it, gets the information, knows that they've lost control of mid.
They're just escorting Oxy, the president, onto all of these aggressive angles with his Outlaw.
Useless flying forwards now with that stun ricocheting the thorns to the side. Ethan is under a tremendous amount of pressure, even a team flash into the process, but it is Oxy blinded up. Does the damage, does the work. These stingers are just overwhelming and overloading them. Brock, he's left alone. Blink of an eye, it's one player against two. Has that Bulldog. Couldn't remove the thorns, and his position is noted.
Standing ahead.
But slowed down, Dart. Gone. No peace of mind for Brock, not right now. And a very difficult spot to be in.
Zeppa wasn't peeking there from heaven. I thought
Cloud9.
for sure Brock could be caught.
I mean, they could be from anywhere. I think he heard the shot initially onto the Dart from heaven. Flashes there, anticipating and even spotting the second one out. Brock, 2 bullets left. Has to commit to the reload just for any sort of chance into it, but still just tip-tapping away, Zeppa! Cheeky with the peaks. Immediately, Cloud9 assert themselves.
Zeppa continues to be the thorn in the side of NRG. All year, he's been prodding them. And now again, that round is, just as you saw Bonka's elation after winning the pistol, I would imagine the emotion's just going to be as strong on the other side.
Nice! Let's go! Right about immediate flip of that momentum.
Yeah, it's catastrophic for NRG because in some senses, winning that follow-up round could be even worse than losing the pistol.
Cover going out. Moving forward so steadily. It's a full mid-take on the eco for NRG. They're claiming all that space, just creeping up onto the lines as well, so not giving anything away. Cloud9 have been given open access onto the A site. Walls forwards. Let's see how coordinated they are. Can be tricky, but they get over it in the end, so that's all 4 of them now, and getting a bit of a move on. Popping off with the U-tilt. Refract ready as well, so Mata take contact, and well, his head's just gone clean off here. Still trying to hold down the line with the superior firepower. It's easy going, easy business. Just snap into the heads of these NRG players.
Attack sides on Corrode, if you can get rounds, you know, where you've got the eco advantage over your opponents, those are going to be few and far between. Because usually the defenders are going to be winning out. You're going to find it really difficult to knock them down onto an eco. So getting a bit of a freebie like that for C9 and 2 in the bank could be massive. This Omen ultimate, you can actually make some good plays happen with just an Omen ult in your back pocket. So
yeah, look at all the nooks and crannies just in through spawn.
Yeah, we've seen Bang go for it from Sentinels, for example.
TP could be out into the open there, but not quite punished as well. He's got his team to back him up. The wall up and down, trying to catch that timing against Brock, who was least expecting it.
He's using the Odin. Got that weapon abuse coming out early.
Yeah, Cloud9 were giving all sorts of talk and chat about that. Talking about an over-reliance, and Brock is one of the more heavy users of it in the Americas. Mata. That's good. Diligent with the peak here, so he's clearing up a bit of space towards A main. Still have to worry about that A-link angle.
It's a difficult fight to win, actually. Mata having to go really deep on that one. but a crucial one. Relieves a bit of pressure over towards A, and getting a spam kill as well.
Yep.
Couldn't ask for more.
Wants a map on Corrode without fail. That's good as well. Saturate. No one can step past this one. Just got to wait this one out. All these Cloud9 players have been spotted out into the open here. Gap it up and grouped up. Zeppa's forwards, but the shots are clean. Straight through the wall there. Zeppa barely able to stay alive. He's limping through the rest of this fight. Sky heal. Bring them back up. But they're going to be walking into a heavy stack of NRG, all smoked off. In through the choke point here. It's brute force is the name of the game for Cloud9. And it will not work against what NRG are offering. Mada adds another one to his collection.
It's utterly ridiculous how often this guy is acing out here. Second one in the game so far.
That was a sneaky one.
Yeah, well, he did an incredible job in the early round. Gathering this kill, and then one through the smoke, obviously. But then the saturate to stop the elbow push is lovely. Breaks the flash. Ethan was actually playing anti-flash because he was expecting them to pop through with either the Vice or the Sky. The Mada aces are ridiculous. There's another iBuyPower ace. They're going to have a personal sponsorship for him.
I know, at this point.
And he's got his ult online too. So while I was saying it's really bad for NRG to lose their follow-up round, to lose round 2, part of the reason for that is you tend to be behind in the ult economy game. But Mada's going to have his ult before Zeppa or Mitch or any of those guys.
Shot right up. NRG have a lot of utility. They can get that mid-round information. Darts, drones, KO knife and all.
The Odin is definitely at its best here on Corrode, I think. Out of all of the maps that we've got in the pool,
from long range, from that distance.
That. It's crazy.
Vic just hopped up onto the box. Plenty more players where that came from. Brock, you want to overpeak into this one though. The shot does lay it down. That is a lot of damage. And hello! This is your time to strike them where it hurts. Softens them up and slowly bleeds them out. You can see the back-to-back ace.
I don't think Brock's going to even be in a position to chase for it, to be honest. Mada might be able to deny him the opportunity. But man, I mean, the two players that C9 were talking about being abusers. Mada did it with a rifle in the previous round, but here... Well, they are. They're going for it. They're trying to give it to him. This is a game to go to champs, guys.
22 bullets out. That shuts him down.
There's only 15 seconds. Spawn is nowhere near, so listen, I appreciate it. Brock gets up to his ultimate as well. Yeah, Brock, though, he only picks this gun less than 10% of the time, by the way. So he's not really an Odin abuser, but that still makes him the player that picks up the Odin the most out of every player left in the tournament.
It's kind of crazy.
Americas is just not playing enough Odin. That's what it's telling you. People should have like 3 of them on this map.
Not opted into it.
But yeah, Brock joins Mada at the top of the scoreboard there after picking up a 4K. This one from super long range. And not even going for the spam kill here, just really anticipating Cloud9 go for that B split, because that has been what Mitch has called for the majority of these first 5 rounds. Has been taking slower mid control and trying to pivot into B splits. Maybe a weakness that Imi identified in the game plan of NRG.
NRG definitely shrugging off the earlier damage done after losing the follow-up to their pistol. Deep push into mid as well. These are players that really inserting themselves. Drone steps it forwards again. Cloud9 are trying to play a really diligent game so far in the attack. Taking it slowly, but...
Yeah, they were actually using quite a lot of Sky Flashes to try to take aggressive mid-control against Sentinels when I was watching, so this is a change of pace. Maybe just worried about the spam. And there's a lot of tools for NRG to slow them down. The saturate from Mada is a big one. You don't want to run into that.
You really don't.
Waylay is very good on both sides of the map here on Corrode.
Seeker's going to be layering down a bit of a path to victory. Immediate retreat from these NRG players. Convergent paths, that's going to be slowing down and taking a lot of bite out of the A split.
I like the idea. It gives them time to hunt for this Omen ult as well. But we can tell that Vic faked it. But NRG were worried just for a moment there.
Still. Just withdrawing, that rolling retreat, and with that util, oh my goodness, you are getting shredded, Brock.
30 seconds left.
Does not let them gain that site for free. Steel Guarding can be avoided in time, and that Hunter's Fury has been earned. The damage done just stacks on top. Vic and Net trying to really see if they can carve out a path to success in through that link angle, but Brock is all the way on top of it. The 3v2, Cloud9.
Planted.
Looking to power through this one. Zephyr has a chance as well, but that timing, he's found it. Maybe the second kill is his. And just like that, Brook's on his own. He'd have to do it all again. It's 3 kills to his name. 2 plays left to stand. Another chance at the ace. So damn unlikely. Shredded to pieces. Paper mache is the walls. He might just be able to find them. Slowly bleeding out this Cloud9 squad, but a sidestep at a dart just goes wide, still anticipating where could Vic be hiding. Time is ticking against him. Brook, there's so many unknowns, needs to get half. Vic with the timing! He's got it! He's got it! That's outrageous! Has he got it? It's going to be so close! The circle is shrinking! What an outrageous round from Brook! That's what Cloud9 is scared of! What is that?
Dude, that is, honestly, that is Odin perfection. You can abuse it as much as you like if you're going to give us rounds like that.
Yeah.
You can see how difficult it is for them to even get through the choke point initially. And then, in the clutch, how do you double swing this guy? Like, normally, I think Zephyr and Vic would want to double swing that. But you're just going to get bullet tagged through the wall and going to be so slow.
Let's go! Come on! That is unbelievable.
What an insane addition. Another iBuyPower clutch out here for NRG. If you're an NRG fan, you've been following iBuyPower for like 7 years at this point. You
really have.
You have tweeted #UnlockYourAce more than anything else.
They've been getting good value.
Yeah.
Especially when these NRG players are on point.
You're drowning in free PCs and Riot gift cards.
It's an immediate timeout.
Will there be a melee kill by the end of this match? Dude, I mean, that would be the only other ridiculous thing to add on top of it.
Yeah. I like the optimism, though. It's, we'll see.
So this is a kind of spot, though, where they might be missing the showstopper a little bit. Because if you think about if Oxy was playing Raze here, you go, you grab an orb, you Raze ult in, and then you try to pit afterwards, and that gives you a bit of an easier opportunity to put an attack round on the board. Now, like you were saying, Brent, Ethan can shut that down, but it's not even an option now, even if Ethan dies. They're going to struggle to make room for net.
Scraps an option end, really, for Cloud9 to work with. But they give her a bit of a buy, but again, this mid-angle is so damn difficult to try and even get past. Doubled up, on top of the box. Drone is going to be spotting them out momentarily if he chooses to take the angle, just clearing out through the smoke first and gets that tag.
Recall as well that both of these teams should be favored on defense side of Corode. So how many do Cloud9 even need here? 4? 4 and a pistol, and I think they're fine. Completely fine.
Almost a similar situation to what we were talking about with NRG in that last map.
Yeah.
How many rounds did they need?
Well, they needed a single pistol on
One
Haven.
pistol round and it would have made the difference for them. It's always going to be slow and steady. It's a big map, a lot to clear, and you've got to be cautious with it. Grouped up though, NRG have the right read on this one. The only danger is if they overstep themselves. That re-clearance again, knife against towards that back wall. Oxy swings out and does take out Scuba. 35 seconds left. You've got a player in spawn.
Yeah,
Mitch is calling for rotates.
Mitch has really worked his way through here. Now the pressure is on Mada. Because if Mada plays this one too passively, Mitch is going to backstab him.
He's going to be hearing all of this.
Oh,
no, 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 no! What? Soma's still alive!
Oh, that's tragic.
That's ridiculous. And Mada as well, he's holding his own. This is a guy, he's a one-man army. Quick little disengage as well, and he's out of there. Double dash, straight to safety, but he wants a little bit more. He wants that action, taking these fights straight to them. And there's only Mitch left to stand. Time being bled entirely out of the round. There could have been a chance there for Cloud9, but quick mechanics as well. Mada has just been on point.
If Mitch had been able to pick up Som in spawn, maybe Mada would have been shook, worried about the flank. In reality, though, I think Mada made the right decision, really decisively pushing forwards into those players in A lane. He shut that down. Great shot onto Oxy. No way through. But now Rifle's back in the hands of Cloud9. Another opportunity for C9 to put a much-needed attack round on the board.
It's been struggles, though.
Back to the B wall. Anytime a Viper wall goes down over towards B, if the team normally uses it in mid, you're expecting them to finish on that side of the map.
Yeah, it's a different direction. Cloud9 are trying to sell potentially a bit of a fake. Spike is still held back all the way towards mid. Oxy just sending it! like a human drone for his squad to see if they can sell the fight as being taken. Mitch is now alone, but yeah, NRG are realizing it. Okay, it was fake pressure. Just seeing if they can pull these players away. Time to strike, though, potentially missed. Cloud9 are going to be seeing if they can at least get themselves into the A side, but already NRG, I didn't even realize that was possible. Straight through the door, don't even know where those bullets will be landing still. NRG on full containment.
NRG know that Mitch is behind somewhere.
Double swing in a fight to take it straight as that pit blooms and blossoms. Spills out now into the site. Net needs some help and he needs it now, but Mitch is miles away.
They can still win this round 2v4, Cloud9. The Viper's Pit is that powerful. It's just going to be spam. Do they catch onto Net?
Revealed up. Flash underhanded. The Odin, best tool for the job. Spam down as well, lit up, and that peak timing of NRG. It is picture perfect here. Damage done, but that decay damage is going to be undone steadily here, and NRG have got a hold onto this one entirely. Mitch with that spray and the spam, the bullet's just going wide. It's a haircut given to Brock, and time, even in the final few moments here, to min-max and build up towards those next few ults.
And Mother is really close to getting another one online. That was a great chance for Cloud9 to try to convert something, but the fake play was a bit weird. They hard sent it on the fake, straight through elbow. I think Oxy expected not to get punished. It's a weird spot, holding on this side of the wall for Scuba. Don't think Oxy really anticipated that at all. And the players that had the spike weren't quick enough up mid. If you think that you've pulled defenders over towards B, you've got to be faster at taking that timing. Cloud9, though, still with enough money to buy, but no particular ults to work with. A B wall and the spike going A. Trying to mess with where NRG are going to expect players to be.
Flash placed. Not ready yet.
No real pressure over towards B main, though. It's just that wall going up and down.
But look, it's a different Viper Orb actually here from Net, so it's pushing the Waylay away. So it's pushing Mada away from mid. Normally, the Viper Orb would be in Som's face here, so he wouldn't be able to jump spot. But this round, it actually works directly against Cloud9 because they're trying to sneak their way into A, and Som just sees them.
There's no smoke in his face. Normally the Viper Orb might be over there.
It's almost a bit of anti-synergy with Net's setup.
Flash forwards, this is Cloud9 clutching at anything they can get now. Inspiration is called for. Ethan dominates the angle into the smoke, and as well just shuts down Oxy. Straight down and nade to the floor. This is doing so much damage! Cloud9 ripped to shreds.
Double fragment grenade kill.
Don't see that often. Scuba fully aware. Knows where the last player must be. The pressure wasn't coming from Link, it has to be from main Net.
Brock, by the way, was spamming through that wall the entire time to try to at least get like bullet tag, if nothing else, onto those Cloud9 players trying to split B. Mitch has been calling for that B split a lot, and NRG are so ready for it. This is a team that excels on defense. They are spectacular on this side of the map. They deny the plant from going down 46% of the time when they play defense. That's ridiculous.
It's got to be near the top.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. Even the best teams in the world, like T1 when they won Bangkok, PaperX when they won in Toronto, are only just managing those numbers. So NRG, world-class defense side team. The questions are going to come on the other half. But right now, C9 are feeling it.
It really does feel like you're battering your head against a brick wall playing into this NRG team. Every single...
I'm not even kidding, he's actually going for it.
Well, a very different vibe for NRG because they got to start on their favored side this map. And they won pistol, that helps. But that was 2 rifle rounds in a row where Cloud9 couldn't make anything happen.
That's full struggle. Scuba sees it. Knocks it out. Snakebite just to ensure that he can be jumped upon, but Ethan is going to be popping off that ult here. No command. Just emanates out. Sweeping forwards now as well, denying most of the abilities, but Net still takes the fight. Squares up towards it. It's a pixel to work with. He still does some damage on either side.
They want to res.
Bullets exchange. Conversion path is even that Viper's Pit. They know exactly where these Cloud9 players are going to be playing from. To saturating the paranoia forwards again, but they have that smoke to play in and out and around. Close quarters of the weaponry. Cloud9 are shining, and Mitch sets it all up. It's down to just Scuba. Drifting around as well, dodging the timing onto it, but Mitch still deleted.
Cloud9 have got to take advantage of this opportunity.
Scuba doesn't really have Lee Zeppa only the stinger, just peeking out wide. Shot fired off, trying to bait the shot. Scuba taking a fight towards him. Time is still there for him.
I think he's got it.
He does.
God, this one's even closer than the previous, though.
Wait a minute.
0.4 on the clock.
Yeah.
It's cinema. I mean, that was a little bit of a fumble as well, though, for NRG on the retake. What a sick Waylay ult, and then Paranoia comes down the line.
Yeah.
But they didn't think about Cloud9 players hiding in that smoke. And Mitch comes out and nails 3 heads, something like that. I mean, you've seen it here from Scuba's perspective as he's cleaning up the mess that he was left. Brilliant clutch. Fantastic Red Bull clutch from Scuba.
We got it 100%, guys, on my soul. On my soul, we got to the bro.
Well, he was right. He was right. C9 are running out of chances here, though. They really are. They've won only the Force and a follow-up anti-eco.
The playbook has just been entirely empty, and NRG are not slowing down. Are always throwing these curveballs. A flash peek for info, making Cloud9 uncomfortable.
I really don't think that the strat book has been empty, though. It's been Mitch really trying stuff. Like, he's trying to move the Viper wall around, run fakes.
Sure.
He's just running into a brick wall constantly. He's running another fake here.
Yeah, the NRG defense can feel like that. Some spots it out, though. Immediately, the ruse is revealed.
They need that Viper orb over towards bricks. They've got to deny that info from Som, because the fake has been ruined again.
It's down to that minute mark. What are your options? Barely any of Cloud9's rounds have been prioritizing over towards mid. NRG have really had full control over it most of the time. Even now, puts them in a good position as well to immediately help out over towards B.
Well, here this is going to end up in a B repop. Maybe the slightly weaker site. Scuba doesn't have his snake bite.
Forwards the fight to be taken. Oxy wants to lead the charge for his team. Still there's heads out wide. Just hopped over towards the top. A lot of damage done. Ethan is still alive here, and that flash overhead. Wants to take the fight forwards anyway. Ults are going to be offloaded anyway. Oxy's forwards there. That Steel Garden is good to set them up, but Matter instantly
Spike planted.
equalizes and returns that fire. It's still that 2v2 and attack. Hold on, where the hell are you going? Getting forwards now. And to saturate to cover one of the angles. Som and Matter healthy as anything. And Cloud9 need this desperately. Vic tight to the corner. He's going to be calling this one out. He hears the footsteps, but again, it could be anywhere. And what a peek by Matter. It's almost perfect still. Returned by Zeppa once more, left into the clutch. A chance of redemption for him in this 1v1. But Som has all the advantages. A tap and a pull out wide. Zeppa has to push that angle. And Som knew it exactly.
C9 have had chances. They've had openings. These last two, probably their best. And yet they can't find a way of closing out these 2v2, even advantage post-plant scenarios. Oxy just sent it into B-Link there. I think he was just trying to catch somebody waiting for the retake, but got the wrong read on what was happening. And NRG probably need all of these rounds, because Cloud9 are going to look fierce on their defense side as well. But 9-2, 10-2, you're feeling good on Corode. It's not this defense side.
No.
And again, the op, the Odin coming out, but not for Mata. It's Som who picks it up, and he's holding over towards A.
An Outlaw as well. And that one in the back pocket. And money and business is booming forward. And Som is going to be feeling a lot of that pressure. Does Paranoia again just push them back off the line.
Well, this time the orb from net goes out over towards him, so he's not going to be able to hold that line that he was hoping to.
They don't have mid control. The entire time NRG have just been in full control of it. You can threaten as much as you want for that A main choke, but if you don't threaten from 2 different angles, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Drone with the tag. Grouping up here. It's umming and ahhing really in the positioning of Cloud9.
Trying to figure out where they can go. Without the dog,
yeah.
What do you do?
How do you make the play? Flash held. That was a rough timing onto that one. The wall's going to be dropping anyway. Cloud9, not too much noise being made, but that stun pushes Brock back still. You're going to be going straight into the Shredder. And Brock only gets the one anyway. It's that instantaneous trade. What a nade! Just up overhead. Full containment. NRG are in control.
30 seconds left.
There's no options anymore. Dashing this way, that, trying to get the info. Hiding and confusing, and net is just absolutely decked out. 10-2 is the half at NRG. We said these teams are defense-sided, but this is just getting extreme.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous. The only rounds that Cloud9 won were because they forced up in round 2 and then had a pretty free eco afterwards. They had chances, but whether it was aces coming out from Mada or whether it was Brock's Odin, clutches coming out here as well from Scuba, NRG just had the answers, had the magic every single time. And I think this next half is still potentially tough for them to close, but they should have set themselves up for a win here on Corrode.
It's all dependent on round 13. That pistol round is what we're all going to be watching. A quick reminder of what this is all for. Tickets for Champions Paris are now available. You can scan the QR codes. Either one of them. There's 2 arenas. We'll be swapping venues a little bit deeper as we get into the final few matches. But if you want to attend, scan it on your screen right now. And that's exactly what both of these teams are playing for, Chance. Now, listen, it's not going to be as easy for them.
No.
They have to play this match to actually get there.
Yeah, I mean,
Could go as spectators, but they don't want to.
If you're a C9 or an NRG fan, you can scan the QR codes, left side for groups, right side for playoffs, but at the end of the day, we have no idea still which of these teams is going to be representing Americas at Champions. Both of them would love to. It's been so long for Cloud9. It has been 4 years, 2021 champs, the last time they qualified. For NRG, NRG pipped them to the post in order to go to Tokyo. That was a qualification match in playoffs, similar to this in 2023. NRG then also went to champs later on in that year. Haven't seen them since. This big for both teams and a must-win pistol for C9. We're expecting NRG to struggle a little more on their attack side here on Corrode.
A lot of pressure.
If they win the pistol, it's pretty much done.
Bullets fired off here. The goal for Cloud9 just to try and pull out some of this util. Now, Mada didn't pop his refract, so he can't get past that, but it's okay. There was no punish on the other side of it from Cloud9.
Thorns activated.
This might be punishing, though. Grouped up as well, looking for the refight now with a paranoia. Sweeping forward, trying to pincer these players, but now calling for the retreat backwards. It's a flash into the face, slowing down the approach of NRG, but they are getting ground steadily.
Yeah, there is a backstab in mid. Ooh, what is that? How has he managed that?
That's a collat. Dropping them all again. You hear the chants, the crowd wants it. You know it, still that's going to be denied, but a pistol round. Second one claimed in this map for NRG. Essentially just snuffs out the chances for Cloud9.
C9 are going to be forced to buy into this round anyway, though, right? They're going to have to go with stingers, light armor, whatever they can afford.
No plan bonus, though. You're on the defense.
So it's not going to be great weaponry. It's not even going to be as good as what they salvaged together in the first half. Collat on that one, though. I appreciate the synchronization.
Bro, 3K, was that sick or no?
I'm in.
Sheriff on
easy
pistol
clap, bro.
Yeah, it was nice. It was perfect coordination from Vic and Mitch. They just utterly lined up. But here's the force like we were talking about.
It's all in. Forwards again to try and take that fight. Oxy! Liz claims to at least one of the lives. It's not quite a trade as well, but equivalent exchange in terms of that. And gets himself out as well. That's his reward. Can still play for the round.
I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that NRG decided to go full buy into this one. Because if you just go for a bit of a light buy or something, you're going to have better weapons than them. in round 15, but yeah, that's beside the point, perhaps. But we have seen some teams doing that. Sentinels were running it, for example. Here, though, NRG looking to try to figure out the solution in a 4v4, where they don't have the Viper wall to be able to play off in mid.
Cloud9 had once grouped up. Now, Mitch is the one who's going to be getting that mid-round information for him. He's the player that's dead. So
well, Zeppa is also going to get mid-round info here, right? He still has the flash to be able to pop on a timing, even if he wanted to. I mean, you could just pop it off wall contact here as well to slow down NRG.
Setup is there, ready to stall them out. Oh no, matter. Back's going to be used the dash to disengage.
This is buying a lot of time, though, for C9, but they're not rotating.
They're not budging.
30 seconds left.
So now hearing multiple footsteps, Cloud9, yeah, Net's going to be calling this one out. It is real pressure, plant down for Ethan.
I wonder if they thought that was going to be a re-hit, because Ethan loves re-hitting so much. Maybe they thought that was a fake over towards A.
More ground in the world here. Cemented positions from NRG into their post plant. Cloud9 have got to go and try and do this one really with barely anything. Just the stingers to work with. Sheriff in the hands of Net. Dodging Jukin, trying to bait out these shots. Amada, yeah, there's no winning against that one, but the Spectre in hand. Movement ajar. Brought forwards though. Steps up and his smoke is just so damn tricky to deal with. Another layer on top of it, but again the util is going to be coming out in waves and swarms of weaponry. Too much to deal with. It overwhelms.
Could have been another Mada ace there. He got a 4K in the round and some steals it from becoming another one. But that I think is the final bell tolling on Corode for Cloud9. They're going to force buy for the rest of this map because, of course, you are. You're down 12-2. Yep. But the buys are going to get worse and worse, and NRG is going to get another steal!
What a turnaround, though, in terms of that form. Mada is 21-5.
I mean, that's what happens when they get to start on defense.
Yeah, the favored side in all. Scuba. He's not scared, is he? Straight up the gut, in through main now. Bit of util to try and at least put a pause into it, but that nade lands at the feet, and Vic just cannot help out. Slowly but surely, these Cloud9 players are going to be absolutely, bled and taken out of the fight. All hopes of winning this map done. Dash to the wind. NRG not done yet with this business. And Oxy with that Bucky. I mean, at this point, there's not much you can do.
I mean, he knows.
There's not much you can do.
He knows it's George.
Knife only! Knife only! To get the champs! That's how that ends!
The viewers at home were voting on whether there was going to be a melee kill.
There it is.
And there it is. They rigged it.
Wait, the show match isn't yet.
They fixed it, man. I hope you voted for that melee kill in the chat.
Yeah,
there
that's
it
a
is.
funny finish.
13-2. That is what a map should look like when you win double pistol, to be honest with you. I mean, even C9 coming back and getting the force buy victory in round 2, but NRG destroyed here on Corode.
They're straight back into it, aren't they? Map 3 coming up for Lotus.
And I don't want to worry anyone, but NRG starts on defense in map 3.
Favored side.
So this is going to put a ton of pressure on Imi and Mitch to try to come up with the right game plan to start out hot in a crucial decider to figure out whether or not you are attending champs. A teleport across, and Baby Bay waiting. All that bait is 1-4, but Ethan is here to crush G2.
But smoke knocks his face, makes it hard, and now he's second-guessing himself as Splash is pushing forwards as well, but a war's going to be dividing up most of this on Oxy! Oxy!
I think the whole reason why I play, honestly, is to win, obviously, but I'm not here to prove to anyone that, like, I can be a winner. So, like, honestly, if anything, I'm proving it to myself that, you know, the past 2 years, 3 years of me playing Valorant every single day, 8-10 hours a day, isn't a waste. But yeah, I think it's just me proving it to myself.
NRG find themselves one step away from going to Champions Paris. Same thing for Cloud9, but Corrode was not their map, not by a long shot. Let's just first talk about the obvious that we saw in that matchup, the aces. There were a lot of aces, Mimi, and they all came from Mata, or practically all of them came from Mata.
Half of them came from Mata.
Yeah,
That's true, sorry, half.
But it's incredible how many aces Mata has gotten. For someone coming into his rookie year, he is just getting an astounding amount of these rounds, and it's such a turnaround. Remember, 4 kills in the first half of map 1, gets an ace the second half of that, and then just keeps that train rolling.
Yeah, ends up dominating here on Corode. 21-5, I believe, to close out the map. Absolutely stellar stuff from both him and Brock getting these aces. There were also about like 4 or 5 other almost aces that he almost had, but couldn't quite put them up there. Didn't get there in the end.
A great job. Whenever they're up in numbers, he is so willing to continue to get aggressive, to find that next kill. Here's a look at the ace leaderboard across our league, and no surprises in this stage. Mata #1 hitting double digits.
The
with
3 that he has came from one map.
Also, don't ask how long Mata's been playing in Tier 1 compared to Oxy, Zek, and Cryo, and Jogamo. This guy did 10 in 1 year.
Yeah, that's just absolute madness. But it also isn't all that surprising as well based on what we saw on Corode, because also those post plants as well, Ender. I mean, C9 just had virtually no answers to be able to get into those sites.
I mean, there were a couple times where C9 were able to get into good late round positions in the post plant, even be up numbers, but they slipped.
Yeah, a lot of those, I think Cloud9 were missing on some of the fundamentals, weren't playing off each other quite as they should in these rounds. I mean, look at some of these, right? Scuba's in a position where he can isolate that kill, gets another one-on-one, and then gets a fight into main as well. All of these completely isolated fights. But it was more than that. This is the Cloud9 who I don't think ever actually managed to get mid control, and NRG were so willing to fast rotate through that space, flood into these sites, and they found so much value from it.
It was a consistent problem where Cryo was just getting killed early on in rounds. Cryo. Oh my god.
You mean?
Oxy, what is
this guy's still thinking about last week?
I'm thinking about the ace leaderboard is my big problem. No, but he ends up falling early in so many rounds. You look at team-wide, it is 14-1 in first kill, first death for NRG, dominating that squad. And so much of it came down to the fact that C9 could not get an early fight win with Oxy.
Yeah, I want to credit Ethan as well on defense. I thought he had great value out of the second rotation of his KO knife in either full stalling hits or getting that cross-map info to influence how ahead NRG were on their rotates.
Yeah, also, I would be remiss if I did not at least give a shout out to Brock with the freaking Odin. That guy was disgusting.
They said it was a win condition.
They said it was a win con, and it came to life, man. It was absolutely brutal to watch, but that means it all comes down to one map. One map to determine who of these teams are gonna lock in their ticket to Champions Paris, and it all boils down to Lotus here, Ender. I mean, you know, we saw what happened on another 3-site map earlier. It was a really close game between both teams, but obviously Lotus plays a little different than Haven.
I mean, to me, this map is just entirely going to come down to the opening fights, right? NRG dominated Cloud9 on that second map when it came to those early engagements. Lotus a map where it's all about the early brawls. So you're going to have to find some way to set up Oxy to take those.
And this is a straight up mirror. Both these teams play the same default comp. Both of them have played it a lot this stage. This is a very comfortable territory for two teams that dominated to start their respective maps, but now have one map to decide their year. Either you win here, you go to Paris, or your year is over and you're missing it yet again and going home in disappointment.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is it. This is what it all boils down to for both of these teams. Their season is on the line here and now, Ender. The pressure's on, and you know both teams are feeling it.
The pressure to get that last spot to go to Paris, and for me, it's the pressure on the two duelists. We've been looking at them all day long. Map 1 was Oxy diffing by a mile. Map 2 was all mod, and now one of them needs to step up to take their team to the global stage.
And they represent the stories of their teams. For Oxy, he's been in Tier 1 for so long, it's felt like the next prospect in Americas, but has never made it to a global with this team. Versus Mata, in his first ever year with an opportunity to attend champions with this NRG that has completely reinvented themselves heading into stage 2.
Well, we've heard from us here, the analysts, but you know, when we're out here on the crowd, we gotta address these beautiful people. How do you guys feel about this map 3? Oh, surely we could try better. How do you feel about this map 3? All right, baby. Oh, wait. Who do you think's gonna win? Cloud9. NRG. Oh, my word. The audience already spoke, folks. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna settle the score and decide who goes to Champions Paris. Let me hear you!
The stakes have never been simpler. If you win this next map, you will book your ticket to Champions Paris. The pressure mounting for both of these squads. But honestly, it's been a series defined really by the attack side, and specifically the calling, the battle of the minds, Ethan versus Mitch, and what they can really do when it comes towards the less favored sides for themselves. The attack side calling and whatnot. This has really been made manifest. I mean, we've seen it in both of the maps so far. And really, I'm expecting it to be no different as we look towards Lotus.
Yeah, Lotus, as soon as you get onto the attack side, is so much about how the callers are working the map control. And I think Ender's right too. It does come down to early skirmishes, because if you're losing a player in a rubble fight instantly, for example, then that limits the options that your callers have to work with. We're expecting to see mirror compositions here, really standard agents. And so at the end of the day, this is like a good, honest scrap.
It is.
To figure out which of these teams is better. A slight edge perhaps, though, to NRG because they get to start on defense, which is their favored side. But to be honest, both teams have got to play both sides of the map anyway. So, you know, C9 have got a fair shot. And we were talking about the pressure mountain, and I'm sure people are going to be looking at C9 and thinking about, are they going to crumble when they get to the finish line? The fact they're at the finish line is incredible, man.
Astounding enough.
The fact that they've been able to overcome those woes that they've had in playoffs and make it to this point where they're one map away, both of these teams, for representing Americas at champs. We've got some good talent in this region, actually.
Oh, yeah, we definitely do. And the desk has been alluding to it, talking about it, how we're going to be sending some of these teams, either one of them, players their first time attending a global event. For Mata and Oxy on opposite side of things, these real spearheads for the team players, getting their chance to really perform on a big stage against international competition.
Whichever one of these teams loses is going to be heartbroken and hate watching MIBR for the rest of their lives, I think.
Wondering what things could have been like if things were just a little bit more different, but we are going to be heading into Lotus here for map 3. The decider here to see which one of these teams gets the right to represent Americas at Champions Paris.
And the pistol rounds have been utterly crucial. So kicking things off here, both pistols went the way of Cloud9 on Haven. They came away with the map victory. Both pistols went the way of NRG on Corrode. They stomped that map. And that was even after losing a force buy that Cloud9 brought out. So here and now, round 1 of Lotus, a lot weighing.
5 players grouped up just as that barrier drops down, but it is cautious. Slow going here from Cloud9. They don't overwhelm with the util. Slow and steady is how they're taking it. With the door opened up, that's a chance for Somi. Gets a bit of information. He sees Mitch pushed up forwards. That should be a bit of a tell. The fade is there. Paranoia already forwards again. Som's going to have to really disengage from this fight. NRG are getting bodies into the line of defense, trying to see if they can put a stop to most of this one here. Brock again delivering death, raining down the bullets and sweeping from the side as Ethan still lying in wait. NRG know how to play this one patiently. They stalled out this Cloud9 squad. They know to expect that refight and re-swing. Shots going wide as anything. Brock barely alive. And this little shred of life will be taken away from him. Cloud9 are carving out a path to victory, to success on a pistol round that is vital for them.
Scuba left in the clutch. Not an unfamiliar position for him. Pulled out a sick one on Corrode. Managed to win a 1v3 in the end. And Mitch is calling for the backup. Consolidate the position. See if you can draw Scuba out into the open. But Scuba's covering the cross back over towards B. He just wants to make sure that these Cloud9 players can't escape.
30 seconds left.
And now he might be the player in the unexpected position, but it's a good smoke.
Signed it already. One's going to be dodged. Only so many positions you can play in. Mitch as well, but that tap, hold on. Was Vic even ready? Not quite. Isolated into the 1v1. Scuba misses his chance, but he might get a second go of things already. Hearing it. Squelching under the mud. It's Vic who's victorious. And I said it before, but it is critical that Cloud9 win a pistol round.
Getting that pistol on the attack side just gets you off onto the right foot, potentially starts an alt snowball rolling. And I thought NRG were in control of this one. It was a 3v5 that Cloud9 have saved here with some good pistol shots rattling out, locked in on sight. And they nearly fumbled it to Scuba at the end.
Yeah.
Vic was very much not ready to swing from tree towards the end there to defend Mitch. But he salvages things with a 3K.
With the money in the back pocket, Cloud9 set their sights towards trying to dissect a bit of this map. Vacuum up the orbs.
Yeah,
you can build towards the ults.
Your objective now is to try to build up towards a critical ult that you can use in, you know, maybe round 4, something like that.
Going for it on C, maybe scared of the potential of a trap play that NRG could be holding.
Well, your big attack side ults as well, those players didn't really get the kills on the pistol. It was Vic. And you can't do that much with the Omen ultimate. They're walking back into the stack.
For someone's contact, there's a Season and A that's being held, primed, ready.
Both teams were doing this a little on Haven.
Oh boy. It all comes down to whether or not this trap is sprung without any sort of damage being done. Here it is. It's a snake bite moving forwards and now to Util. Oh my goodness! Nade ricochet, but Oxy's ahead of most of it, but that is doing damage and more. Shredding the opposition. Oxy has to salvage.
Good movement. He's managed to escape.
2v2 though. NRG, there's still definite chances for them, and this is a quick pivot.
30 seconds left.
Guns, surely, opportunity to pick them up over towards A, but Mada is ahead of it, just going for the positional advantage instead.
HP for Oxy. Damage done still to Mada. Comes down to who's going to be faster. Finger on the trigger, it's Mada ready for it. Oxy walks forward straight and makes it easy for him. And it leaves it just down to Zeppa to 1v2. The weaponry handed over. Som has a rifle of his own. All set in motion from the ideas that NRG had get going from the start, and that is a bit messy. Frantic really from Zeppa here, but he's left it into that 1v1, but the damage done. Som gets half and gets off of it. It's a win con earned, more time bought, and this is going to pull Zeppa out into the open. Unable to win out the fight. What an idea from NRG to immediately wrangle back control of this map.
They just sat patiently onto the A site. And Mitch walked his troops straight into the firing line. That trap play, though, was sick. I mean, there's no disputing that. Sees into the nade, into the snake bite, so much damage done. Oxy almost recovered it. The movement to disengage with the blast pack was remarkable, but these final shots from Zeppa are showing the nerves, I think.
Yeah.
It is a big game out there. His crosshair placement off.
I mean, it's been multiple years since they've been able to attend a global event to compete against the best of the rest.
Normally, you expect Cloud9's economy to be broken off the back of that, but because they've got the plant, they've actually gone for the force buy again. A Sheriff for net, Stinger for Oxy, but 3 rifles still in the round.
One away from the ult. Showstopper, close to being earned.
Double Odin, by the way.
Poison's off.
Disgusting.
Yeah, just trying to shred them. Lines of lead as well. It's going to be cutting out a lot of these angles.
And They might think that they've evaded the Odin because Brock is making so much noise over here towards C. They're going to be gutted when they run into Som.
Just holding it down now. Jump spot. Steady as anything, looking for the info. Spotted some part of it though, and he's just going to layer it down with a bit of extra bullets. He's making it incredibly difficult. Cloud9, to even get an inch on this map, they are being just bled out steadily, slowly. The damage done is going to start adding up eventually.
It's only 35 seconds, so not enough time for them to pivot back over towards Zephyr.
On either side. Utah's being used, and again the bullet straight through. The horn lands. Oh my goodness! It's Ethan who's the one collecting. Cloud9 just don't stand a chance.
Oh, it's just constant chip damage being done by the Odins. And then Ethan following up off the back of his own haunt. C9 are getting shredded before they ever touch foot onto a site. And they took a gamble here. They took a risk in terms of forcing up. They decided to buy into this one with 3 rifles. Managed to keep 2 to their credit, actually, here. So they'll have a bit of a weird situation again. Do you choose to try to buy around these weapons? Oxy with a showstopper could give you options to get in onto the site, but your buy is going to be very odd. A mixed bid.
Straight up here, Ethan.
That just got so much value.
Dealt with. Yeah, it did.
Just way too much value.
Pretty sure I hit them all for like 100.
I didn't hit them for much.
That's what I mean, just being shredded. Anytime Cloud9 look in a direction to try and take control of it, and the buy situation not opted into.
No. They've gone for a half buy here, but that probably means that they won't invest a showstopper unless they already get an opening pick. And we saw how bad the first kill situation was on Corrode.
Difficult to try and get through here. Oxy sends it forwards there with a double satchel. He's got that Bucky in hand. He can hold them back here. Makes himself known, fires off the shot. There is danger. Are already forwards.
NRG fought for rubble control, so they got the orb onto Mada. Mada now has showstopper for retake.
Hyper far back here. NRG looking to just contain as well. When a replay happens for them, showstopper earned to Mada. Lets it loose anyway, but Cloud9 are still finding their way back in. It's a 2v3. Spike is dropped down into the middle of nowhere though, but guns reclaimed.
The A orb is missing. Vic, if he took the C orb, could actually Omen ult and pick up this spike, but that would require going so far away from their current position. I just don't think it's reasonable.
50 seconds. Is steadily being contained here, Ethan. It's an important fight that he needs to win out. Vic just beams him down anyway.
Well, now he has the ult.
He has the ult to pick up it. Now he realizes it though, but here's Mada all the way from behind. He hears it with the footsteps. There's no coverage inside.
He can punish this.
Picks it up.
Not
He's not quick enough. He's out of dodge, out of action. Vic is immediately getting a bit of a scurry and a scramble over, and Oxy needs to defend. Has that ult as well. Plays could be made here for Cloud9. It all just comes down to who spots who first. Mada encroaching, tiptoeing steadily over, but again, Oxy just needs a pixel to work with, and he finds it. He gets his wish. Showstoppers forwards again in the position of Brock. Tenuous, sidestepping, trying to dodge most of it around, but a rocket will seal his fate.
C9 winning on a half buy, something that they critically needed on Corrode, but could just never find an opportunity to do so. And here they work the magic. Vic and Oxy together. That kill that Vic got was completely critical. This one, it changes around entirely. That single death from Ethan, that single duel, allows him the opportunity to go and grab the spike again. It's not the worst situation in the world for NRG, but it's a round on the board from Cloud9 that they desperately need.
We've seen how important each and every attack side round is for both of these teams. They need whatever they can get. They need whatever at all. There's kills happening across the board. That was an even fight happening over towards that A-Revel area. Doors open up wide here with now that Prowler, setting it forwards here. There's a wall to block off the rest of his team, but there's a double dive in. Vic is going to be joining up Oxy. We have a presence here onto the C site. Retake is called for here by NRG. Pass that smoke timing. Oxy's twisting, turning, wondering which way to look around. He does trade out at least one of the kills, but it goes both ways, man. You bring the Odin into the fight. It was NRG who started it first. Ethan steps forward, that Nightfall committed. It's a round that Cloud9 need to close out, and they want to. Offloading! Ethan! Where the hell has he pulled that one from? Cold as anything.
Every crazy moment in the last couple of maps has gone the way of NRG. They're winning every clutch. They're ripping rounds away from Cloud9. It's magic from the most unlikely of situations. Another Red Bull clutch. What is this one?
Locked down to just 1 sense.
Dude.
Your sight and your aim is all you got to work with, and Ethan is pulling that one out.
I barely saw Zeppa's head there, and he flicks onto Oxy.
And it is rare to see Ethan fired up like that. Normally, he's calm and composed.
He is.
A steady rock for the team.
Bro, he's shouting that the other side. He lost his own chair. He can't even do it himself. That's crazy.
It's a massive one. And the action, we're not done yet. It's an opt-in fight as well. Cloud9 are trying to take this one eager as anything. Nade's going to rebound. And Vic is forward, but again, they're being shredded. It's a hail of lead. Falling down on either side, calling for a bit of a pause, stalemate. Battle lines redrawn.
And they've gone for the double Odin again here, Brent. Like, this wasn't just a one-off strategy. NRG are running it across pretty much every round that we're seeing here. They know how much pressure it's putting onto Cloud9.
Counter spam goes both ways, though. It's Oxy with a Guardian.
By the way, when Mitch picked it up, those were his first kills with the Odin all stage. When he stole the Odin just then away from NRG.
He's missed the timing onto it, but the wall's been baited. That was the goal for Cloud9. Still, they don't have the guns to make good go of things here over towards A, but maybe with some sharp shooting.
These two players, though, entrenched into the B position.
There's no bullets left in the Odin. Someone's got like 50 left if he reloads at best. The Nightfall is going to be used as to try and supplement and beam down and decay damage. It's easy for Ethan to just carve into them.
30 seconds left.
Forwards again, this is really putting down that pressure, applying it hard to Cloud9, causing cracks in their play. Ethan knows that he's got teammates watching his back. Every angle forwards for it. They give up A for the retake here. NRG confident in that being a part of their game plan. Players are weak enough here. There was a chance for net.
Not ready yet.
As long as there's discipline though from NRG, they should be able to take this one slowly, cautiously. Picking apart most of the site, most of the map. Switch is going to be flipped as well, applying that pressure from behind now. Almost all of these angles, it comes down to kills. Cloud9 need it. A lot of time being burnt off the clock here. Cloud9, they need something for it. Anything to turn the tide of the battle because that net is closing in. Already forwards, Vic! It's monstrous! And in a moment like this, when they needed it most, Cloud9 may have just earned themselves a chance. The time is ticking, and it's gone away from him. Cloud9, it's miracle after miracle on either side being pulled out just to bring it 3-3.
A major round from Vic, who's been a crucial element to Cloud9's success this year. But also NRG playing that really, really patiently. Too patiently, I think. Allowing C9 to tick down the clock. Even though they had a player disadvantage, they were just sat in that post plan forever. NRG need a little bit more pressure. And NRG's economy, after investing in the Odins round after round, was on a knife's edge.
Fully all in here. It's a nade that rebounds off towards the back as well. The bullets go both ways again. Oxy is going to be down. Rifle versus Sheriff. NRG are quick. So I'm just trying to rattle off the shots through the wall, praying that it just connects onto the dome of one of these Cloud9 players, but not looking to slow down whatsoever here. Patience could be played. Cloud9 have been calling for a lot of these pauses, looking for the next reaction.
Remember, NRG stacked the A side before and it worked perfectly. Scuba's got the contain.
So fast behind them here.
It has to end A or B here.
Does he even want to reveal his position? He's thinking about it, but he does bait out the wall nevertheless. That's going to be applying again. Unknowns circling around these Cloud9 players. They are surrounded.
Yeah, and now he's anticipating that Mitch is going to call for them to go back into B. Zeppa has the ult, but it's useless on a round like this.
Yeah, we've got the Sheriffs. That can really get you going forwards now, making moves into the site, stepping forwards, just trusting in the rifles. Raw aim is what's required in a round like this. Cloud9, brute force carving out that path onto the site, getting that plant down on top of it.
Launching thorns.
It's a big advantage here for NRG. The goal, presumably just playing for the exits, do a bit of damage.
Already a much more successful attack half from Cloud9 actually than I think we've seen from them on both maps, really. I mean, their attack was struggling a little on Haven out there too. But this time, they've managed to win the crucial, important rounds to knock NRG down onto an eco and then convert, despite there being a bit of a stack over here. And Zeppa's ultimate is going to be good for the next two. Still tools to work with on both sides. But round 8, a critical clash of ultimates. First half so far, actually, that hasn't been one-sided. Much more back and forth between both of these teams. Just as you'd want it to be for a scrap to get to Paris.
That right to really represent your region on the biggest stage of the year. A lot of pro players, they dream their entire lives are spent chasing that. Not even to get into the position that both of these teams are in, but that's what they're fighting for. The backside of this one, NRG calling for a timeout, an adjustment to be made, because again, if it has been following the script.
In these crucial rounds, we just need to slow down and be confident, but just be calm about it.
That is something that Cloud9 have been talking about quite a lot, actually, is being calmer in those high-pressure moments. And kind of extrapolate now, you can imagine that previously their comms would get very hectic or frantic.
I mean, they just wanted
when
to
the
fight
pressure
all the
was
time.
on. Yeah. Now, I don't know whether Oxy there was talking about the round that they just played, which was the anti-eco, or the round coming up. Because to me, this round coming up, the one that Bonkers hit the timeout for, is the critical round. This one could define the half.
Absolutely.
Could spiral out of control here where Cloud9 are way up in the lead on a really good attack side. And that should lock up Lotus for them. If they can get like 6 rounds here.
If it follows a script, you know, where all of these maps have been defender-sided, it's where both of the strengths have been lying for most of these teams. In this series, a good start like this, I mean, Cloud9 up leading even on their own attack side, puts a bit of worry and doubt into the back of the minds of these NRG players. And you're right, Josh, it all relies on this. Round 8, big ults to be used and expended. The horn to the nade. Clearing towards the back of Rubble. Vic is way far forwards. No one able to follow up onto that one. Completely disjointed, and now we're going to be seeing it here with a Steel Guard and offloaded out through that main angle. Sees dodged and avoided that split, applying that pressure from multiple angles. Cloud9 sending it fast and loose.
Nice idea from Cloud9 there. Season an aid off rip, trying to catch somebody. Vic with the double TP, but him dying means no smokes.
Steel Guard under their own, Som. Just slightly ahead, not anticipating that one. That is going to be net spam down. No more pit to try and hold them back. Still Garner can still get some value, and yes, slowly, surely, dissecting most of the side is up to Mitch, and Zemper to lay claim to the kills they can get. Scuba trying to assert himself, but shut down in the end. And that 1-round lead, accrued up by 1 more. It's 2 now, the difference between these 2 squads. And that might make all the difference.
Net fell in the middle of this one. Didn't exactly catch how it happened as well, but I thought that would be so tough for C9 to come back from. But Zeppa, there, reliable as ever in any game against NRG. Huge value.
Nice, Eric! Nice!
NRG, though, are not broken. Their economy is not in shambles just yet. They've got 1 more shot here before Cloud9 run away with the snowball.
This is a hard fight to be taking as well. Tanay towards the back, Oxy. That's a sidestep, potentially into the danger zone, but he navigates it well. Vic chunked down. Its Odin spam is relentless, constantly applying the pressure, making it difficult for Cloud9.
Scuba holding an aggressive position over towards Mound, where he'll be able to back up and rip his ult. But if he gets caught here, it's devastating for NRG.
Alert spotted out. There's presence over towards that A main area. That's known by NRG. They don't have players in position, though, to call for a fight to try and push Net out of.
Ooh,
He's found himself.
Scuba going for a bit more of a passive pit. Net caught by the horn. The rest of NRG are going to look to try to kill him.
And here it is. Okay, now the paranoia is going to be pushing him out wide, and Net is just, again, twisting, turning, not knowing where the pressure is going to be coming from, but again, towards the top. Satchels are brilliant. Bait and switch, points out the position of Net perfectly. Allows them to clean up that area of the map. NRG can feel a little bit more confident, and now moving forwards. Brock left to contain. Out forwards that link, the Nightfall already earned up again, and that's going to be it again, pointing out these players. Vic forwards this is approach. Has to apply that pressure and keep them locked in, but again, they're not worried about him. Moving past Cloud9. It's going to take a bit of mechanical ability to see if you can find a way out of this one. Haunt broken. Skipping forwards ahead, but Matter again instantly there with a trade, and now these players in more passive positions. Cloud9 running out of chances. The sight taken away from them. It's raw spam from Mitch. Seeing if he can get lucky with a few of these kills. Vic, barely alive as anything. But coverage is in sight. NRG, they find their footing once more.
good protocols from NRG there. There was a lurker over towards A, got caught by a Haunt. That was net. He got dealt with. I love those blast packs from Mata, like you were calling out. Sick play from him. But then you've got Vic as a potential pressure player on the other side of the map, and they just activate a fast retake off the back of it. Pushing forwards into the smoke, looking really refined there from NRG. And they survive. Their economy hangs on by a thread. But in this round, double Guardian, almost all of them on light armor. C9 with another opportunity to punish.
Tipsy-turvy. Snakebite all forwards again. This is all in by NRG.
Well, all in on the other side of the map as well, though, because if they play for an ult orb on Mound, they have Showstopper up. So both teams activating Showstopper at the exact same time.
So now with the nade rebounding, Thorns have to be deaded nice and early here. Still that wall to contend with, but you can double dive in. NRG don't even reinforced it. Augmenting the sight up. Snakebite is brilliant. Say, okay, Showstopper. Not quite finding that mark, and now Mata's turn to return that fire. That looked good. Just weaves between the legs. No casualties in sight. It's Zeppa the one doing the damage, but he is going to be dropped anyway. Pixel to work with, Som makes good usage of it.
The calm before the storm here. Things settle down, but they're about to get messy again.
3v3, it's Taps, Cloud9. Trying to pull the plays out of NRG, make them overstep.
Vic is very, very weak here.
Som, it's a bullet to the dome. Spotting that presence as well. He's calling for the rotation. He's already ulted all the way over towards A. It's an open site for him. Weak as anything. Not sure if they just saw the presence of 3 players and made that call for him.
Now you're worried about a lurker. Yeah. Som, Ethan forced to go a little slowly here on the rotate, just in case somebody was inserted over towards B. These double players over towards Rubble are such a threat. C9 with a nice position.
Oxy, Eddie stuck. Sharp! Shooting! Player-led Oxy more than ready for that one, and that immediately spells defeat for NRG in this round. Brook realize it. Got to give that one up here. Cloud9 fighting back and still just really just trying to claw on to their lead.
This is a fantastic beginning to their attack half for C9. Think about how they were attacking on Haven and Corrode, and the success that they had, so minimal. They were barely able to get it across the line on Haven. It felt like a comeback was real there for NRG on map 1. And then on Corrode, I mean, let's not even bother talking about it. Yeah. But C9 here, they're getting rounds on the board, they're winning critical moments. How did this possibly thread its way through?
Sidestepped.
Mata playing skip rope over the top.
See where it landed.
Oh, Oxy, sorry, playing skip rope over the top. Yeah. No, ridiculous. And Vic, very good presence of mind in the middle of this to pivot out. Bonkar, disappointment. He can feel this game slipping away from them, and with it, a spot at champs. Som going for a glass cannon Odin.
Yeah, heavy priority. Part of the game plan and the protocols to try and hold down control of A.
It definitely feels like they're trying to force Mitch into going for these C hits, but the punish hasn't been there when they do.
Deep on the flank though, Mata is quick. Wall's going to be spotting him out. Not even looking at trigger it. He's going to be lying in wait here. Maybe anticipating that they are going to be going back over towards A, but now the ult really spells this one out. And Nightfall, okay, collapsed upon. Ethan, he's forwards again. Footsteps are going to be heard though by Vic. He hears absolutely everything, and that return of the fire is there. Mata is wrapping now onto the flank. The Odin spam is supplementary. It's Som trying to help him out. Obfuscating, hiding it with those sound cues. The Steel Garden gives a bit of peace of mind.
3v3 again, but this time Spike planted for C9.
Backs against the wall though. Looking to see if they can find a way past Mata!
That could have been everything.
It's a one in an instant trade. Net is fast on the trigger. 2v2. These Cloud9 players left wondering where could the threat be coming from. NRG sidestepping, making a bit of noise, flash into the corner. It all comes out of this. Into the post, sharp shooting, and shots need to be fired. Locking onto the angles. Net hears it! Playing his life perfectly, Scuba! It's a dance that's played between them, and it keeps NRG in it.
These rounds are so back and forth. Both teams taking chunks out of each other. Individuals stepping up. And moments, opportunities created, sometimes missed. Mata could have had the entire round here. Thankfully for him, the rest of his team's got his back. And Vic, the danger player for C9, who's up 13-5, got shut down earlier in the round. Imi's stressed, but it's been a decent half so far. Not too much to cry about. Another situation where NRG are stacking bodies over towards A.
One more round left to play in this half at least. NRG.
They want Brock to be able to get his ult online, so they're fighting heavy for Mount.
Mada! Just peeking off that pressure that they're applying over towards A, anticipating the rotations would be there.
What a risk as well, though.
Yeah, and he was very much alone doing it.
Star player vibes there, coming out from Mada, and C9, they're going to need a hero in the final round. Brock's got a fantastic retake ultimate because of the way that NRG played their macro in this round.
Let's see how they get it done. Som is on an island. He's got a wall and thorns to help him out. We'll give him an indicator.
They're so ready.
Into blue room.
They are so ready for this pivot into B.
Yeah.
Ethan starts to pull off now, but Brock is there. Brock is ready.
Still guarding. It's going to push them straight back in towards A. Som, the danger player, up towards the top though. That is lightning fast, rapid. Just snaps towards it. Knew exactly what Oxy was trying to do. Stored out from the wall, stored out from the thorns. Paranoia sweeps forwards anyway. Cloud9 looking to assert themselves, trying to get themselves
30
into a post plant into the site, but a crossfire setup already set up. NRG know exactly what's going on, but again, the spike's moving in a different spot.
Trying to keep this pressure up over towards A. Vic might need to make a little bit of noise, but he's playing for the backstab instead.
No B main control to tap as well. There's 15 seconds left remaining, just trying to pull these Cloud9 players out wide into the open. There are no more pivot options. Time has run out. You're posturing, you're moving, you're going all over the place here, but Scuba left to contain them, left to put them in their place.
No time even.
Buying time for the rest of them, no time for the plant. That's a done deal. 6-6 finish here for the first half. About the side of map that sends one of these teams to champs.
NRG win 3 out of the final 4 rounds to recover the half for themselves, but I think if you take a step back, this is a bit of a win for Cloud9. Yes, Mada does well, and Imi's frustrated towards the end, but 6 rounds on the attack side, especially considering that NRG won the eco in round 2.
Good half, boys. Hey, good shit, guys.
Both teams might be happy about that.
Even as anything, but as we've been mentioning, only one of these teams can book their ticket to Champs Paris. Flipping the sides around here for Lotus, it could still be anyone's game. 6-6. We've been highlighting how important all the pistol rounds have been throughout this one, especially the attack side rounds, the attack side calling specifically from both of these teams, where most of their strengths lie on the defense side of things. So Cloud9 could be set up potentially for success, but it's all about what Ethan can call and what he can cook up.
Yeah, if Bonka has some great plans for how to win pistol bonus, then the coach can actually make a huge difference here before it even gets to the IGL making those mid-round decisions. A lot of it is going to ride on this round 13 that we're going into, but I think both teams will feel like they're in a successful position from which they can springboard into Paris. C9 set up with 3 players, a bit of a trap over towards B. If you head in that direction, but at the moment, NRG putting pressure A instead. It could be Brock wandering into this trap at B.
Rejoining the rest of his team. A lot of space given up for free here by NRG. Contacting all the way. Stall util. No real trigger for it. Zephyr. Oh, well, one thorn's broken. Just needs to play his life. Giving up the site though. Cloud9 will be playing their retakes.
A lot of util to do it.
how much used anyway. The first C's to cut off the close corner. Nade as well, just in case there was a player there, Madder. Nade in his own hands. Bot flying forwards. This is going to be used pound for pound. Is that going to be keeping them out of the sight for this retake?
The one way is so nice from Som.
Yeah, constantly renewed, rejuvenated. This is it. They're just...
No one's coming from a different angle on the
locking
retake.
them all out of the choke. The paranoia finally, it's brute force that gets them over the line. And with that right click, dropping down anyway. Dominating the smoke position. Som with a reposition, but plays in his face. He had to be the playmaker. Still Cloud9. Lane claiming it's going even. Sticking onto half. Bullets fired off, but it's all missing. It's all missing. And it's all saved in time. Full stick, no pushback. And another pistol round for Cloud9.
NRG are scrambling for pistols, picking up guns that have no bullets left in them, and C9 get away with it. There have been so many ridiculous moments in this game, but this one might make all the difference. 1,000 kills in this round happening inside smokes with people just jumping around and right-clicking each other.
Finding timings.
But Oxy with a really calm stick in that moment.
I got all that shit, didn't even move.
That's the key to victory.
He's good. Just the Bucky, the purchase here for NRG. A lot of damage done.
Thorns activated.
Some barely escaping.
Looks like NRG are going to be able to get a free plant here. Madder's the only one really that's dangerous with a Bucky in hand. And he's locking down Blue Room. No retakers coming from that direction.
Thorn steadily. It's still going to be used here by NRG. Looking to slow down this approach. Every single second matters. The C's and a nade connecting, but not quite killing. Oxy's in, but blind as anything. Still with that Bulldog. He's going to be meeting his match. Madder! Not with a Bucky in hand. Can't be doing this. It's sidestepping and swift shooting to try and at least take out these NRG players and squad. Barely a chance at all. Rourke made a go of it. 2 players surviving here. Some heavy damage being done to the overall economy of C9.
But still keeping 2 Bulldogs coming out the other side of it, so not the worst case scenario either. I think more so than anything, it's the exact same as the first half. It's just dead even. No team really getting an enormous advantage. NRG still putting a bit of a squeeze on, but C9 looking the better for it.
God, these people are so good with pistols. Is unreal.
Yeah, Madder is an absolute demon with the pistols, so there's always going to be a threat on the other side of things. Well, now C9 get a chance to show their prowess. Mitch and Net coming into this one with Sheriffs. And Cloud9 tried to put pressure on the players taking Mount. There's quite a few players on NRG that are starting to get close to some attack side ultimates. It's Oxy you're looking at on defense. Closest 2 away from the showstopper. Should have that online for the next.
Heavy setup of C9 out towards B. Clearing out main.
And they're being quite proactive. They got information over towards C early. Now they've got somebody posted up deep on B. So if they can get a stack in the right place, listen, winning a bonus round here would just be amazing for C9's chances.
Just Ned over towards the A site. Cover going out. Pushback, Thorns detted. Players in position. Snake Bite as well, going to be used when that util just clears out and carves out a bit of a path. There's nowhere safe to stand. Net is just obliterated.
Couldn't play the game.
No, blind as anything. Too many things to deal with. Oxy is weaving in and out. There's a potential chance here. Tap from Ethan looking for the next sign of life. From Cloud9, potentially a chance as well to punish, but again, the Thorns just stalling them out. Preventing a chance of a flood in. Oxy is being watched for. Still, even lands his shots. Ethan, he's going to be close quarters here, tucked to the corner. Nice and tight. Oxy's got his ult. Letting it loose now, but that showstopper finds it. Brock, last one left. Just the Odin in play. And it's not enough. Doesn't matter how many bullets you fire at them. A bonus conversion for Cloud9. This is starting to feel different.
Oxy even got a kill on his teammate at the end there. But that was a phenomenal round from young Oxy. He's got a Bulldog in pit. It's being covered by Madder. Diffs him. Comes around the back as well. Hits a fadeaway shot on Som and gets the ult. Realizes instantly that this is the time for him to pop it. No point saving it. Send it. Take the risk. Win the bonus. Perfect start to this half for C9. NRG were already under pressure to try to win some attacking rounds. Ethan already had the squeeze on him. And now it mounts. A boiling point potentially reached. NRG are going to slip behind. Similar to Haven.
Job just getting that much harder. No strong start that NRG were looking for here. Cloud9 in complete control.
We were talking about the fact that C9 did a great job in the first half. Getting 6 rounds on attack against NRG is difficult for anyone. But it set them up with a platform from which to potentially win here. NRG working the map, taking a bit of mount control, and now going back to look to re-clear towards Oxy. Oxy, with all the confidence in the world, may overstep.
Aggro as anything here. The target's waiting for him, and the bullets will punish.
1 for 1.
Past it, 1 for 1.
Potentially here donating a Phantom.
Gun looking to be defended by Mitch.
It's only Ethan here. I don't think he's going to be bold enough to play for it, even with the Viper wall up. But he could cause a distraction.
Definitely could. It has scattered the Cloud9 players, so they don't actually have players to reinforce this C site. Net is alone. Paralyze forwards. Now satchels! Yamada is hot on his heels. Showstopper even offloaded! Where's that one gone? Clips into the corner.
He knew where Zeppa was.
No kill.
Could have been a freebie.
Yamada still steps forwards. He was looking for that gun, but again having to retreat. Push back out of that fight. 3v3. Mitch went away for an ult of his own. Big group of that paranoia is massive. It's going to be causing them to scatter, scurrying away from all of it. Positions having to be given up. Still very much winnable though. NRG just need a bit of luck at a draw. Sharp shooting with the stingers. Cutting up close again, just trying to tear them to pieces. Trying to get cheeky with it. NRG found the right timings. And a decision is made for Mitch entirely. Give it up.
That is a lifeline for NRG. That is a round that has just come like mana from above. Mada being able to get in there, and Ethan pulling enough eyes and attention on A. It's quite a nicely called round as well. I think it's one of the few times that we've had opportunity to credit Ethan's calling actually in this match. But he puts a very early focus on taking mount control, something he hasn't done much of, and then returns back to C after putting a re-clear A. It's simple, but it works very effectively. And Mana and Som find opportunities to fight towards the end. Maybe he's not quite got his head in his hands towards the end of that one. But he knows that that could be an opportunity squandered.
Yeah, slip up like that.
The lead cut down to 2.
The money situation, tumbling ever so slightly.
Yeah.
2 players without rifles here for Cloud9. NRG, they found a way in through this one. Said it was going to be off the back of clever calling on the attack side. Ethan.
Similar macro again. Ethan leads his team over towards Mound. And now looking to go back and re-clear on A. Maybe hoping that Oxy will just get baited into fighting this a little too aggressively. Because he did go 1 for 1 in the previous round. And normally you'll see people fight from the back of route, not necessarily stacked up like this.
Wall still not being pulled down here.
The high
going to be deaded. It's a high-low.
It is tough to get through.
NRG are walking into it.
Prowler though.
Players here forwards again. Oxy is dealt with. Mitch now looking for that exit. Evac called for, needs some assistance from the rest of his team. Rubber control is theirs. NRG have earned it.
And another fake.
Flip the switch, just going in a different direction. Out towards B main. Hearing it, the footsteps moving up now. Som anticipating a swing from the high ground angle, and Net is just plucked out of the picture. Didn't know that Som was sitting there. Up through heaven again, a wide face by Mitch. Just trying to square up against the might of NRG. They've got this one locked down.
Net potentially could have won the round if he had a bit more patience. Zeppa snarled up by the thorns, looking for a chance to win the round. Has to be the hero if C9 want to win this. But with the wall at his feet, what can he really do?
Razor thin margin, looking for the right time to strike. Pushes past it, spam coming his way. Brock, what an adjustment. Just the 1 round now.
The Odin's singing again.
Yep.
And now Brock has an ult that he can work with too. These are back-to-back really nice rounds from Ethan actually. Both of them start with mound pressure, so they go and take mound, then they go and re-clear over towards A. C9 with a, I think, overly aggressive rubble control. I don't think they need to be fighting it like this because they're giving up a kill every time. And then pivoting back into B. And I think Net there goes forwards in order to get information, or maybe because Mitch says that it's clear, it just isn't. And so Imi hits the timeout. First one taken in this map. Otherwise, I think he's been pretty happy with what he's seen so far. But this is now 2 rounds in a row where C9 should have been in control.
Yeah.
And there's a very obvious pattern, which is that Ethan is calling for mount control, back to reclear A, finish on A or B. Well, actually, finish anywhere you like, to be honest, because then they control the entire map. C9 need to disrupt that pattern. And I think Bonkar has a great opportunity here to just go in a completely different direction. Like, you can always go back to this idea of the C default and A reclear later on if you like, but coming out of attack timeout like this, you've got to anticipate what Imi's calling and throw a wrench in the plans. And I think Brock's ultimate is a perfect tool for this. Feels like a good time for NRG to increase the tempo and go for something fast with a Steel Garden.
Big chances. Change the paradigm of how you've been playing. There was input there from Bonkar. We saw him popping off, even though it was that Cloud9 timeout. What was a momentous lead in terms of rounds is now just brought to 1. Hold over towards A Rubble. We'll speak up over the Odin spam. Cloud9 not throwing everything against it, just steadily trying to take back control of it.
Yeah, Ethan with a Haunt and Prowler up towards Mound. I'm not sure whether this was supposed to be a fake for his team to go A, but in the end he meets no resistance and decides, I think we can probably just take this portion of the map.
Some of the ult earned up.
Steel Garden here. I don't see what C9 have to be able to deal with it.
Man could be cooked up though. That paranoia should be good for it. The Thorns doing a lot of damage, slowing down the approach now, but already rotations are inbound. Oxy, complete control towards B main. Anticipating some level of it, and Brock is sending it, flying forward. Steel Garden though going to be used. That's that response. Once more, slowed to a crawl. Cloud9 have to wait this one out. Plant is finally down.
Health starting to come back. NRG setting up. Oxy's the danger.
Let's switch his way out into the open here. So much danger for him, and as well, just overwhelmed by that hold out towards it. The Odin spam is just a cherry on top. NRG looking fully in control. It's domination across the site, and now they're spinning, wondering when his last 2 players could lie. Brock just gets it done.
I'm not really seeing the adjustment coming out of the attack timeout for Cloud9 there. I'm sure Imi was providing some useful input, but in terms of how it played out in the round, they just allowed NRG to take the whole of Mount and then run a C-exec on them where they have a perfect ultimate for it. And even, I want to credit Brock for having the patience and the discipline with his ult.
Give me the Odin, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, the Odin abuser, 17 and 9, but also the patience with the Steel Garden. Didn't use it for the exec, used it to stop the Flood retake that was supposed to come off the back of Mitch's ult. NRG have drawn things level again, and they have the weapon advantage, but they are walking into a trap.
A lot of players waiting on the other side of things here. Cloud9 needs something to answer back. They've been losing control of this series. Paranoia, close quarters, they can see you anyway. Vic, you're not safe there. Steel Garden offloaded, but they're trying to win this fight out with barely anything at all. Long range angles, just with the stingers, it's barely anything. Cloud9, they overshoot, they miss their mark.
And what a huge ultimate to invest in a round like that.
I know. Maybe feeling the pressure, they can feel the momentum that slipped away from them because NRG are the ones in control of this series. Drawing it level. Found ways to win. There is a slight squeeze occurring. Mitch is behind.
The stack is going to be in the right place. C9 still with opportunities to win this round. And Mitch is playing this pretty nicely. You just got to stay alive, contain. As soon as you trigger that wall, though, NRG is going to know that you're on the flank.
It's all on Mitch. Triggers the wall. And now he's putting a bit of fear into their hearts, potentially. But NRG, they step towards it anyway. There's 35 seconds left. Mitch has stepped away. He could have been that playmaker.
Well, I think now he's just dragging time out of them. NRG have to finish somewhere, and Mitch is going to hear them running. They have to run at some point. There is only 20 seconds left.
No players ready to meet them. Nobody is reinforcing the C side. Cloud9 have been swindled this one, to be honest. TP into the back. It's going to be clearing most of the way. Som just full commits that one. Mitch, doors open. Time is of the essence, and a chance really for him. He just can't contest with that. Bigger weaponry, bigger guns. Brock is shutting them down. Slightest of angles. ADS with a stingers. Rare to see that one, but it goes both ways again. Oxy is going to be limping into this next engagement.
It reminds me a little bit of Haven, in the sense that C9, they had a pretty big advantage on this map, and I think it's all about how you play the ultimates. On Haven, they squandered some pretty important rounds to let that slip.
You play into this, man. The damage is too much.
Yeah, there's no chance. Once you let NRG get set up on the C site and you don't have the weaponry, they're just going to walk into the maw. But using the Steel Garden in this round from Zephyr, it's obviously part of the game plan. They had a stack on the A site, and they're thinking, all right, well, if they come A, we can win the round with the Steel Garden, but they're a bit too early with it. And they let NRG scatter. They disappeared into the woodwork. You're never going to be able to dig them out.
This is NRG with the lead in this, the decider map between these two teams. They've dragged it back. You're so right in saying how similar it is to Haven. The pistol rounds, a bonus conversion. Cloud9 have had all the advantages. Yet when it comes down to the raw rounds, the ult usage, the calling from Ethan,
yeah,
what's made the difference?
It has, but what's unexpected about it is that it's NRG on attack instead of defense.
Exactly.
And that, I think, is impressive. Oxy one away from being able to get his ult online, so C9 are going to fight super heavy for Rubble and let him get this ult up. NRG anticipating that and taking mount control quickly.
No one here to receive that pressure, or at least hear it out. Forwards is the play called for here by NRG. Prowler's going to be catching.
Trying to figure out if there was a Vice Wall close on B. They found it, and now
Zephyr.
NRG are just in.
Yeah, trying to scurry all the way back here. They're given open access to the seaside once more. Leaving.
It's possible they're overcooking this, but Scuba may have an insane timing to go all the way back over to A. Doesn't Brock want to break that to make it feel like they're there? I don't know.
Clearing, I'm not too sure.
I mean, C9 might be about to retake the entire wrong site.
Again, there's no tap of the spike on this side of things. What a shot by Zephyr!
Yeah, but they've missed the timing to try to defend. NRG are going to be able to get the plant down.
Still, retake ultimate. Oxy has that one in the back pocket, the showstopper.
They haven't missed the timing, actually. Oxy's going to beat them to the punch.
It's 45 seconds left. But situations like this are getting messy.
They're so slow, NRG.
Creeping forwards is like a molasses pace. We'll see Madder just seeing if he can creep ever so closer to potentially catching a time against one of these players.
They found the gap again, though. Credit to Ethan, but now they've got to shut down the showstopper. Somebody's got to step up and either eat this one from Oxy or try to catch him off guard.
Madder's forwards. Again, might be able to shut this one down against it towards the waters. Satchel barely surviving. Jumping off the box there, still alive and kicking, and now to spam into the smokes. It's just decimating them. It's tearing Cloud9 to pieces, but still they remain. Still, they look to survive. Seeing if Oxy's twisting and turning, looking to see if he can put the damage in the hood, wear it. And then NRG here is left up to Som. Have on to defuse, but that return to the fire is just too much. 10 to 10.
Oxy survives with 14 HP. Both C9 players layered on top of each other could have just as easily been a spray down. And the nervous energy is bouncing in place. Ethan really tried to cook with that one. He was going from the C fake to A and then realized that he wasn't in the A site quickly enough, so pivoted to B. Som frustrated. C9 elated to get around on the board, but ult's about to come online for NRG. You look at the ult cycle here, and so many of these NRG players are just a few off.
Cover going out. Could make all the difference. Depends how this opening goes. Vic,
what a shot.
High ground perch, and he barely saw the angle.
He's been on fire in this map.
Flashed forward, NRG. Not looking to slow this one down. They have pulled a bit of that util out, and Oxy stepping forwards anyway. This door opens up. Prowler in his face. Sidestepping. One player split up. Scuba is ahead of the pack. Paranoia again is a second go at things, and NRG looking to salvage, looking to see if they can find a way forwards. The IGL. It's Ethan again who gets it done.
But they haven't been able to take that timing onto the site. They're still worried about people flooding in. And as they hear that cue that the pit has dropped from net, they're going to be worried about a stack on the A side even more. They know the rotates have come through for the defenders. And so now, cautiously working their way forwards. It's a nice one-way.
One way. Safety granted. Plant is down. NRG.
This is an insane retake with double Judge.
Judge to try and get the hell in there when Brock has an Odin.
I don't see how you pull this off unless you can get an upgrade of the weapons.
I don't know where those weaponry lie. Here it is. C's used as that Snakebite follows through. Orb up in your face.
Nice idea from Nat.
Yeah, calling for the reposition. Som is already around though, and he spots out these players here. It's a swing from Zephyr, anticipated in kind. Som is right on top of it. And any upgrades picked up, dismissed entirely. Ethan is calling his team to success, leading the charge for them, and even just salvaging pieces like that, rounds like that.
This round is going to haunt Cloud9. Oh, that is a 5v3 that Ethan manages to work out in his favor, and then slows the pace down and puts all the pressure back in the opponent court.
Coming down to the wire.
But Brent, that round has just broken Cloud9's economy too, and forced out the second tactical timeout from Imi, his last chance to talk to the squad.
And I don't know how Cloud9 are going to do it from this point.
No, it looks like curtains, doesn't it?
The ults are racking up right now for NRG. The money, they're flush with cash. They're not going to be running out of buys for any of these remaining rounds. Cloud9's, they're going to be the ones on the eco round coming into this one. They need a miracle.
They desperately do. If there was ever a moment for somebody on C9 to step up and earn their spot, grab that spot in Champs Paris, it would be now. Because the next round looks hopeless. A dark moment at the very brink of the finish line. It's possible that they will fall because NRG have a massive weapon advantage coming into this round. Barely anything for C9. And then look, they're going to have all of their ults available.
Yeah.
I mean, Ethan, Brock probably matter as well. They may well go in on match point, on champions point, with 5 ults.
Matches like this, rounds like this, moments like this can be what define your career as a pro player. How do you withstand it? NRG still in control, 1 round lead. About to be 2, about to be the win, potentially 4. That's a trap play and a half, an attempt to punish. Damage done, but it's just disjointed.
No, it's a fantastic idea though. C9 need to be taking control of the tempo and disrupting NRG. I respect it, but you need more.
That trap triggered. Lying in wait, it's going to come down to the sharper shooting. Finer things for them. NRG are just walking steadily forwards. Oxy, the danger player, removed. Prowler spotting it out and open to the door. Vic has that Guardian, but again, sharp shooting is in order. Moving forwards with a frenzy in hand. It can't do enough. It's a pea shooter against the might of NRG.
The pit expended at least a small silver lining here for Cloud9. Any other ultimates you can get out of NRG would be incredible at this point. The round does not look particularly winnable. Maybe with some spam, some weak.
Shot to the head. That's what you're banking on. Even an ult expended, Mana just wants to let this one loose. Silver linings is what Cloud9 are playing for at this point. Vic realizes it.
And honestly, I think that's maybe even better than they could have expected. They put the pressure onto NRG, put the squeeze on them, and the nerves. NRG just making sure they want to secure this round, guaranteed.
Yeah.
End up using the Viper ult
and
the Raze ult.
He's going to be finding it.
Yeah. So, okay. A little bit of a victory there towards the tail end of things for NRG, but we knew this round was going to be difficult for Cloud9. It always was. At least now they don't have to deal with Mada's ultimate. But the Steel Garden is just as good at opening up these sites. This is one of those rounds where C9 have to throw caution to the wind, I think. You need to fight forwards. You can't allow yourself to get exec'd on.
It's round 23.
It takes so much nerve to take a risk when everything is on the line, but I think C9 have to.
Because NRG are in that driving seat. A ticket to Paris. Barely in their grasp, but so damn close. 1 round is all it's going to take. The ults are stacked. Ethan line and wait. Brock's there with a Steel Garden. Compound it all for an overwhelming win onto the site, but they're calling quits over towards C. Pressure.
They didn't break the thorns. They didn't pop the wall even. And C9 don't have a super aggressive hold out here over towards Root. Remember back a few rounds ago how aggressive Oxy was at holding this. Much more passive and controlled here for Vic.
Prowler. Broken, spotted out. That's just off that timing. Instinctual by Vic. And it's a first kill that goes Cloud9 way for now.
Yeah, so instead of going 1-for-1 in that spot, they create themselves a 5v4 advantage.
Moving forwards, Mada, you a knife out, but it's still, that gun is just not ready in time. Vic, monstrous. Few more bullets, straight tags into the shins. Scuba spotted out wide, still earns that fight and wins it out versus Midge.
2 players still exploring, but Vice Util active on C. They didn't get it earlier.
Net ready to contain. He's missed the timing. His back's towards it all. And Brock sprays him down towards the back.
It's crumbling for Cloud9.
All the chances they were hoping for. Those first kills Now, I don't mean much. Oxy's applying that hurt and that pressure. Forwards again, he's earned that kill. Still gotta know. It's fast and loose again. Moving forwards, no more gun for Oxy. Ripped away. Big feeling that pressure.
NRG
Sun delivers it anyway.
earning that spot to represent Americas at Champs. We missed them last year, but they have bounced back hard. Incredible performance, great match from both teams, but C9 in the final moments, letting it fall through their fingers. Ethan with a great individual and calling performance to take his team through a tough attack half right when they needed it most.
NRG looking mightily strong. The job's not finished here for that domestic trophy. Still yet to be lifted, but that is all of our teams locked up for Champs Paris. Smiles on the face of NRG. For a lot of these players, it's going to be their first time attending a big show.
And Mada with, was it 2 aces in this match as well earlier on?
Yeah.
Ridiculous performances. It'll be great to see a new crop of teams out here playing for it in the big time. I mean, Mada and Vic a year ago were playing in Tier 2, getting eliminated about 1 year ago, right before Ascension. Now here, we're competing for a spot at Champs and Mada takes it away.
This is an NRG squad as well. They took a gamble in Stage 2. Reinventing themselves as well, bringing in Ethan as that IGL. Bonker along their side as really, it's paid dividends now.
Yeah,
this is what it was all about.
A rejuvenated NRG. And like you said, taking a big risk. I mean, benching one of the greatest IGLs that we have in the game, in terms of the game's history. Maybe a slight risk. I thought that Son might end up retiring as well, but he didn't. He stuck it out, and Ethan's really stepped up to the plate. You can see the growth that he's had. I was worried a bit with his call in on Haven, but my God, did he recover it with this half on Lotus. And I don't think it would be fair at all to call this a C9 choke, despite the fact that there were some ridiculous rounds. I mean, towards the end, the timing taken in that final round is going to haunt them. It absolutely is. But I think huge credit for C9 to even get to the finish line and showcasing so much grit across this entire playoffs run. But once more, they fall right in the final moment. Just like that Tokyo qualification game a couple of years ago. It was only Zephyr in that iteration of C9, but this one again, not quite there.
There's that pure elation on the faces of NRG players because they realize what they've done. Top spot filled up here. You are getting that right to represent Americas on the biggest stage of the year. A lot of players go their entire lives not even doing that, but honestly, for a lot of these players, they're going to be more than excited. Now we're going to be sending it down onto the floor. Riv is standing by for that Verizon post-match interview with Brock. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by NRG's Brock, heading to Champions Paris as NRG locks in that final spot. I mean, last year you were watching Champions, right?
Yeah.
Now you're going to Champions.
Yeah.
How's it feel?
It was amazing. It hasn't set in yet, but it feels really good.
Awesome. We were just talking about the match. You said it probably fun to watch. How was it to play in that? First map had to feel real stressful, but you had a resurgence there.
Yeah.
You seem to carry that on.
Yeah, we reset every map, and I feel like the last map was like, it was like going back and forth, really back and forth. But yeah, we bring it through.
You came into the team in January, seeing the outcome of everything happen over Stage 1, now Stage 2, entry into Champions. What do you think was the biggest thing NRG had to overcome throughout these stages?
I think just playing like ourselves on stage was like the hardest thing, like playing how we do in practice. But I think we're better at that now, so should be good.
And you've gotten much better. We saw the Broctagon numerous times coming out, especially in playoffs. What leveled you up? What allowed you, the Odin Master, to start coming through for the team?
I think I got more just comfortable, honestly, on stage and with the team, and I think it helps a lot. Yeah.
All right, and looking at the rest of what's going on, who are you excited to be facing when you go off now against Sentinels? Are you excited about that match? How you feeling?
Yeah, we haven't played them at all this year, so it should be really fun. We hope we get a rematch against you two, though. We want to get a rematch.
All right. What were your goals? What was your focus this year, Brock? We saw you come in and you've been playing for a while. Like I said, you just started to come online here. But what were your goals? What were you aiming to do?
My goal was to make champs, but we can try to win it now, I guess. But we'll see.
All right, all right. Any final words, any shout outs, anything for anybody out there, and the fans, the viewers? What do you got?
I would just say thanks for the support and really appreciate it. That's it.
All right, everybody, let's hear it one more time for that man, the Broctagon from NRG. They claim the final spot, headed over to Champions Paris. We got more going on for the day. We're headed over to Match Point. It's going to be Sam and Mada over there having a little bit of fun, so let's check it out. Take it away.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have a great time because we're making some damn charcuterie boards. That's right, because these guys are going to Paris, so we figured what better way to celebrate than to have some meat and cheese, right? Hopefully you guys aren't lactose intolerant, no? Okay, we all love charcuterie here. I'm a charcuterie connoisseur. There it is, the champions of charcuterie. There you go. We have, of course, an assortment of delicious foods here. You know, so you guys can design your ideal charcuterie board, all right? We got cheeses here. We have some meats. We got some more meats. Ooh. We got some bun, some bread, and some tiny pickles, and some mustard as well. And don't forget about these dried cherries, which I'm gonna challenge you guys to be a little creative with your charcuterie board, okay? Don't just go for meat and cheese. All right, think outside of the box, all right? And while we do that, we're gonna talk shop. We're gonna talk the game, okay? So go ahead, grab your board. Sam, if you don't mind passing, or Mata, whomever, take your board, take your tongs, and then just go nuts. Oh yeah, and I have mine too. I didn't get a really cool thing like yours, but I got this. All right, I'll start first. I'll grab some bread here. Oh yeah, so nice. Fellas.
Whoa. I'm breaking the whole thing.
Don't break it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That game felt like it took years off of you and and your life force. How you feeling, Sam?
Honestly, like even now it feels pretty surreal. Honestly, making champs, the way we flipped our season was like we completely 180'd our season, and I'm so proud of the boys for doing it.
Yeah.
Even when we lost to G2, the next day we went straight into prac. No one fell off anything.
Yeah.
And we just kept going day after day.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it seems like you guys are creating like a really good bond. Is that the vibe?
100%.
Yeah. What would you attribute that to for you, Mata, coming into the team new and stuff?
I would say, honestly, it's largely in parts of Bonkar.
Yeah?
I think Bonk is like very...
Here, if you want to use these as well, a little chop up there.
Bonk is very keen on keeping the team environment very happy.
Okay,
Very close, I guess.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would like largely attribute it to him.
Yeah.
Very important.
Were you guys, obviously coming into this game, C9, you know, had a massive comeback against 100 Thieves, but you guys looked dominant in your games. And it felt like it was just all part of the plan. Like that Leviathan game for you guys, it was just an absolute obliteration is what I had said earlier. Do you think that that's just the way that you guys approach preparation for the game, or is that, you know, just the natural in-game ability that you guys have that allow you to be able to pick up wins like that, even the 13-2 on Corrode as well?
Yeah, I think, like Adam said, big shout out to Bonk and our assistant coach Strong.
Yeah.
And honestly, Ethan as well, because every time our prep is near perfect.
Yeah.
Every time it's near perfect, and everything we needed to know for the match, I've always known beforehand.
Damn.
So it just makes everyone's life easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, like individual skills at the same time.
Yeah.
Like the boys are shooting.
It helps when you get like 1,500 aces.
There's only so many aces.
Back to back, you know what I mean?
It's just easy for me.
Okay. Well, hey, you know what though, man? Now you get to test that skill on an international stage. Walk me through that. How excited are you for that? Because I know you played internationally before, right? I believe. Did you do Ascension? Just drawn. Okay, so this is first.
My first official international tournament. Like
oh snap! How you feeling?
I mean, words can't even describe it. It hasn't really settled in yet, but
yeah.
I think like for the last 5 years of competing, I've been chasing this moment, and it's nice to finally kind of get it, especially with such a nice team.
Yeah, no, and I'll let you finish your food there real fast. What has it been working with these guys, the new boys coming into the team, you know, getting them into the NRG way, although it does feel like a different NRG than even what you came into earlier, right?
Yeah, I mean, NRG has definitely went through like a bunch of different changes, atmosphere, in-game, out the game. But bringing in Scoo, Adam, and Brock, they're quote-unquote our rookies. Adam's been here a little bit longer than the other two.
Yeah, of course.
But they're quote-unquote rookies, man, but I got nothing to teach them.
Yeah.
They're way better than me.
Yeah?
If not the same level, so. I mean, honestly, it makes me and Ethan's job so easy because we have players that just, it's a package. You know?
Yeah,
You get everything
yeah.
you need. It's not like one of them has like a problem and no one gets nervous. We all just go through it together on stage, and I think that's the big thing.
But surely it's not all these guys. I mean, on your end, what is it that veterans like Ethan, you know, world champion, Sam, who I've always regarded as one of the greatest to play in the game, period. What is it working with these guys?
I mean, I think my kind of evolution as a player, when I watch them play every day, I even mentioned this like a few days ago in practice. I said like, I learn from the best.
Yeah?
Because truthfully, every day when I watch them play, I just learn so much. Especially like this guy has tech on every agent, every map, doesn't matter. Like,
You laugh, but we all see it, man.
It's so true.
It's so fun.
He's so good at the game, so it's
Yeah.
like very easy to take things from him and
Yeah.
apply it to my own game.
Yeah, you know, honestly, selfishly, I know that there was like a thing where you had said like, oh, if FNS wasn't here, I don't know if I'd still be playing.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see you still playing, man.
So I'm glad to be playing.
And now you're going to Champions, Paris. You're going to play on the global stage. You're going to go up against some of the greatest teams in the world. It's going to be an experience unlike anything else.
Yeah.
How are you feeling now, man?
I mean, it's been a while since I made the last international.
Yeah.
I think I joined halfway through
It was
2024.
Champions 23, right? I believe.
Yeah. So, and that didn't end well.
Yeah.
So.
And that was in LA. So
Yeah.
now you get to forget that.
Yeah.
You're going to Paris.
Yeah.
Have you ever been?
First
Okay.
time.
All right. And I'm assuming for you as well?
As well, yeah.
Damn. Well, fellas.
It'll be fun.
Enjoy it. Enjoy
Lots
Paris.
of charcuterie boards.
Listen, lots of bread, meat, and cheese. And you guys, you know, I've gone to Paris a couple times. Great city, excellent food city as well. Obviously,
Exciting.
it goes without saying. But why don't we go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see where we are right now, because we're down to our final 3 teams. This is it. And
forgot.
tomorrow, you forgot.
I know we even had a game.
You gotta keep going, baby. You gotta keep
forgot
going.
this
You can
board.
get number 1. You got NRG, Sen. That's gonna be your matchup tomorrow. Of course, for our viewers at home, but for you guys here, you saw Sentinels. I'm assuming you saw a little bit of their game today. Thoughts on like what happened with them, how you guys are feeling going up against them, history, all that stuff. Nada?
We've been looking forward to this matchup for, I'd say, the whole year. We somehow dodged them every single split.
Yeah.
I say dodged them, but we got eliminated very fast in like most splits. But
Yeah, you dodged it. We'll just leave it at that, you know?
And I think it's more so about G2. I think
Yeah.
G2 looks good.
Yeah.
I think the stories around them. I'm sure Sen probably think they could have played better, which they probably could have, but
Yeah.
I think G2 just looks better than like they
Yeah.
did before with Leaf now.
I just want to see you get another ace. Like, you just
It's
keep
bound
doing
to happen
it, man.
at this point.
You just keep
It's
doing
like every
it, man.
match. I'm like, again, how?
There's a couple things in life that are true. It's death, taxes, and Mata getting a freaking ace. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. Truly awesome stuff, man, of course. And we're going to be starting the day off with Override. So you don't want to miss our show match because we have a fun one. You guys actually are going to get an opportunity to take control of the game. I've heard some ideas about how this is going to play out. It's going to be pandemonium, but the best part about it is that our Bald Kings are coaching all the way to the promised land. So we'll see how that one plays out. Fellas, congratulations, seriously. So happy for both of you.
Thank
happy
you.
for the team as well.
Thank
you guys more than deserved it. You earned it. And these guys right here are going to be going to Champions in Paris. That's going to do it for us here today. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you tomorrow for our lower bracket finals. For now, enjoy your Samsung SSD. Fast replay. See you then.
Deuces.
Later.
Thank you, guys.
Of course, it's a renewal of the rivalry between G2 and Sen, but it means so much more. Not just the return of Leaf, but also the opportunity to walk into our grand finals here in Stage 2 and ban first pick. Orbital strike over towards Triple. Narrate's going to take that position up, and Jonah was going to be in trouble either way, but Leaf has found himself too. Out of fence, now going for the annihilation. Narrate to touch on the jaw, but Leaf can lock it down.
I played the game in 2 weeks! You guys suck! They want to fight over this orb because Josh surely is going to go for trying to get that dimensional drift.
Obviously, we can hear the Sonic Sensor. Narrate's able to win out against Jonah.
Just isolated little mini games right now. Zelsa, that timing.
Oh, he's a rat! Valorant is shot in the back as well. That takes Trent out of the equation here. No Teho on deck. Flash out of the smoke again for Jaw.
Oh, man! Oh, that's a problem!
convincing bind outing for G2. Shot to play off. A great fault line set up there for Zelsus, and Bang's done well. It's a player advantage here for Sentinels. It's on Professor P. And 2 low-health targets in between him and around Gwyn. They're stacked up, but he's playing this to perfection! Couldn't ask so much more!
You have no more pauses. What are you going to do?
It's a timer for Sen. Jaw still active now. Caught out as he tries to get onto the side. The timing's not there. A little staggered out as Bang sends another one. Packing. 4 kills with the Guardian. And Sen gasp for air. They divvied themselves up here between Link and Spawn side and try and make a fight of it. Decker loses out. Jaw has the backup he needs. And Fallon just stops Celsius instantly. Bang now definitely starting to feel the pressure, and I would too. And Jaw finds his third. Not even the Mastermind can stop G2 now. And they've wrapped it up, folks. Top seed heading into our grand finals.
This is it, the final spot, the champs here in Americas. The right to represent your region as well is all on the line between both of these squads. Paranoia sweeps forward, straight out from the top. It's a shorty irons in his hand to overdrive for Oxy. It's a galvanizing opener. Cracks the defense. The whole of NRG just crumbles. Clean as anything, the wall up as well, trying to help his team get all the way back in. Mada just lays him down, at least with that pistol, picks up the rifle, and he's right back up there. Not to be denied. Ethan trying to drift backwards, but he's right into the fight. The dart, Oxy falls into shotgun. He's made the mincemeat.
Cloud9 again avoid the choking allegations. They were up massive, but in the end they close it out.
It's that rolling retreat, and with that util, oh my goodness, you're getting shredded. Brock, Hunter's Fury has been earned up. The damage done. Vic and Net trying to really see if they can carve out a path to success, but Brock is all the way on top of it. Paper Mache is the walls. He might just be able to find them. He needs to get half. Vic with the timing. He's got it. He's got it. What an outrageous round from Brock. Dodging Jukin, trying to bait out these shots. Amada, yeah, there's no winning against that one with the Spectre in hand. This smoke is just so damn tricky to deal with. Another layer on top of it, but again, the util is going to be coming out in waves and swarms of weaponry.
NRG destroyed here on Corode.
They need whatever they can get. They need whatever at all. There's kills happening across the board. Nightfall committed. It's a round that Cloud9 need to close out, and they want to. Offloading! Oxy is being watched for. Still, even lands his shot. Ethan, he's going to be close quarters here, tucked to the corner. Nice and tight. Oxy's got his ult. Letting it loose now with that showstopper. Finds it. Brock, last one left. Just the Odin in play. This is starting to feel different. Up, Scuba, Paranoia again. It's a second go at things, and NRG looking to salvage, looking to see if they can find a way forwards. The IGL gets it done. It's a swing from Seppa, anticipated in kind. Som is right on top of it, and any upgrades picked up, dismissed entirely.
NRG earning that spot to represent Americas at champs.